amongst the countless heroes within the Adeptus Astartes, one chapter stands above all others in honor, discipline, and sheer strategic and societal influence. These are the Ultramarines. For 10,000 years, they have served as paragons of the Emperor's design, a force of unparalleled strength and order that have shaped the fate of the Imperium and humanity itself. Forged in the crucible of the Great Crusade, the Ultramarines once marched as the 13th Space Marine Legion, but it was in the dark and gory aftermath of the Horus Heresy that they secured their place in history as being one of the primary contributors to preventing the collapse of Imperial rule. Under the command of their Primarch Roboute Guilliman, they not only rebuilt the shattered Imperium, but redefined it and restructured what was left of the Emperor's domain. As Lord Commander and Imperial Regent, Guilliman's reforms during the time of rebirth reshaped the Adeptus Astartes forever, breaking the legions into individual chapters and codifying their doctrine in the Codex Astartes, much to the chagrin of many of his brothers and a litany of Astartes themselves. At this point, the Ultramarines' name is more than just a title. It is a legacy that signifies their origins, their vast influence, and their unmatched role in the proliferation of the Adeptus Astartes. No other first founding legion has sired more successor chapters or spread its gene seed as widely. Unfortunately, that also entails the fact that no other first founding legion has contributed to more traitors in recent years. Within the Segmentum Ultima, the Ultramarines rule the prosperous subsector of Ultramar, a rare anomaly in the Imperium where order and civility thrive. From their homeworld of Macragge, they oversee a realm that mirrors the martial and civic virtues of Terra's ancient Rome. Its culture reflected in their high Gothic traditions, military hierarchy, and their almost religious, unyielding adherence to the Codex Astartes. To the uncounted billions, if not trillions, of Imperial citizens, the Ultramarines are the very embodiment of the Adeptus Astartes, as they are heroic, virtuous, and unwavering in their duty. They rose from the shadows of the Horus Heresy and spread themselves to the furthest reaches of the galaxy, where they have waged war against the traitor, the alien, and the demon, to the point that their deeds have been immortalized in devotional texts, their victories celebrated even in the records of the Imperial Palace. Even amongst the warrior elite of the Adeptus Astartes, the Ultramarines hold a singular distinction. Their legacy is not merely one of battlefield prowess, but genetic purity, strategic brilliance, and their overall influence on not only the Imperium, but other Adeptus Astartes. It is estimated that nearly 2/3 of all Space Marine chapters can trace their lineage back to the Ultramarines, either as direct successors or as distant inheritors of their gene seed. This vast network of kinship extends far beyond mere heritage, as when the Ultramarines take to the field, their calls to arms are often answered by many others who share the genetic lineage and uphold their ideals. Their council also carries an unparalleled weight, only realistically being outstripped by legends such as Lord Commander Dante and High Marshal Helbrecht of the Black Templars, for varying reasons. This means that in any regard, when a strategic assembly of Adeptus Astartes occurs, the word of an Ultramarine usually commands a higher amount of seniority, meaning that they are rarely ignored. Their reputation as one of the foremost defenders of humanity has been tested time and time again, and nowhere has this been more evident than in the Tyrannic Wars, in particular in their cosmic and climactic war against High Fleet Behemoth. When the mysterious Tyranid swarms struck the eastern fringes, it was the Ultramarines who bore the brunt of the assault, meeting the Xenos menace in a battle that would decide the fate of not only their homeworld, but of humanity in general. The war itself would rage across Macragge, culminating in one of the largest engagements seen in centuries. Under the command of the legendary Chapter Master Marneus Calgar, the Ultramarines fought with an unmatched tenacity, ultimately halting the Tyranid advance, but this came at a terrible cost. Their entire first company, comprised of their most seasoned veterans, was annihilated in this struggle. The sacrifice, however, was not in vain. From this, the Ultramarines would emerge, not only victorious, but armed with a hard-won knowledge of the Tyranid threat, and a myriad of Tyrannic war veterans who had become experts in dealing with this particular threat. The experience they gained has since been disseminated across the Adeptus Astartes as a whole, often through service in the Death Watch, ensuring that other chapters too are prepared should the Great Devourer appear within their regions. Yet the Ultramarines' most defining moment was not a single battle, but their role as the architects of the Imperium's survival time and time again. During the Horus Heresy, their destiny was shaped not on the bloodied plains of Terra, but in the void of the Ruinstorm, within a vast warp-born maelstrom, which was unleashed by the Word-Bearers. that severed the galaxy in twine. Split from the throne world, the Ultramarines could only watch as the War Master led his traitorous legions in a direct assault upon the Emperor's palace. When at last they were freed from the warp's grip, they engaged and destroyed a vast traitor armada, but the siege at that point had already reached its tragic conclusion. The Emperor was lost to the Golden Throne, and the Great Angel was dead. It was in this darkest of hours that Roboute Guilliman cemented his legacy. With the Emperor entombed and the traitors in retreat, the Imperium stood leaderless. Its bureaucracy shattered, its armies scattered, and its worlds on the verge of ruination. It was Guilliman who decided to hold the Imperium together, orchestrating a vast series of reforms to its military and administrative structures, in particular in order to attempt to prevent any one individual from wielding the power of a legion or from wielding the combined force of humanity. As Lord Commander of the Imperium, he not only stymied the tides of anarchy, but he rebuilt the Imperium into something that could endure for the long war ahead. His Codex Astartes also reshaped the Adeptus Astartes into what they would be known for, ensuring that no singular rogue legion could ever threaten the Emperor's realms. His administrative genius also restored the failing bureaucracy, and his military foresight secured many, if not most, of the scattered remnants of humanity against those who would seek to prey upon their now weakened state. The Ultramarines are not just simple warriors. In this, they are the stewards of the Imperium's future. Their victories have shaped the present, and their sacrifices have paved the way for humanity and preserved the past, and their religious adherence to Guilliman's visions continues to guide the Imperium's course. Yet, as history has shown, even the mightiest of legacies are not without their flaws. Few figures in Imperial history loom as large as Roboute Guilliman, the Primarch of the Ultramarines, for he is known primarily for his strategic brilliance, along with his military acumen and his devotion into ensuring the Imperium's survival above all else, in particular through the Horus Heresy. But even a demigod of war is not beyond the reach of treachery. There was an incident known as the Battle of Thalissa, which occurred in 121 M31, where Guilliman met his fate at the hands of his former brother, the Demon Primarch Fulgrim of the Emperor's Children. Struck down by a blade seeped with warp-borne toxins, his body mortally wounded, beyond even the aid of the most advanced Imperial medicine at the time. Yet he was not allowed to die, as the Ultramarines were able to get him within a stasis field and render him safe within suspended animation. Locked in a moment of agony, his broken form would be entombed within the heart of the Ultramarines' fortress monastery upon Macragge. There he remained, a relic of an age gone by, revered by his sons who carry his legacy, yet powerless to aid them, in essence a mirror to his own father. For 10 millennia, the Imperium endured without its greatest architect, but in the darkness of the 41st millennium, as chaos reached its zenith, Guilliman would once more rise. In the final days of the 13th Black Crusade, as the forces of chaos threatened to engulf the galaxy, the Primarch was resurrected, his life restored by an unprecedented fusion of Imperial science and Eldari mysticism. Now clad in the relic armor of his forebears and wielding the Emperor's own burning blade, Guilliman leads the Imperium once more as Lord Commander and Imperial Regent, as the sole Primarch to walk amongst the living in the era Indomitus. That is, until more of his brothers could return. However, Guilliman's return was not merely a moment of triumph, it was a turning point in the Imperium's history. In the wake of his rebirth, the Great Rift tore the stars asunder, splitting the galaxy in twine once more, plunging vast swaths of humanity into a domain of chaos and darkness. The Imperium Nihilus, which would eventually fall under the command of Lord Commander Dante, was cut off from the Astronomicon's guiding light and teetered on the brink of collapse, and so Guilliman took command of the Imperium's shattered forces in order to lead the Indomitus Crusade to reclaim as much of what was lost as he could. As it stands now, he is no longer just the Primarch of the Ultramarines, he is the Imperium's last and best hope for survival. There are many Space Marine chapters, each with their own proud traditions, battle honors, and martial creeds, but to the wider Imperium, none are as renowned, and as widely emulated or as deeply entrenched in the Imperium's structure as the Ultramarines. Statues of their Primarch and their greatest champions stand watch over the plazas and city gates of countless worlds, their victories in essence immortalized in the stained glass windows and mighty basilicas of the Imperials. To the untold billions if not trillions of the Emperor's subjects, the Ultramarines are not merely warriors, they are the embodiment of the Adeptus Astartes. The origins of this reputation lies in their unmatched legacy, as during the Great Crusade, the Ultramarines were indeed the largest of the Emperor's many legions, numbering well above the hundreds of thousands, and when Guilliman enacted the second founding in the wake of the Horus Heresy, it was the 13th that contributed the greatest number of successor chapters to the Imperium's overall defense. Even now, 10,000 years later, their gene seed with some exceptions exceptions, remains the gold standard for creating new chapters, as its stability, in combination with their direct connections to the Imperium's structure, is in essence unrivaled. It is no exaggeration to say that the majority of Space Marines in existence today, knowingly or not, are Guilliman's warriors, to the point that even some Blood Angel successors and some Imperial Fist successors have been falsely identified as Ultramarine successors in the past. After that, the fact that the Codex Astartes is in essence Guilliman's penultimate work of both wisdom and strategic military genius, having been enshrined as the gold standard for Space Marines with its vast set of doctrina, guiding philosophies, and both xenos along with artifact knowledge, has been the basis for how the Space Marines fight for the last 10,000 years. Within these pages, Guilliman laid the framework for the Imperium's overall military structure, ensuring that order could endure even in the face of unending, ceaseless war. Here with the Codex Astartes, we see both a doctrine of war and a bulwark against the horrors that nearly consumed the Imperium in the wake of the Horus Heresy, and to this day. It is one of the primary reasons why the Ultramarines remain the template against which all other Space Marine chapters are measured upon. In essence, if you follow the structure laid out within the Codex to a T, or mostly to a T, you're considered Codex compliant. If not, that makes many within the Imperium rather uncomfortable. The task before Roboute Guilliman, as he created the Codex Astartes, pulled together the fragmenting remnants of the Imperium, was nothing short of monumental, as humanity's greatest accomplishment teetered on the brink of collapse, ravaged by war, treachery, and the near loss of the Emperor himself. In order to restore the galaxy shattered by the Horus Heresy, he understood that humanity needed more than the strength of arms, as it demanded unparalleled discipline and a united vision, along with the resolve to carry that vision out. No ordinary man could have shouldered such a burden without succumbing to absolute despair, but Guilliman was no ordinary man. His leadership became a lifeline to a dying and decaying empire, a beacon of stability in an era of unremittent chaos. While none could ever replace the Emperor in the hearts and minds of humanity, Guilliman was a firm hand that the Imperium so desperately needed at the time, leading to his name spreading throughout the stars, whispered in both reverence and relief by countless scores of humans who saw him as a glimmer of hope. Where others faltered, he imposed order. Where others despaired, he rebuilt. The Imperium would see it as Guilliman being the one who stemmed the anarchy and reforged the shattered institutions of the Imperium, ensuring that humanity's dominion, while wounded and bleeding, would indeed endure. However, he was no fool. Guilliman understood that his own lifespan, though vastly longer than that of an ordinary man, was still finite. He knew that he could not lead directly forever, and that even a Primarch was not immune to the brutal realities of war. The Horus Heresy had already proven that the Emperor's genesons were not invincible or immortal men, but fallible creations of flesh and blood. Many had been slain, others lost to the warp, and more still had turned to damnation. Guilliman's own end was not unimaginable, and so he prepared for the inevitability that he saw as only he could, by committing the entirety of his vast work of knowledge and military genius into his writings. Of all of Guilliman's works, none would shape the Imperium as profoundly as the Codex Astartes, as this book not only included strategy, battle drills, and contingencies, as it was a doctrine of war, but it also contained the codification of wisdom drawn from centuries of warfare, along with administrative influence drawn from his own lifespan, and that of the greatest minds of the age of the Imperium. The Codex Astartes was not just a blueprint for the Astartes, as it detailed everything from battlefield formations to how recruitment would be done, training regiments, unit organization, even heraldry and administrative duties. With the induction of the Codex Astartes, Guilliman shattered the legion system of old, dividing vast armies of Astartes into smaller, more manageable, specialized chapters. Though controversial, this decision was a safeguard for the Imperium against the rise of another potential war master, and while it weakened them to outside threats, it reinforced their ability to counter internal upheaval. It also ensured that in the event of his absence, his principles would endure, and endure they did. Across 10,000 years of unrelenting warfare, the Codex Astartes would become scripture, respected, studied, and in some cases, worshipped. Amongst the Ultramarines and their successors, it is more than just a doctrine. It is the very foundational text which guides their existence. It governs how they fight, how they recruit, how they operate in the service of the Imperium, even how they eat, sleep, and think. Even in an era where the galaxy burns in a perpetual war, Guilliman's wisdom is enshrined in its pages, allowing it to guide humanity's greatest warriors. The Ultramarines in particular remain keepers of Guilliman's vision. More than any other chapter, they embody the ideals he sought to instill. At times they chain themselves too tightly to those ideals, but this is to be expected as they see themselves as the guardians of the Codex Astartes, not just as a military guide, but as a way of life for both the Astartes and humanity as a whole, as many of its teachings have been integrated into Ultramar's human society. And now with the Primarch's return, it seems that the unshakable foundation of the Codex Astartes is shifting by the will of its own author. Amongst the countless dominions of the Imperium, there exists one that stands apart, not by rebellion or decree, but by tradition, honor, and its immortal founders. This is Ultramar, a bastion of stability in a galaxy consumed by ceaseless warfare. This is a realm that neither pays tithes to the Imperium, nor depends on the crumbling bureaucracy of Terra for its survival. It is a dominion ruled not by planetary governors or corrupt officials, but by warrior priests, the Ultramarines themselves. To the countless souls that inhabit Ultramar's worlds, the Ultramarines are more than just distant saviors or mythical figures, glimpsed only in Imperial propaganda or when the worst has come to pass. They are rulers, protectors, in some cases even kin. While the vast majority of humanity will never see a space marine outside of battle or Imperial propaganda, the people of Ultramar live in the shadows of these great giants. It is not uncommon for a family to whisper of a distant ancestor chosen to ascend into the ranks of the Adeptus Astartes, who is still walking amongst them to this day, his name carved into the records of a fortress monastery long ago. Yet for all their might, the Ultramarines do not rule alone. They adhere to a higher principle, the legacy that their Primarch attempted to instill. Each battle brother is taught that leadership is a responsibility, not a privilege, and that governance of Ultramar is a duty no less sacred than war itself, as a large part of the structure and the bureaucracy is actually indeed filled by humans. Their dominion is not one of subjugation, but of stewardship, a continuation of many, if not most, of the ideals of the era of the Imperial truth. To govern justly is to honor their Primarch's teachings, and to fail in this duty is a betrayal of their raison d'etre. Due to their adherence to the Codex Astartes as not merely a manual of war, but a philosophical text, and how close they stick to its teachings to a precise detail, leads them, unlike many of their more brutal kin, to not rely on psycho-conditioning to implant knowledge. Instead, they commit each and every one of their aspirants to an existence of relentless study and mastering every last tenet through sheer will and discipline. Each battle brother will spend centuries analyzing, deciphering, and committing the Codex Astartes to memory, dissecting its every passage with the same intensity that others might devote to the art of war itself. Over time, he will become a warrior and a scholar, his mind sharpened as keenly as his blade. Within a company, especially within the lower numbered companies, where veterans of many campaigns serve, the collective knowledge of the Codex Astartes is not just understood, but lived. The captain of such a force wields more than just the might of battle-hardened warriors. He commands a brotherhood of tacticians, each well versed in the nuances of warfare that Guilliman himself once envisioned. To stand amongst these veterans is to stand with some of the most learned warriors the Imperium has ever produced, in essence living conduits for the Codex Astartes, men whose minds are as formidable as their bolters, who see war not as chaos, but as a disciplined dance, bound by rules, logic, and honor. And so in every campaign and in every war zone, the Ultramarines bring their might to bear. It is not just their weapons that shape the battlefield. It is the wisdom of eons and the unbroken legacy of their Primarch that brings salvation to humanity. For 10,000 years, the Ultramarines have waged a war in strict adherence to the Codex Astartes, even to the detriment of their own, such as Captain Titus, now Lieutenant. In large part, this detriment comes as seeing that breaking from the guidance is to reject the very foundation of the Imperium's military strength, and to bite their thumb at their father. This is something that the Ultramarines will not abide. This is due to their rigid discipline, which is not confined solely to the chapter, as it extends outward, woven into the very fabric of their dominion, Ultramar. Here, from birth, the citizenry is raised with an unshakable belief in duty and honor, the teachings of Guilliman, which were best extrapolated for their human followers. As the people of Ultramar are taught that strength is found in discipline. This is to the point that when a rebellion occurred within the realm of Ultramar, once it was subdued, the Ultramarines were not upset at the rebellion itself. They were upset at the fact that those leading the rebellion were undisciplined in their very rebellion. For the Ultramarines and those who believe in Guilliman's teachings, things are clear. To stray from the Codex Astartes is to invite ruination, as they have seen many of their less Codex compliant kin fall to chaos. It is to question 10 millennia of wisdom, and to abandon said discipline is to fall within the same path as those who left their father in a mortally wounded state. And it is because of this that amongst the myriad of chapters of the Adeptus Astartes, none has held themselves to a higher standard for adherence to the Codex Astartes than the Ultramarines. As mentioned before, this adherence to the Codex Astartes is not merely a matter of discipline. It is a zealously followed religious adherence, in essence seeing it as a binding contract with their own Primarch, often to the detriment of their own forces. To many within the Ultramarines, the Codex Astartes is more than just a tactical doctrine. It is the guiding light of the Emperor's avenging son, and the Ultramarines see it as their solemn duty to embody this vision, to serve as the paragons of what a Space Marine chapter, as espoused by the Codex Astartes, should be. Yet this is a self-appointed role which has earned them a reputation amongst their peers. Some admire their unshakable discipline, while other more independent-minded chapters, such as the Space Wolves or the Flesh Terrors, regard them as rigid, ineffectual, and arrogant. Even amongst their own loyal successors, such as the Mortifactors, there is severe friction over the Ultramarines' dogmatic interpretation of the Codex Astartes, as deviation is not tolerated. To break faith with the Codex Astartes is not simply an error, it is heresy of the utmost order. And for the Ultramarines, to whom discipline and structure are what separate loyalists from the damned, to allow oneself to stray, even with the noblest of intentions, is to take the first step towards complete and irredeemable corruption, which they believe will inevitably lead them to the same fate as that of the traitor legions. This belief is enforced with absolute severity. Those who defy the Codex Astartes may face a death oath, which is a grim sentence of exile that condemns them to inflict self-termination in their own singular war against the forces of chaos deep within the Eye of Terror, while at other times they may be stripped of their chapter's identifying marks and any connection with the chapter as a whole and given over to the Death Watch on what amounts to a permanent basis, with a few exceptions of course. However, despite their strict adherence to the doctrina given to them by their Gene-Sire, the Ultramarines are anything but mindless automatons. Guilliman instilled with them a strategic philosophy that balances two fundamental concepts: the theoretical, the study of tactics, precedent, and careful planning, and the practical, the ability to adapt, improvise, and or execute actions effectively on the battlefield. A warrior of Ultramar is expected to embody both, ensuring that knowledge is not merely memorized, but applied to and added on to with the utmost precision. This balance reflects its founders' belief that victory is not achieved through blind obedience, but through wisdom, discipline, and the ability to learn from failure. Guilliman himself, as the architect of the Codex Astartes, never intended it to be a shackle. He valued tactical independence far beyond what his sons do. And the Ultramarines' strict discipline and devotion to the Codex Astartes has caused him no shortage of ire after his return. But he does find examples of individuals who understand that the Codex Astartes is not to be followed to an extreme like a shackle of dogma. Beyond the battlefield, the Ultramarines' culture is profoundly shaped by their stewardship of Ultramar. Unlike many of their brethren who see humans as lesser beings, the Ultramarines uphold Guilliman's vision of a just but strict Imperium. They do not merely rule Ultramar, they are to protect and uplift it. The people of this realm are not to be subjugated, they are not subjects, but guided through generations of careful governance. And to this end, they have flourished under the watchful eye of their transhuman guardians, fitting the role that the Emperor seems to have had for the Space Marines. This close relationship to humanity instills in the Ultramarines a rather unusual perspective amongst the Adeptus Astartes, one only realistically surpassed by the Salamanders. They hold human life as sacred and will go to great lengths to protect it. Were they to encounter corruption, greed, or tyranny within the Imperium, they will be merciless in their condemnation. The harsh realities of the wider Imperium, where exploitation and suffering are the norm, stand as a dark contrast to the order and prosperity of Ultramar, something that the Ultramarines pride themselves in. This attitude has not gone unnoticed, as during the invasion of Ultramar in 999 M41, Inquisitor Narima Suzaku of the Order Malleus made a striking observation on the world of Calth. She and her entourage were met with curiosity rather than fear. Nowhere else in the Imperium had she seen people so unburdened by guilt, so assured by their own righteousness, that they showed no apprehension before the agents of the Inquisition. Even in the wake of the Indomitus Crusade, as the newly created Primarch Space Marines bolstered the ranks of the Ultramarines, subtle deviations began to emerge. Amongst some, the distinction between Primarchs and the original Astartes, now referred to as Firstborn, became a point of contention. Some, like Captain Cato Sicarius, reject the label as reductive, but the very existence of the term hints at the shifting identity of Guilliman's sons, and of the Astartes as a whole, in this new era of war. Still, at the core of their beliefs remains their unshakable belief in the grandeur of the Codex Astartes, and so the Ultramarines endure living by the standards of their Primarch's ideals. Now, onto the organization of the Ultramarines, at least during the times of the Legions. Before the fires of the Horus Heresy changed the Imperium forever, the Ultramarines stood as one of, if not the largest and most structured legions of the Adeptus Astartes. Unlike the rigid 1,000 warrior limit imposed on chapters after the Horus Heresy, the 13th Legion operated at a vastly grander scale, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Their discipline and adherence to the tactical doctrines espoused by their Primarch was a testament to said Primarch's leadership. At the very heart of this force were equivalents to chapter masters, each commanding a formation of approximately 10,000 Space Marines. Beneath them, 10 companies of 1,000 warriors formed the core of these chapter-like formations, each led by the equivalent of captains who would ensure Guilliman's meticulous strategies were executed to the utmost perfection. However, the Ultramarines were not merely a force of rank-and-file soldiers. They maintained specialized formations that have since in essence faded from history. Among these are the Invictati, an elite warrior cadre, the Fulminantati, masters of heavy weapon, and the Locutati, battlefield orators and masters of morale, along with the Evocati, veterans of countless campaigns whose experience was second only to Guilliman himself. By observing this overall breakdown of the Legion's organization and structure, you can in essence see the hints and the very foundations of the chapter structure of the current Adeptus Astartes. Despite their vast numbers, the Ultramarines' naval strength was significantly more limited, as their navy was greatly outstripped by both the Blood Angels and, by an even larger margin, the Imperial Fist. However, Roboute Guilliman, ever the pragmatist, covered for these weaknesses by forging close alliances with the Imperialis Armada fleets of the Ultima Segmentum, recognizing that these strategic partnerships would yield greater results than using more of his own resources to gather more ships. While other legions, such as the Imperial Fists and the Death Guard, fielded larger numbers and notably more formidable capital ships, the Ultramarines fleet focused on a doctrine that emphasized on rapid deployment and quickly achieving planetary control over prolonged void warfare. The Ultramarines fleet itself was optimized primarily for planetary invasions, favoring battle barges and strike cruisers designed for swift and decisive engagements. Unlike the grandiose fleets of some of their contemporaries, the 13th Legion maintained relatively few heavy capital ships, no more than 30 to 35 at any given time. Many of these had served since the Legion's very inception, as their hulls had been reforged and refitted time and time again over the centuries of warfare. Newer capital ships were rarely assigned to the Ultramarines, with only a handful of high-grade vessels joining their ranks under Guilliman's command. Amongst these were two immensely powerful Gloriana-class battleships, titanic warships capable of turning the tide of battle. Yet even these ships were rarely seen as centerpieces for the Legion's military doctrine. Where the Ultramarines excelled in naval warfare was mobility and flexibility. Their fleet was composed of primarily mid-scale cruisers, battle barges, and a vast array of strike cruisers, freighters, and fast patrol vessels. In particular, they were designed to be craft that could be constructed across shipyards of Ultramar itself, allowing for a measure of independence and sustainability for Ultramar if the worst were to happen. This strategic fleet structure allowed Guilliman's forces to deploy rapidly across multiple war zones at any time, with a statistically greater amount of consistency than their fellow legionaries. However, in terms of sheer firepower and fleet tonnage, the Ultramarines' Void Armada was ranked mid-tier amongst the Space Marine legions, outmatched by sheer firepower by the Imperial Fists and the Blood Angels, and overshadowed in the number of heavy capital ships by even the Death Guard. The Ultramarines' organizational hierarchy, on the other hand, extends well beyond the battlefield and is significantly more relied upon than their navy. While captains would lead individual companies during the times of the Great Crusade and the Heresy, Guilliman introduced additional layers of leadership in order to oversee the vast war efforts of his legion. Amongst these were the Tetrarchs, 4 high-ranking officials entrusted with governing Ultramar's core territories and commanding large-scale military operations. These Tetrarchs were more than merely governors. They were warriors of immense skill and trusted advisors to Guilliman himself, each overseeing a crucial sector of the Legion's expansive domain. Additionally, the Legion employed legitas or legitus officials tasked with commanding entire battle forces, often leading multi-detachment deployments into war zones that demanded strategic oversight beyond the authority of a single captain in order to ensure cohesion between various Ultramarine formations and executing Guilliman's overall vision for the battlefield at any one time. In the days before the Heresy, this system was a model of efficiency rivaled by few, and it was also a blueprint for order amidst the chaos of the Great Crusade. It is important to remember that throughout the vast dominion of Ultramar, there is no higher calling than to serve the Adeptus Astartes. The Ultramarines, sons of Guilliman, have upheld a rigorous recruitment tradition, selecting only the most exceptional candidates to join their ranks. Unlike many other chapters, who scour the stars for any and all worthy aspirants, the Ultramarines have no shortage of volunteers from their own populace. For the people of Ultramar, service in the chapter is the ultimate honor, a legacy woven into the very fabric of their society, one where many families will actively brag and boast about their bloodlines serving the chapter. Many families can trace generations of sons who have donned the blue and gold of the Ultramarines, each offering their lives and lineage to the defense of the Imperium. The Ultramarines chapter draws its recruits primarily from Ultima Auxilia Juvenetia, an elite military institution on Macragge, known for its grueling training regiments and the strict adherence to the principles of discipline and the Codex Astartes. Warriors of the Juveneta are battle-hardened even before they begin their transformation into transhumans, making them the ideal candidates for ascension to the ranks of the Adeptus Astartes. However, the selection alone is no guarantee for survival, as every aspirant must prove their worth through the trials of the chapter and be fortunate enough to have the genetic predispositions for the gene seed implants. The trials themselves would go as follows. The exposure trials are tests of endurance and survival. The aspirant will be cast into a hostile environment and left to fend for themselves. These trials often take place on death worlds, desert worlds, or ice worlds, where the environments themselves are seen as a lethal adversary. In other cases, a feral world may be used, or one of the more violent and uninhabitable hive cities would be chosen. The Ultramarines hold no illusion about the severity of these tests, as failure is almost certain. However, should aspirants succumb to the trial, yet display remarkable resilience and nobility, he may still be recovered by the chapter's apothecaries for further evaluation. This brutal rite is deeply ingrained in the culture of Ultramar, where even the families whose constant donations to its warrior elite are known have constantly subjected newborn infants to similar trials in order to see if they may someday become Ultramarines. The next trial is the Challenge Trial, and it is a test of combat prowess and sheer will. Here, an aspirant must face a fully initiated battle brother in single combat. Victory is not expected, nor is it a measure of success. Rather, the aspirant's ability to endure, adapt, and overcome will be judged. Here, the overwhelming majority of the challengers will fall swiftly, but their efforts will be scrutinized for further detail. On rare occasions, an aspirant might manage to defeat a battle brother. Said event will note the aspirant as a figure who might rise to be a legend in the chapter later. Those who survive these grueling training regiments and education within the barrack institutions of Ultramar will take their first step as chapter scouts, as prescribed by the Codex Astartes. It is in these early stages that their final transformation into full-fledged Space Marines will begin. Yet even amongst the strongest, there are those who will falter. Failure at this point is not tolerated within the ranks of the Ultramarines, and those who do not meet their chapter's excruciating standards face a far more morbid fate than just rejection. Some of the failed aspirants are repurposed as aspirant servitors, their minds wiped and their bodies reforged for menial labor. Others, however, serve one final brutal purpose. Their bodies and combat instincts are used as live test subjects for the next generation of recruits, ensuring that only those who are truly worthy ascend to the ranks of the Ultramarines. With that brief overview done, we can start on the history proper. And what better place to start than at the dawn of the Horus Heresy, in order to see a glimpse of the 13th Legion itself, who was known throughout the Imperium as the Ultramarines and stood as one of, if not the single most organized and formidable by size, military forces in the galaxy. Their numbers alone, a fighting force that exceeded 250,000 Space Marines, was a staggering and overwhelming display of strength. Their domain stretched across multiple systems known as the Ultima Segmentum, and one of their crowning jewels was the infrastructure that they had established, not only to train, but to supply their Astartes, ensured that even in the face of catastrophic losses, they could endure where other legions might falter. The Ultramarines' resilience in many ways has made them the epitome of military might, as their internal cohesion and their adherence to military doctrina established by the Primarch and the strategic framework within guide their every action, and has made them an ideal fighting force for maintaining order across vast stretches of the galaxy. rather than annihilation missions like the World Eaters and the Blood Angels were. And it was this fact that made them one of the primary targets in the brewing conspiracy of Horus and his allies. The most pivotal moment of this would come at Calth, a world strategically situated at the heart of Ultramar, where the traitors would strike at the very foundation of the Ultramarines' power base. But the tale of this catastrophic betrayal, like many aspects of the Horus Heresy, is not as simple as it seems on the surface. At this time, the legend of the Ultramarines, rather than their history, and that surrounding their Primarch, has been carefully crafted and maintained by iterators and remembrancers, both during and after the Great Crusade, in order to show the Ultramarines as a paragon of both order and discipline. However, the Ultramarines were not always such a force. While the Ultramarines have long been the epitome of loyalty and strategic brilliance, order, and nobility, their relations with many other legions was often fraught with no small amount of tension. Some of these interactions were out of rivalry, others out of mistrust, since many saw Guilliman and his sons as empire builders rather than warriors. And later, the Ultramarines' strict and dogmatic adherence to the Codex Astartes, along with their rigid governing structures, often set them apart from other chapters and legions, earning both no small amount of disdain and respect from their fellow warriors. Many of these underlying tensions were largely suppressed by the Great Crusade's overall historical narrative, but would ultimately have rather fractious consequences during the heresy itself and afterwards. And that is why the traitors launched an assault on Calth so early, as the attack was not merely a physical confrontation, but it was the culmination of years upon years of hidden animosities, political maneuvering, whispered betrayals, and a long-standing vendetta over the Ultramarines, and in particular Guilliman's strict adherence to orders. The conspirators, namely the World Eaters and the Word Bearers, knew that the Ultramarines, with their sheer size and might, along with the tactical genius of Guilliman, represented one of the more substantial obstacles to the success of their rebellion. But they also understood the complexities of the Ultramarines' internal politics and military structure, along with the fractious nature of the relations they held with some legions that could be exploited to a great degree. The Battle of Calth and the subsequent events that would follow in the Shadow Crusade did accomplish one thing: the single longest unending conflict in Imperial history, as the Ultramarines believe that the Battle of Calth will be counted as continuing until the last word bearer is slain. So in essence, the Battle of Calth has lasted 10,000 years. This is not only the historical foundation of the Ultramarines, but it is also the myth, the legends, and the very spiritual core of the bloodline of the returned avenging 13th Legion, later to be known as the Ultramarines, traces its origins all the way back to the final years of the Unification War on Terra. During this critical period, the Emperor's plan for the creation of the Legiones Astartes began to take shape, and the legions themselves began to differentiate. The formation of the Ultramarines, like that of their fellow legionaries, was marked by a critical testing phase, known as Alpha Intake, in which several thousand warriors were raised to assess the stability and adaptability of the Legion's gene seed. This intake proved to be a rather glowing success, with the gene seed exhibiting no notable physical mutations beyond the expected norms, and all organs were found to be functional and fully operational. However, the results of the Alpha Intake were more than just biologically sound. The psychological profiles of this first generation of warriors revealed significant traits that would later define the Ultramarines for millennia to come. There was an increase of aggression which was anticipated, much like the other legions. However, instead, these initiates displayed a particular tendency towards cohesion, hierarchy, and an almost obsessive dedication to their assigned goals, compared to other early legions. The Ultramarines showed fewer individualistic, fractious tendencies within the Legion itself, which would later be a large part of how the Legion was organized. Much of the 13th's early history remains shrouded in no small amount of secrecy, often obscured in layers of impervious confidentiality surrounding the Emperor's genetic experiments, and a large majority of their records being lost during the Siege of Terra. However, through piecing together surviving fragments of information, a clearer picture emerges, one where the Ultramarines' early expansion beyond the testing stage showed that recruitment was rather wide-ranging, pulling from various cultures and regions across all of Terra. Initiates came from diverse and often highly populated, formerly hostile areas. Panacoro, sub-equatorial Mavgan clans, along with the warlike families of the Sargon, Enclave, and the Madifreak Hive Oligarchy. Them, along with a significant assortment of other Imperial citizens, were selected to become part of the 13th. Them, along with the anthropophagic tribes of the Caucasus Wastes, would quickly become integrated and loan their cultures to what would become the Ultramarines. Despite these groups' cultural differences, the gene seed allowed them to share many psychological traits. This is in large part because, despite the differences, these groups shared one key characteristic: resistance to the later stages of the Unification Wars. This resistance, however, was not subdued through diplomacy or negotiations. Instead, it was crushed through near total annihilation, leaving behind only scattered refugees and the orphaned remnants of the once thriving societies. It was this harsh process that led to the informal moniker of the 13th Legion, the Warborn. The psychological impact of the 13th gene seed may have also been deliberately manipulated to serve as a tool of terror, due to its strong panache to driving a unified group, which some feared was almost hive mind-like, reinforcing the unification's final stages and ensuring rebellious fractions would be bled dry of resistance. This genetic predisposition towards cohesion and hierarchy not only aided the Emperor's conquest of Terra, but also successfully absorbed the savage rebellious tribes of the Old Knight into his growing Imperium. It is easy to see that the Warborn were not simply created as warriors. They were designed specifically as instruments of subjugation, able to blend the fiercest cultures into usable materials for the Emperor's will. As the Unification Wars drew to a close, the legacies of the nascent Legiones Astartes were already taking shape. Yet, curiously enough, the records of the 13th Legion's involvement in the final battles of Terra are often seen as conspicuously absent. Unlike the early incarnations of the 7th and the 8th, whom both fought in the bitter dregs of the Unification Wars, the Ultramarines' first recorded official battle honors stem from the first pacification of Luna and the brutal Senda campaign on the furthest reaches of the Sol system. This absence raises a lot of questions. Was the 13th deliberately withheld from the Terran-bound conflicts, and if so, to what end? As the Great Crusade began in its earnest, with its conquest of Segmentum Solar, humanity's most ancient and densely settled dominion, it seemed some remnants of the Dark Age of technology still clung to independence. Some welcomed the Imperium as a guiding force, seeking protection beneath its greater banner, while others, whether through ignorance or arrogance, resisted imperial compliance, believing their isolated strength was sufficient to defy the Emperor's will. And then there were those who had long suffered under the dominion of the xenos, their chains yet to be broken. Against all of these, the Emperor unleashed the full might of his legions. At the time, the 13th Legion numbered around 8,000 Astartes, which seems rather different than their later significantly larger numbers. Fighting under the Emperor's direct generalship, they carved a reputation out for themselves, in particular through campaigns of planetary liberation and annihilation. This led to the Legion gaining the titles for the liberation of Denrus and the extermination of the Scorvidiana Xenos Empire. Beyond these grand campaigns, they conducted a series of independent compliance operations, securing worlds like Lorin Segma, Sekil's Landing, and Nedabel. Each successful conquest was not only cementing their status as a rather disciplined and well-marshaled, effective fighting force, but also served another purpose: the expansion of their numbers. From the Warborn's Sons of Terra to the militant factions of the newly conquered human worlds, the 13th Legion steadily grew, drawing in recruits from amongst those they had subdued at a rather accelerated pace due to the stability of their gene seed. It was during this early period of the Great Crusade that the Emperor's grand design for the Legiones Astartes became unshakably clear. Each legion was not simply built for war, but designated for a specific kind of war. While all were engineered to bring about victory on the battlefield, each possessed a distinct temperament and biological makeup, along with a particular inclination that set it apart. Some excelled in terror, others in shock assault or siegecraft. The 13th Legion were methodical and ruthless, emerging as a force that would not simply conquer worlds, but crush them in a way that allowed them to be governed properly, as they were designed to be harbingers of order and structure, in a way that would later define Ultramar itself. As Legiones Astartes continued to evolve and expand, the distinct temperaments of each legion would continue to manifest in greater and greater degrees, sometimes in overt, terrifying ways, but other times in more subtle, if not insidious form. The 9th Legion, at this time known as the Revenant Legion, but later recognized as the Blood Angels, had already begun displaying their near supernatural ferocity in battle. The 14th Legion, the Death Guard, exhibited a preternatural endurance that allowed them to grind their foes down with an impeccable amount of near incomparable resilience. The 8th Legion, the Night Lords, even before reuniting with the Primarch, had fallen into the grasp of darkness, as psychological warfare was not only a part of their combat doctrine, but apparently a fundamental part of their nature. Spreading terror and despair wherever they fought came as naturally as breathing. Meanwhile, the 10th Legion, the Iron Hands, were already gaining a rather notable renown for their cold, unyielding logic and their ever-growing affinity for war's technological aspects. The 13th Legion, however, did not belong to either of these extremes. Their strength lay in a balance between aggression and restraint, along with tactical flexibility that made them uniquely suited for joint operation tasks and cross-theater warfare. Unlike some of their more insular brother legions, the Ultramarines excelled in the integration of multiple forces, seamlessly coordinating between the Imperialis Auxilia and other Space Marine legions in order to achieve joint objectives. Whether commanding elite regiments of the Solar Auxilia and the storied Old 100, or bringing to heel disorganized and often rebellious hosts of the Imperialis Militia, the 13th Legion imposed discipline wherever they were, including places where others would have only found chaos. Where necessary, they did not hesitate to embed one of their own warriors in a near-permanent basis within these mortal formations, or allow themselves to serve for extended periods of time within deployment groups of other legions. This is something that many of the legions at the time would see as distasteful, yet the Ultramarines embraced them, understanding that order itself was a weapon that they could wield, and that fear and inspiration could be wielded effectively or to a greater effect than a bolter or a blade. In this, they were often compared to the 1st Legion, the Dark Angels, and the 16th Legion, the Luna Wolves, other forces that had mastered the art of war, not just through their superior strength, but through their strategic domination. The 13th Legion's combined arms doctrine was built on adaptation, rather than specializing in any one particular form of combat. While their foundational tenets of training had provided a rigid framework, they had quickly evolved, incorporating the strength of those they fought alongside with and against, from the knife-fighting precision of the Opaki gangs of Hive Core to the armed warfare doctrines of the Iron Hands. The Ultramarines absorbed every lesson of the battlefield they could when it was offered. It was this ability to learn, refine, and perfect that made them so deadly, not just as warriors, but as architects of war. By the time of the 3rd solar decade of the Great Crusade, the 13th Legion, who would become later known as the Ultramarines, had firmly established a distinct and rather recognizable identity. Unlike some of its peers, the Ultramarines were known for their pragmatism and directness within battle. While other legions might have delved into the theoretical and esoteric aspects of warfare, the Ultramarines prioritized decisive action, honed through practical experience above all else. Their approach was simple: swift engagement, rapid achievement of tactical objectives, and later adapting the populace to imperial rule. These strategies were to be adapted based on the conditions at hand. This pragmatic disposition was reflected not only in their methods, but in their pride and honor, as they were fiercely loyal to the Imperium, taking great care to safeguard their reputation, along with frequently competing with their fellow legionaries in rivalries of achievement. This rivalry was especially prominent with those legions whose Primarchs had already emerged, and it marked a deeply rooted desire to prove their superiorities in the eyes of their peers. At the time, also known as the Warriors of the Brotherhood, the 13th Legion also began to distinguish itself visually, with symbolic displays marking their victories, but rather than adopting a singular overarching livery like the 3rd Legion, the Emperor's Children, or the 14th, known at the time as the Dusk Raiders, the Ultramarines individual companies adopted distinctive markings in order to commemorate their personal achievements in particular campaigns. Their core livery in the tradition of their early campaigns would remain the same since the Senda campaign, being a stark gray and gunmetal coloring. However, significant victories were marked with unique additions to the base color. For instance, companies that fought alongside the 3rd Legion during the purgation of the Adhuman Corsairs in the Cornside Nebula were granted black gauntlets and midnight blue helms, and the ancient Terran weighing of scales, along with the Death Head's icon, symbols of judgment. This new heraldry would be emblazoned alongside their numerical Legion identifiers, which earned them the title of Nemesis, a name born of their pivotal victory. Similarly, the armed formations that had halted the Orc advance on the plains of Cryptamundi, thereby saving the lives of millions, marked their success with the emerald light of the Aurora Borealis that had split the skies over the battlefield. This visual homage was reflected in the right pauldron, forever marking their participation in this legendary defense. Despite these honors, the 13th Legion rejected any formal name for the Legion as a whole, as their first Lord Commander, Gren Gustulf, is famously recorded as saying, "I am told that once the numeral 13th was a token of an ill omen by the weak-minded and those enslaved by the lies of superstition. But in the Emperor's service we shall make it a byword for redemption and glory." Yet for all its triumphs and growing legacy, the 13th Legion was about to face what would be its greatest challenge, a test of their martial will and their resolve, and a potential failure for their very methods of war, all being pushed to the utter limits. By 833 M30, the 13th Legion had undergone significant expansions, now numbering approximately 33,000 Space Marines. Their primary battle group was formed out of the 12th Expeditionary Fleet, and this was a formidable force that would soon be tested in one of the more pivotal events of the Great Crusade. This expansion was a result of two key factors that set the Ultramarines apart from their peers. The first was the Legion's pragmatic warfare doctrines, which allowed them to favor more attrition-heavy tactics, allowing the Ultramarines to survive longer and their forces to build up in higher numbers. The Ultramarines, as evidenced in their previous campaigns, were adept at achieving their objectives with minimal casualties. Their emphasis for precision strikes, coupled with their ability to avoid prolonged engagements, meant that they could often end battles quickly and decisively, reducing the toll on both their forces and civilians, meaning that they would have a wider base to recruit new Astartes from. Unlike the other legions which reveled in the brutal and costly acts of warfare that they did, the Ultramarines excelled in efficiency and efficacy, and effectively achieving their goals with a singular precision. When engaging with human worlds, they took particular care to minimize collateral damage, maintaining their reputation as tacticians that valued the preservation of life over unnecessary destruction. The second was a unique aspect of the 13th gene seed, which contributed to their growing numbers. While the success rate of gene seed implantation of the 13th was standard, their gene line displayed an extraordinary resistance to errors, in particular during replication, with a stability compared only to that of the 1st Legion. This allowed the Ultramarines to steadily grow their ranks, despite the absence of a mature Primarch, to stabilize their gene code. As a result, the 13th Legion was able to maintain a relatively high genetic consistency, ensuring that the supplies of new Astartes met the excruciating demands for their expanding forces. With their numbers swelling and their reputation for precision and tactics well established, the 13th Legion became a powerful presence within the Great Crusade. At this time, the Emperor, alongside his most trusted commanders, Varus Manus of the 10th and Horus Lupercal of the Luna Wolves, led the primary thrust of the Crusade into the distant reaches of the Segmentum Solar. The Emperor's forces would then venture beyond the borders of humanity's core territories, seeking to expand the Imperium's grasp across the galaxy as a whole. However, due to scale, self-sufficiency, and genetic stability, the 13th Legion, and thereby the 12th Expeditionary Fleet, was entrusted with a critical mission of exploring and consolidating the intergalactic disk, a territory situated between the densely populated core world of Terra, along with the immediately surrounding star systems. It was during this period of exploration and expansion that the Osiris Cluster Rebellion erupted. This crisis unfolded alarmingly close to the Capitoline systems, and it was a secessionist movement that threatened the Imperium's stability at the time. Within Segmentum Solar, the proximity of the rebellion and its potential disruptive influence on the delicately maintained balance of power led to the swift and total mobilization of the 13th Legion, in particular due to their given location. The Ultramarines were the closest and most available force at hand. As a result, they were tasked with bringing this rebellion to a swift and decisive end. As the tensions mounted in the the Osiris cluster, the 13th Legion would engage with their traditional combination of strategic pragmatism and rapid mobilization. However, this way of combat would soon be put to the test within the most critical of engagements, as the Osiris cluster was a strategic grouping of 11 star systems within the Segmentum Solar's second quadrant, which ended up in rebellion in 833 M30, and it seemed completely without warning that the Osiris cluster declared their secession from the Imperium. This was a bold move marked by the seizure of Chartist merchant vessels, attacks on the Imperialist Armada Navy patrols, along with the mysterious disappearance of Imperial agents, which many would presume dead. The rebellious systems, many of which had been technologically advanced at the time of their initial compliance, in the 8th year of the Great Crusade, had once been viewed as a triumph for the Imperium at how successfully they were integrated and started producing for the Imperium as a whole. However, it was now found that these successes were, in essence, a challenge to Imperial authority in the process. The declaration of rebellion was seen as an insult to the 13th Legion and its commander, Gren Vosto, who had at one point played a significant role in the Osiris cluster's original compliance years earlier. Vosto considered the insurrection a personal affront to the Legion's very honor, and he was determined to resolve matters swiftly. Vosto also vowed to bring the traitors to heel, ensuring the Legion's reputation would not be tarnished by these acts of defiance. Vosto's first steps was to quickly respond, capitalizing on the 13th Legion's rapid response capabilities. After receiving initial intelligence reports, Vosto ordered almost the entirety of the 12th Expeditionary Fleet under his command to proceed directly to Septus 12, the Halo world of the Osiris cluster. The fleet left behind its slower moving support elements, such as lumbering troop transports and forged ships, and set out with the Legion's combat vessels, fully armed and ready to engage. The fleet's objective was the atmospherically sealed city of Koblast, situated on the night side of Septus 12, which served as both the economic and political capital of the Osiris cluster. The logic behind this rapid strike was simple. A blow against the heart of the rebellion would be delivered before the insurgents could fully consolidate their forces, which potentially could end the conflict before it could even start in full. In essence, Vosto's plan was to cripple the rebellion at its source, ensuring the Imperium's authority was reasserted without delay. The 12th Expeditionary Fleet arrived at the outer reaches of the Septus 12 system rather quickly, and their flagship, the Goliath-class macro battleship Thethlan's Thunder, led the charge, its heavy firepower providing sufficient force to overwhelm the system's defense ships. The short engagement was a triumph for the 13th, with no losses of space marine forces. After neutralizing the system's orbital defenses, the fleet moved to engage the planet itself. Vosto's plan was rather simple, and it was based on a decapitation strike, an approach that had proven effective in past engagements, and had been honed in part by the Luna Wolves' expertise in such tactics being added to their own knowledge base. The goal was clear: attack the key governmental and environmental control complexes within the capital, cut off these systems who were essential for the Hive City's survival, and in doing so, Vosto intended to deliver a blow at the heart of the rebellion while minimizing damage to the planet's infrastructure and population as a whole. The assault was designed not only to cripple the rebels, but to serve as a stark reminder of the futility of opposing the Emperor's will. Vosto strategically built upon detailed intelligence and careful military assessment as he calculated the scale of the rebellion and expected only a modest militia force to oppose the 13th Legion. But as the 13th Legion prepared to execute its plan, a harsh reality began to reveal itself. The assumptions of Vosto and his information were fundamentally flawed. The rebellion was not as disorganized or as weak and ill-equipped as they had anticipated, and the challenge they now faced was greater than any they had foreseen. The invasion of Septus 7 proper began with the precision and calculated force typical of the 13th Legion. Their flagship unleashed a devastating barrage bombardment against the protective outer shell of the Hive capital of Kobaset, creating massive breaches. Then, as the bombardment subsided, Lord Commander Gren Vosto, at the helm of the Legion's assault, led the initial charge personally. His Stormbird assault craft descended upon the heart of the Hive City as the first wave of the Legion's warriors prepared to cut down any resistance. However, what they encountered was far beyond their expectations. The forces on the ground were unlike any typical foe. Instead of disorganized human militia, the 13th Legion found themselves facing waves upon waves of civilians, their eyes hollow and vacant, their movements driven by something far more insidious than mere rebellion. These were dead-eyed individuals forcibly transformed into weapons of war themselves, crude, grotesque mannequins, mockeries of the human form. Many had been hastily sewn and installed within makeshift pressure suits, and carried improvised weapons that realistically would do little damage on their own. However, the most deadly of these were explosive mining charges, adapted into crude self-termination devices. The Legion's initial tactics, rapid, decisive, and brutal, quickly proved ineffective against the seemingly endless tide of bodies being pressed against them. As human waves poured forth in cold, inhuman silence, undeterred by the deadly force that had brought down countless enemies in the past, the situation grew dire. It became painfully clear that the 13th Legion was facing far more than a mere rebellion. This was no ordinary insurgency. It was an enemy with an unyielding will, and the resolve to do something rather unnatural. Bosto, unwilling to allow his forces to be bogged down, called for reinforcements and an adjustment of his tactic. The Legion's superior close-quarter combat training would be the key to their victory, as it would rely on its strength to push forward, along with coordination to counter the overwhelming numbers. Yet despite their superior training and equipment, the advancing legionaries were taking increasing numbers of casualties as they fought their way deeper into the Hive City. They would face opposition from what could only be described as noble bodyguards, warriors who had been part of the city's elite but were now reduced to mindless automatons of human flesh, driven forward by an unknown force. Their ranks thin, but their movements and armaments were both cold and unflinching. As the Legion continued to push further and further, the sheer scale of the resistance became clear. The deeper they advanced, the more entrenched the enemy became, and the less human they would be. And what was originally planned to be a surgical strike now seemed destined for a catastrophe. Suddenly and without warning, a xenos fleet of unknown origin emerged from the embrace of Septus XII's giant star. Comprising of 5 hourglass-shaped vessels, their structures rotated ceaselessly, turning like clockwork. The appearance of this fleet sent shockwaves through the Legion's command. What had been an attempted surgical strike was now at risk of being overwhelmed by a force far more sophisticated and more ruthless than they had expected. Realizing said peril, Vosto ordered a general retreat from the surface. However, as his forces began to withdraw their stormbirds and transports, the nature of the conflict began to shift once more. The attack on the 13th Legion intensified further still. The assault was rather different, now far more coordinated and deliberate. It was clear that they were not just facing a rebellious force, but a convergent enemy, both known and unknown, closing in around them on all sides. These disgusting xenos were using humans as tools, committing heavy casualties to the Ultramarines and great atrocities to humanity as a whole. The situation had now turned into a battle for survival, rather than an employment of tactics. As the battle raged on, the 13th Legion found itself facing overwhelming odds. Their stormbirds, essential for extracting their legions from the hive cities, came under constant assaults, some of them being taken down from the air just as they took off, all the while being hounded by the torrents of civilian zombie-like mobs, seemingly endless as they poured from side junctions, corridors, and even sewer tunnels within Hive Koblast. Their purpose was not to kill, but it was to pin down and trap the Astartes. These civilians, inhumanly unflinching in their sacrifice, sought only to overwhelm the legionaries, using their sheer mass to neutralize the Astartes' superior physical and tactical prowess. Meanwhile, high above the surface, the Xenos fleet itself clashed violently with the 12th Expeditionary Fleet. The battle unfolded in a fierce, ranged engagement as two forces exchanged blows in a contest of power. The hourglass-shaped vessels, vastly superior in size and power to the Imperial flagship Sethan's Thunder, retaliated with devastating uses of energy weapons. These strange craft lashed out with elemental particle whips. The 12th Expeditionary Fleet was outmatched but still holding strong, fought back valiantly, to the point that one of the immense Xenos vessels was forced to fall back, its hull ruptured, and strange glowing vapors spilling out from the wound. Despite this, the cost was high, as the Imperial Fleet lost dozens of its own warships. Their flagship, the Sethan's Thunder, also was grievously damaged and now burning, spiraling out of control, leaving the Legion to face an increasingly perilous situation. As the battles in the sky intensified, a new horror emerged. Figures, pale and aglow with a sickly light, materialized amongst the chaos of both the surface and within the warships above. These were not mere warriors, but something far more sinister. Armored in biomechanical containment suits, these ghastly entities were barely corporeal, existing as ghastly glowing mists. their gauntlets unleashing ethereal fire, and their alien wills probed the minds of the legionaries, seeking to crush any resistance. In the midst of this chaos, Commander Vosto made his final command, a full withdrawal of his forces, the priority being the retrieval of as many surviving legionaries as possible. This grim order came at a heavy cost. With his forces shattered and in retreat, Vosto chose to remain on the surface, making the ultimate sacrifice as he commanded the rearguard. This act was one of penance, a final attempt to atone for the tactical errors that had led them to this situation. His last act before his death was transferring command of the 13th Legion to First Master Marnius Gage, the most senior surviving officer in orbit. Gage's quick thinking and tactical brilliance would end up proving critical, as he led a desperate high-stakes battle in the void, conducting a series of counter-thrusts, feints, and strategic retreats, keeping the Xenos fleet at bay just long enough for the remaining Stormbirds to escape. Gage's successful leadership held the Xenos Titan ships at arm's length, allowing the 12th Expeditionary Fleet to disengage and begin its escape. It was through Gage's sheer determination and the tactical acumen of the 13th Legion that they were able to survive without incurring further immense costs. In the wake of the Orisis Cluster Rebellion and the catastrophic defeat at Septus 12, the word of this new enemy was to be delivered to Terra at all costs. The 13th Legion had encountered a force unlike any they had ever faced before, one that would become a terrifying chapter in the Imperium's history. The events would mark the beginning of a new and unknown threat to the Imperium being countered. When the smoke cleared and the casualty reports were compiled in the aftermath of the Battle of Septus 12, it was nothing short of catastrophic. What had initially threatened to become a complete disaster was, by some measure, reduced to a mere defeat, though the losses were staggering. The Legion suffered the greatest single loss in their history as of yet, with over 6,500 Space Marines perishing, which was approximately a fifth of their Legion's fighting force. This tragic tally included some of their most elite members, in particular Terran veterans who had fought alongside the Emperor during the early stages of the Great Crusade, along with their Lord Commander Gren Vosto, whose death struck a devastating blow to the leadership and the morale of the Legion. The 12th Expeditionary Fleet fared no better. A quarter of its warships lost, as they were either destroyed or left in such an irreparably damaged state that they had to be scuttled. The pride of the fleet, Sethan's Thunder, had been reduced to a wreck, and the toll on the Imperial forces was immense. Beyond physical losses, however, there was a deeper wound made to the 13th's honor. The overconfidence that had led them to such a perilous position haunted them deeply. The Legion, once a symbol of near invincibility, had been humbled. Though they longed for revenge, their opportunity for retribution was cruelly denied. Despite this, the 13th Legion regrouped. Just under a standard year later, they returned to the Osiris cluster with reinforcements, including elements of the Solar Armada and the 18th Legion, the Salamanders, along with specialist anti-psyker cadres from Terra, which are assumed to include Sisters of Silence. Just under a standard year later, the hope was that they could confront this elusive enemy, now known as the Osirian Cybrid, and eradicate the threat that had so grievously wounded them and humanity. But what they found upon their return was far from what they anticipated. The Osirian Cybrids were nowhere to be found. The Xenos elites that had so decisively turned the tide of battle against them had vanished without a trace. Instead, Imperial forces would encounter a devastated Osiris cluster, one that had been terraformed into a landscape of ruin. The planets within the cluster had been reduced to wastelands, littered with unburied bodies, and what few remained were embroiled in unending civil strife and chaos. It became clear that the Xenos invaders had been more subtle in their campaigns than anyone had anticipated. What records were left behind, fragmentary and scattered, were often corrupted beyond recognition, providing very little clarity. Some planetary dataspheres remained, but they too had been purged, their contents erased or altered to prevent any coherent understanding of the invaders' origins. The only consistent detail was that the Osirian Cybrids had often infiltrated the cluster with an unnatural precision. Initially, they had operated covertly, moving in the shadows and taking control of entire worlds, piecemeal. Their tactics were rather insidious, as they broke the will of their populations, either by subjugating their minds through psychic manipulation or kidnapping entire segments of the population and refitting their biology to better suit their needs, leaving the remaining survivors as a state of utter peril and silent neglect, either through starvation, despair, or biological inactivity. Wherever the Xenos had gone and what had become of their armies was a question that remained unanswered. What remained, however, was the haunting reality that the 13th and the Imperium was left with far more questions than answers. The Osirian Cybrids, a force the Legion and many Imperial generals had once feared had just disappeared as quickly as they had arrived, leaving behind only the scars of their presence. The Imperium as it stood was none the wiser of the full scale of the threat they had actually faced, and the possibility of future encounters with this mysterious force would hang in the air. In the wake of the failed campaign, a horrifying truth had emerged for the 13th Legion. The foe they had encountered was not just powerful, but capable of subtly twisting and manipulating entire worlds simultaneously from within the shadows. These invaders employed covert psychic domination in order to twist and turn worlds into hotbeds of rebellion and strife. They preyed on the fears of rulers and exploited the psychological vulnerabilities of entire populations simultaneously. The discovery of such a threat was made worse as it was not just an army of overwhelming numbers, but a clear and present danger, one who could manipulate and use insidious tactics to strike at the very heart of the Imperium itself. The Emperor, in all his wisdom, had declared this force to be a threat to be eliminated and exterminated by any means, and the 13th Legion was now burning with a blood oath of vengeance that they would not rest until every last trace of this enemy was erased from existence. The reclamation of the Osiris cluster, though it had returned to Imperial control, was far from a victory. The cluster was now marked by devastation. What remained was no glory, but a grim process of repopulation and restoration. For the 13th Legion, the campaign had ended not with honor, but with a hard, cold truth. The Legiones Astartes had been bested by an enemy that had never been fully understood. The Legion's shattered remains returned to the Imperium's fold, and the weight of their losses settled heavily upon their hearts. Under the leadership of Marneus Gage, who had assumed the mantle of Lord Commander and Legion Master of the 13th, began an audacious task of rebuilding. Supply lines and supplies themselves were replenished, the ranks refilled, and an air of grim, dogged determination began to settle. However, there was no escaping the shadow of Septis 12. The names of those lost in battle, including their former Lord Commander, Gren Vosto, were now whispered in cries of vengeance, one that they would have to use to wash away the stain of defeat by fully erasing the species from existence. As the months turned into years, the Legion's focus shifted. Their once fervent desire for recognition and respect from their peers would become quiet determination. The 13th Legion no longer sought accolades, but only to prove themselves that the humiliation of Septis 12 had been a singular aberration, a fluke, a mistake that would never be repeated and would never define them again. But the truth was, something deeper was at play. The feeling of loss and doubt had taken root within the Legion's ranks. There was also the fact that in the hearts of every Astartes was the biological and spiritual need to reunite with their Primarch. And as this urge grew within the 13th Legion, what was once an occasional longing would turn into an obsession. The need for their Primarch, along with Gren Vosto's death, had left a hollow void within the Legion, and no victory would truly heal it. Their desire for reunion was no longer just a matter of honor. It was seen as the only way to restore their worthiness and regain some semblance of self. What they did not know, however, was that more than 2 Terran years earlier, the Emperor had already found their Primarch, the one they had longed for, and the one who they thought might be forever lost. However, unfortunately for them, the warp was a fickle mistress. As it often was, it had thwarted the direct efforts of their contact. Their Primarch's return and the Legion's salvation had been delayed for many more standard years than it would have otherwise, leaving the Legion to carry on without him, their spirits torn between hope and desperation. For the moment, the Legion was trapped in a time of both turmoil and unending purpose. Each battle they fought in the name of the Great Crusade was tainted by a deep sense of emptiness, which would lead them to another battle and another battle. As the Legion moved from one world to the next, each conquest a step towards something, though what exactly that something was, no one could say. The 13th Legion's future now lay entwined with the potential return of the Primarch, a reunion that when it came promised to either restore them or break them completely. Until then, they would continue to fight and fight again, in order to make the loss at Septis 12 merely a step towards redemption. The early days of mankind's expansion beyond Terra were defined by numerous campaigns that would shape the future of the Imperium for far longer than they realistically should. Amongst these was the first pacification of Luna, which occurred in 703 M30, and it stands as one of the earliest and most significant actions undertaken by the fledgling Imperium. And it marked the first time that elements of the Space Marine Legions, part of the Emperor's Great Crusade, fought beyond the skies of Terra itself. It was a better time for the 13th Legion, as the time of the Unification Wars was still raging across the surface of Terra. Terra, and Luna, mankind's closest celestial body, was a home of a collection of gene cults known as the Selenar. These cults were the product of ancient and mysterious resurrectionist technologies, which had been used to cultivate the belief that human nature was fractal and ultimately transcendent. Each Selenar faction sought to distill the perfect singular archetype for humanity, and through their clandestine genetic manipulations, the cults would undergo significant structures of repeated resurrection. Their adherence to these superstitious beliefs was steeped in the ancient technology of the Dark Ages, and it led them to resist the Emperor's calls for submission and the implementation of the imperial truth. Despite the repeated attempts by the Emperor to forge an alliance, these Selenar cults responded with silence and/or violence, and the Imperium's threats continued to mount. And so, to reunite Luna with the Imperium, the Emperor created a task force of 3 newly formed legions: the 7th Legion, known as the Imperial Fist, the 13th Legion, known as the Ultramarines, and the newly christened 16th Legion, which would eventually become known as the Luna Wolves, would be assigned to bring Luna into compliance. And those who would become the Luna Wolves were chosen as a vanguard to silently ascend into the void within an assault craft in a manner that the Selenar would be left unawares of their imminent assault, as any preparation would do little as a Luna Wolves craft struck decisively, and within 6 solar hours, Luna had been pacified, making it the first off-world conquest of the newborn Imperium, in particular one where the Ultramarines would also take part. In the wake of this attack, the remaining Selenar cultists facing annihilation surrendered to the Emperor. In a communication, they famously requested the Emperor call off his wolves, which included the Imperial Fists, the Luna Wolves, and the Ultramarines, and it signaled the end of their resistance. The surviving gene craftsmen were subsequently enslaved and/or pressed into service depending on their crimes, all for the Emperor's grand design. This would be one of the first times that the Ultramarines and the Luna Wolves would work together, and after their swift victory, they would go on to work together constantly during the Great Crusade. And this would all culminate with the greatest change that came to the 13th Legion when they were reunited with their Primarch. The story of the Primarch Roboute Guilliman, the progenitor of the Ultramarines, is one of the most well documented amongst the 20 Primarchs, thanks in large part to the tireless efforts of imperial iterators. His early life and rise, along with his eventual discovery, are chronicled in numerous accounts, many of which have become integral to imperial propaganda. These records, despite their embellishments, share a core of a consistent set of details that provide an insight into the remarkable journey of the legendary figure, the leader of the Imperium of Man and the Avenging Sun, Roboute Guilliman. Imperial legend asserts that the Emperor of Mankind, in his quest to create the ultimate warriors for the Great Crusade, genetically engineered the Primarchs from his own genetic template, and that of the worst mother in human history. Each Primarch was imbued with extraordinary abilities, carefully honed to best serve the Emperor's grand design. However, as the Emperor's designs took shape, the ruinous powers, along with Erda, the universe's worst mother, intervened, and in a cruel twist of fate, the Primarchs were torn from their gestation capsules and scattered across the galaxy through the Immaterium, which is hell, leaving each child through a randomized journey within the warp, each to an uncertain destiny. Some of the capsules, as they drifted throughout the warp, were breached, and the chaotic energies of the Immaterium seeped in, wreaking havoc and harming their developing forms. The damage was rather immense, and the corruption of chaos left an indelible mark upon several of the Primarchs, prior to them even having proper consciousness. The full scope of the nature of this corruption would not fully be revealed until the tragic events of the Horus Heresy. After drifting for decades, or in some instances centuries, the capsules came to rest on worlds populated by humans. Many of these were not advanced worlds of the Emperor's vision, but rather scattered, isolated planets, each with its own culture and history. Whether by sheer chance or the manipulations of the dark craven gods, these worlds would serve as the crucibles for the most powerful superhuman children to ever exist, where they would grow into the Primarchs that they were destined to become, some heroes, other monsters, tyrants or liberators. It really just depended. One such world, if not the greatest of these worlds, was Macragge, a planet situated on the eastern fringes of the galaxy. Unlike many of its counterparts, Macragge was not entirely barren, though it was far from a paradise. The world had once been part of a sprawling star empire that had collapsed long before humanity's great age of expansion. Despite the passage of time, Macragge's industries have managed to endure, and its people had retained a deeply authoritarian yet cohesive and constructive societal structure. Macragge's significance was further cemented by the preservation of antiquated, short-range, warp-capable vessels. These ships were a relic from a time long past, and they allowed Macragge to engage in near-stellar transit, even during the most devastating warp storms, which would eventually plague and isolate much of humanity during the Age of Strife. Macragge's people were thereby allowed to maintain a tenuous amount of contact with neighboring systems. This allowed them to stay connected, even if faintly, to the broader human race, offering a hope that they were not alone in the void. It is within this rugged yet resilient world that the Primarch, whose legacy would shape the Ultramarines, would find his new home. The capsule containing Guilliman's developing form fell not into the heart of this vast empire, but in the more harsher areas of this moderate environment known as Macragge, where the Primarch would be tempered by both brutal challenges and by his parentage, as he would rise to prominence as a leader of an unparalleled vision and strength. When the fallen capsule containing the young Primarch arrived on the world of Macragge, it would not go unnoticed. The event that would shape the Primarch of the Ultramarines began not with the arrival of a child, but with the discovery of a technological artifact, an object clearly advanced beyond the understanding of the planet's inhabitants. A group of magnates, wealthy and powerful nobles of Macragge, were on a hunt through a local forest when they first encountered the capsule. Unlike many who were mistaken for an artifact of superstition, these magnates immediately recognized the object for what it was, a vessel of superior technology far beyond anything they had ever seen before. They broke the seal and discovered within it a perfectly formed child, surrounded by the ethereal glow of power from the vessel, a sight that would forever alter the course of Macragge's history. The child, later named Roboute, was brought before Roboute Guilliman, who was a nobleman and one of the two consuls of Macragge's most powerful and civilized region. In a custom not uncommon within the nobility of Macragge, Roboute adopted the child as his own son, an act that would mark the beginning of Roboute's extraordinary rise to power. The young Primarch, already a symbol of something beyond ordinary, was named Roboute, a name that would one day echo throughout the Imperium's records with grandeur uniquely uncommon. As the years passed, Roboute grew both physically and intellectually at a speed which was nothing short of extraordinary. He grew at an unnatural pace, and with this rapid development came an equally remarkable display of both mental and physical prowess. By the time he had reached his 10th birthday, Roboute had surpassed all the teachings of Macragge's wisest tutors. His understanding of history, philosophy, and science was truly unparalleled, and his ability to recall knowledge with perfect accuracy was considered legendary. Furthermore, Roboute's talents for extrapolating logical conclusions from incomplete information bordered on the supernatural, further cementing his status as an individual destined for true greatness. Yet it was in the art of war where Roboute truly excelled. In the culture of Macragge, war was not simply a means of conquest, but it was a highly revered and studied science, an essential discipline that permeated every facet of their society. As Roboute's physical and mental capabilities sharpened, so too did his abilities as a strategist and tactician evolve. Upon reaching the legal age of majority, he was granted command over an expeditionary force tasked with pacifying the rebellious northern lands of Macragge, known as Illyrium. Illyrium was a land of chaos and a home of warring microstates, outcasts, and brigades of roaming violent criminals. It was a region of petty conflicts and mercenaries, often fighting for both sides, raiding or defending at the merest whim. Roboute was entrusted with the monumental task of subduing this lawless region, and he did so with a level of brilliance that would become the hallmark to his reign. His campaign was swift, decisive, and masterfully executed, leading to the eventual submission of the fierce Illyrium warbands. More importantly, Roboute earned the respect of these hardened fighters and their fealty, which was a testament to both his leadership and his strategic genius. However, upon returning from his campaign in the north, Roboute found his home, the capital city of Macragge Civitas, in a state of tumult. The orderly and disciplined society that he had once known was now in complete disarray, signaling a significant shift in the political landscape of Macragge, a development that would mark the beginning of a new chapter in Roboute Guilliman's life. While Roboute Guilliman led his campaign to the northern lands of Illyrium, the political climate of Macragge was changing in ways that would forever alter the course of his history. During his absence, his co-consul Galan, a man once trusted by Roboute's foster father implicitly executed a coup d'etat upon Conor Guilliman that took the people of Macragge by complete surprise, though in hindsight it is now seen as an inevitable betrayal. Gallan was a man of infinite ambition, who had harbored a desire for absolute power for years. His aspirations were not his alone, as he had secretly conspired with fractions within Macragg's nobility, a group whose wealth had been rooted in the vast estates and the labor of the impoverished vassals, whose living conditions were beginning to improve. Gallan and these conspirators saw Conor's growing influence as a threat, and more importantly, they feared the future that his foster child would bring about. Roboute, whose potential might outshine even their own, seemed on the cusp of becoming the de facto leader of the world. The political tensions within Macragge had already been escalating, and Gallan's actions provided a spark which would ignite a larger fire. Conor Guilliman, in his time as co-counsel, had begun to implement a series of reforms that challenged the ancient autocracy's stronghold to power. As Macragg's industrial economy grew, Conor allied himself with the industrial magnates, the wealthy elites who were the rivals of the traditional nobility, as they not only allowed Macragge to develop quicker, but they also allowed for the improvement of the living conditions of the lower classes. These magnates supported Conor's legislation that forced the autocrats to improve the living standards of their vassals and ensured that the workers who toiled under them had more rights under the law. Additionally, Conor passed reforms that required the nobility to fund grand infrastructure projects, including the expansion of Macragge Civitas, the capital city. These changes, though popular with the common people, enraged the old guard and put Conor on a direct path of opposition to the traditional ruling classes. It was amidst these reforms that Gallan and his allies moved decisively. They saw an opportunity to overthrow Conor, whose reforms had made him a near legendary figure amongst the common folk. Gallan's forces launched a violent coup against the government, setting the stage for chaos. With Conor's death, the balance of power within the aristocracy shifted dramatically. As Roboute and his own army approached the city of Macragge Civitas, following his successful campaign at Illyrium, the sight he was met with was nothing short of apocalyptic. The once prosperous city and the heart of Macragg's cultural and political life was now engulfed in flame, as smoke billowed into the sky and the citizens fled in chaos, their faces etched with both fear and confusion. The familiar sounds of bustling life gave way to the disorder of rebellion. Upon hearing the grim news, Roboute rushed into the core of the city with a heavy heart, knowing that his father figure, Conor Guilliman, was in immediate danger, or worse, dead. The word amongst the fleeing citizens was all the same. Gallan's private army had attacked the Senate House, where Conor and his loyal honor guard were trapped inside. What followed was a grotesque display of lawlessness. Rebel soldiers had stormed the Senate, and a mob, fueled by Gallan's rhetoric, was now spiraling beyond his control, and roamed the streets, burning, looting, pillaging, and killing without restraint. Roboute, unwilling to let his father's legacy slip away into the flames of rebellion, pushed forward, leaving his soldiers to deal with the unruly rioters by any means necessary. As he fought his way deeper into the heart of the city, passing the bodies of the fallen and hearing the crackle of rebel firing squads within the government's district, he knew time was running out. The path to the Senate House, once a symbol of power, was now littered with death and destruction. Arriving at the Senate House, Roboute found himself too late. The building that had once stood as a pillar of Macragg's political structure had all but burned out in ruin. Scarred by bullet holes and explosions, the wreckage of this once proud institution now lay in ashes. The rebels, it seems, had already fled the scene, joining the looting and pillaging that had overtaken the city. Roboute, torn up by grief and rage, realized that not only had he lost his father figure, but he had lost the very foundation of Macragg's governance. Conor Guilliman's death would mark the beginning of a new era for Macragge, as it would also solidify Roboute's place as the unchallenged figurehead of the Guilliman family. After the devastating events that unfolded across the city, Roboute Guilliman finally had made his way to the Senate House. That we know, this once proud structure had been reduced to a half-collapsed ruin. However, there are some accounts that say that in his final moments of life, gasping for breath, Roboute's father figure, Conor, was able to convey his knowledge of the treasonous conspiracy that had led to his downfall, and in the face of death he revealed the names of the conspirators, those who had betrayed him and stained their hands with blood. Amongst them, his trusted co-consul Galan, whose ambitions seemed to be the spark necessary for the coup to happen. However, depending on the historical record, it seems that in those final whispered moments, Connor's words would become a last directive, one which would ignite both a firestorm of retribution and of civility within Roboute. Upon finding out the truth about his father's assassination, Roboute Guilliman's rage became as cold as it was absolute. This betrayal was personal, but it also was an affront to the ideals that Connor had instilled in him. With the full might of his army and the support of the downtrodden citizens of Macragge, Roboute waged a brutal campaign to crush the rebellion. The aristocratic forces, bolstered by mercenaries, would be swiftly scattered, and in the aftermath, the streets of Macragge were lined with the bodies of those who had dared defy the will of the people and the Primarch, and Roboute Guilliman swiftly restored order within the capital. The change in Macragge was swift and irreversible. The aristocracy, once a pillar of the planet's political and economic systems, was utterly and completely dismantled. Lands and titles stripped away from nobility, with the traitors including Galan and his fellow co-conspirators. Those who survived were condemned to work as forced labor, charged with the monumental task of rebuilding the city they had torn apart. However, few of these traitors lived long enough to see the fruits of their labor, as the brutality of their punishment mirrored the scale of their crimes. With his foster father gone, Roboute took the reins of Macragge in a dramatic fashion. Amidst a surge of popular acclaim, he assumed the role of consul, not just as leader but as the embodiment of a new era. Roboute, with his immense will and vision, overhauled the entire structure of Macragge, civil, social, and economic, dismantling the aristocracy's well-designed hierarchy and replacing it with a ruthless meritocracy. The land was reshaped in his image, one where only those who had worked hard and served the greater good could rise, while those who sought to undermine stability found within this new order were met with a cold, swift, and uncompromising hand of justice. Under Roboute's leadership, the long-ignored economic systems of Macragge were restructured. The wealth and power that had once been hoarded by the elite aristocracy were instead redistributed, allowing broader portions of the population to access the benefits of Macragge's prosperity. Technological advances previously kept secret by the privileged few were now shared across the people, improving the quality of life for all and making the planet's infrastructure significantly more robust and capable of withstanding the challenges to come. The planetary defense forces, previously underfunded and poorly equipped, were transformed into a well-equipped militia, a force capable of defending the world from all external threats. With his unparalleled strategic mind and the vast support of the population, Roboute Guilliman built a unified society in which every citizen had a stake in the success of the world. Macragge, under the new rule of Roboute Guilliman, flourished as it had never before. It was a world united, its citizens bound by common purpose and vision. Gone were the days of aristocratic exploitation, replaced by a singular, powerful regime that stood above all challenges. Roboute's swift actions turned a city, nay a world, from the brink of collapse into a shining example of what could be accomplished when a society united under a single being as their indomitable leader. But for Roboute, victory came at a tremendous cost. Connor Guilliman, his mentor, his father, his guide, was lost to him forevermore, leaving a hole in his heart that even the power of his new position could not fill. Yet in his foster father's death, Roboute found the resolve to take up the mantle and carry out the reforms that were needed, which would define Macragge in the future, and in turn, the Ultramarines. This was not just a political shift, it was a transformation of the very soul of Macragge, one that would leave a mark on its history and the history of humanity as a whole. In the years preceding the Great Crusade, during the time when Roboute Guilliman waged his campaign on the northern lands of Lydra, a far more monumentous event began to unfold. In the distant reaches of the galaxy, around 832 M30, the Emperor of Mankind, the central figure of humanity's burgeoning Imperium, directed his fleet, the Principa Imperialis, to the planet of Espador, located in the outer fringes of the expanding Imperium's reach. far removed from the central wars of the Great Crusade. It was here, amidst the distant worlds that Macragge had tenuously communicated with, that the revelation of an unprecedented significance would occur. Upon the arrival at Espador, the Emperor learned the existence of Macragge and its ruler, Consul Roboute Guilliman, as well as a remarkable child under his care, which was none other than Roboute Guilliman. The Emperor, having observed countless signs of the child's prodigious abilities, recognized him immediately as what he was, a Primarch, one of his missing sons, whose fate had long remained shrouded in no small amount of mystery. It was often debated whether the Emperor's journey to Espador was truly coincidental, or whether he had some innate foresight or knowledge that would lead him to this remote planet. Some suggest that the Emperor, through his psychic senses, or perhaps a deeper understanding of the cosmos, had anticipated this discovery, orchestrating the timing of his arrival just perfectly. Others argue that it was a mere stroke of fate that had placed the Emperor at the right place at the right time. But what followed can be regarded as anything but coincidence. As the Emperor's fleet moved towards Macragge, disaster after disaster struck. Violent warp storms suddenly began to surge to life out of nowhere, back to back to back, cutting off the planet from the Emperor's advance. These disturbances in the warp seemed to come from powers beyond even the Emperor's control, and prevented him from an immediate approach within the system. This unexpected setback was a rare moment within an even rarer event in the Emperor's vast life, as his fully directed influence was not enough to overpower the forces of the Immaterium which were holding him back. It would be 5 long years before another attempt at contact would be made. During this interval, Macragge had undergone a profound transformation, almost as if the very land itself had been reshaped in Roboute's image. The world had become a beacon of order and efficiency, a thriving model of productivity and unity. Cities that once lay ruined were rebuilt, and now gleaming with marble, steel, and highly advanced technology, signifying a new prosperity in Macragge as its empire began to spread across multiple planets. Its armies, once disorganized and poorly equipped, had been reformed under Roboute's strict discipline, as a now well-armed and well-organized force ready to venture beyond its borders. The very fabric of Macragge had been molded into a cohesive and industrious society, one that could rival any within the Imperium. The stage was now set for the Emperor's return, but when he finally arrived on Macragge, it was not merely the arrival of the Imperial fleet. It would signal the beginning of a new era for both Roboute Guilliman and the realm of Macragge itself, as the Emperor and his appearance would mark the next chapter in the transformation and forging of the Empire within an empire known as Macragge. Even before the arrival of the Emperor, Roboute Guilliman had already begun to shape the future of his dominion. He studied the ancient histories left behind by the deposed aristocracy of Macragge, and in doing so the young Primarch discovered the remnants of humanity's interstellar past. Accounts of a once great interstellar multi-world domain that spanned the stars. These texts, some cryptic and incomplete, hinted at a time when humanity ruled vast swaths of the galaxy, a concept that would ignite in Roboute's imagination and ambition. Said ambition would be for a far greater empire. Amongst these fragments, one term stood out to him above all else: Ultramar. In the ancient scholarly writings, this phrase described an expansive domain beyond the seas of the night. Roboute's interpretation of this was clear. It was a blueprint for the future, one where humanity could reach beyond the stars and forge an interstellar domain, a realm inspired by these words, which he began to dream of, a great destiny for both himself and his people. Roboute's aspirations were not just idle fantasy. Under his rule, Macragge began to evolve into a prosperous and powerful entity. The once relatively isolated world established warp-sealed trade routes that connected it to nearby star systems, establishing an economic network that brought in raw materials, knowledge, and people to Macragge. Simultaneously, Roboute led successful campaigns against neighboring territories, swiftly quelling unrest in the expanding Macragge's sphere of influence. These early conquests, although brief, laid the foundation for what eventually would become the mighty interstellar empire of Ultramar. In 837 M30, the Emperor at last managed to arrive on Macragge, having navigated the dangers of the warp and the distant reaches of the galaxy. Upon witnessing the transformation Roboute had wrought, the Emperor is said to have been genuinely pleased. Unlike his early encounters with some of his more aggressive or savage Primarchs, such as Leman Russ, Ferrus Manus, Mortarion, the Emperor found in Roboute's accomplishments something which was to be a true demonstration of the vast potential he envisioned for humanity. When Roboute learned the truth of his origins, that he was not merely born but created for a specific purpose, he would immediately pledge loyalty to his liege. It was said that Roboute, having already theorized of his true parentage, swore fealty to the Emperor without hesitation, knowing that it was he who was his true father, and the architect of his existence. This moment marked the beginning of a powerful bond between father and son, one that would shape the future of the Imperium far more than many of his siblings. To those who observed him, it was apparent that Roboute possessed extraordinary qualities, even amongst his demigod kin. His analytical intellect, even by the standards of the Primarchs, was unmatched, and his ability to process vast amounts of information and devise strategies at an alarmingly accelerated rate was truly extraordinary. More than this, he demonstrated an innate talent for statecraft and the macro-organization of societies on an unimaginable scale, one that far outmatched any of his brothers by leagues and bounds. Roboute Guilliman's vision for the future of humanity had already been realized within the borders of his home world, but it would be his intellectual gifts combined with his unyielding and unending ambitions that would propel the Great Crusade to unforeseen heights. At the time, however, few could fathom the magnitude of what Roboute Guilliman's abilities would bring to the Emperor's vision. The Primarch's talents, coupled with the Emperor's guidance, would soon make him one of the most lauded and greatest strategies, along with statesmen, the Imperium had ever seen, with the power to unite the scattered human colonies into a singular unstoppable force. The true scale of his influence, however, would take time to fully reveal itself, as the Great Crusade unfolded across the galaxy. Upon his discovery by the Emperor, Roboute Guilliman was swiftly entrusted with the command of the 13th Legion of Space Marines, who would eventually become the Ultramarines. Now, the Primarch required little time to familiarize himself with the broader galaxy and the ongoing Great Crusade, and even less time was required for him to familiarize himself with the technologies of the fledgling Imperium, as his natural intellect and his ability for rapid assimilation of knowledge ensured that the transition into the command of both his legion and imperial armies as a whole was seamless and efficient. This appointment was met with great enthusiasm by the Ultramarines, who viewed it as an honor to swear fealty to such a capable and visionary leader. Roboute's oratory and the clarity upon which he presented his vision for the future of the Imperium were instrumental in igniting a renewed sense of purpose amongst his warriors. His words were laden with conviction and courage, along with a almost divine righteousness, which filled the Legiones Astartes with a fervor that dispelled any lingering doubts, as official records describe his assimilation of his legion as almost effortless. Yet it was Roboute's profound understanding of the military and his leadership that would truly transform the 13th Legion into an instrument of unparalleled discipline and strength. Some would say a little bit too disciplined, but that's neither here nor there. However, Roboute Guilliman did not simply take command of the Ultramarines, as he sought to transform them. His vision extended beyond that of a mere military force, as he envisioned his legion as a legion that would serve as the vanguard for the Emperor's will, a self-sustaining power capable of conquest, order, and expansion. For Guilliman, the Legion was not merely a collection of elite warriors, but instead it was a complex and interconnected machine encompassing not only the fighting men, but also vital components that enabled their operations, their supply chains, the starships that transported them across the galaxy, and the manufactura which produced their munitions and equipment, along with the worlds that provided their recruits. To Guilliman, these elements were inseparable and equally crucial for the Legion's success. He understood that a Space Marine Legion in its purest form was a unified whole, with each part contributing to a greater function of said whole. The Ultramarines were to be more than just an exceptional force within the Imperium. They were to be the embodiment of the Emperor's very vision, the culmination of the grand design, as they would become a physical manifestation of order and strength within a galaxy torn up by war and chaos. In line with this vision, Roboute Guilliman sought to build not just a stronghold for his legion on Macragge, but a vast network of support that would sustain the Imperium as a whole, should the worst come to pass. Rather than confining the Ultramarines to their homeworld alone, he made Macragge the center of a broader interstellar infrastructure. The planets Macragge had historically maintained ties with would serve as a foundational component for this network, but Guilliman had even grander designs. Macragge was to be the fulcrum of a far-reaching realm that would span across many worlds. A realm not limited to the narrow scope of a singular planet, but a strategic domain, as Guilliman above all else was an empire builder by design. This network would eventually come to be known as the Realm of Ultramar, and it would serve as a heart of Roboute Guilliman's efforts for the coming solar decades. His dream of a unified, highly organized, and expansive empire would be pursued relentlessly, creating and encompassing a vast network of worlds that not only provided support for the Ultramarines, but also served as a model for the Imperium as a whole. However, the seeds of this monumental endeavor would end up bearing tragic fruit with the onset of the Horus Heresy, the treacherous conflict that would threaten to tear apart the very foundation of the Imperium. Still, Roboute Guilliman's dream of Ultramar and his vision for a united human domain would stand as one of his most enduring legacies. As swiftly as Roboute Guilliman set his plans for the realm of Ultramar into motion, he turned his attention to the reorganization of his newly entrusted legion, the Ultramarines. Employing a meticulous and expansive approach, Guilliman would draw upon his understanding of military doctrines, political philosophies, and cultural strengths fostered in his homeworld of Macragge. He also would conduct an extensive study of the histories of the other legions and armed forces under the Emperor's banner, considering their successes and failures in equal measure. With this insight in hand, Guilliman sought to overhaul his legion, their organizational structures, tactical doctrine, and operational philosophies. The transformation of the Ultramarines into a force of unprecedented discipline and efficiency resulted in a highly meritocratic and rigorously structured military machine. This organization, while drawing heavily from the existing strengths of the 13th Legion, was an extension of Guilliman's own methodical and analytical approaches to theaters of war and leadership. The gene seed of the Primarch had already subtly influenced the character of the Legion, but through the systematic analysis and the use of his vast rationale, Guilliman was able to purge the weakness and inefficiencies from within his legion, ultimately creating an optimal military force. The restructuring of the legion was not a static endeavor, but an ongoing process, one which would evolve in response to the challenges and needs of an ever-expanding Imperium. Guilliman's strategy was overall underpinned by a dual doctrine that integrated the seemingly opposing forces, the practical virtues of the warrior, courage, discipline, and adaptability, along with the theoretical ideals of planning, precedent analysis, and assessment. Each was regarded as equally valuable, each informing the other upon what to improve. To Guilliman, these two aspects were inseparable, and when combined, formed the foundation of a cohesive and effective military strategy, a perfect union, if you will, an ultra-union, like the forging of a blade from pure metal. The 13th Legion would become the embodiment of the values that Guilliman had already established on Macragge. A society based on ruthless efficiency along with even-handedness. Under his leadership, the Ultramarines adopted a strict meritocracy with individual valor and achievement rewarded with greater responsibility and honor. However, personal ambition was subordinate to the greater whole. The Legion was a single, united body, all under Guilliman's doctrine, in which the loss of any individual warrior weakened the entire force, and thus no life would be lost recklessly or without purpose. Every member was seen as a part of a larger whole, an unbreakable chain. Within the Legion, Guilliman enforced unwavering obedience to the chain of command, a rigidity that would in later generations come to cost them. This absolute respect for hierarchy was balanced by a culture of recognition and reward for individual success. In turn, the Legion's strict discipline fostered an environment where each Ultramarine felt a profound duty to the collective cause, understanding that their success or failure impacted the Emperor's grand vision. Outwardly, these changes were immediately apparent. The livery of the Ultramarines was altered to a deep regal blue, chased with gold, reflecting the Legion's newfound prestige and connection to Guilliman's vision of a unified, orderly Imperium. The Ultima glyph, an ancient symbol of pre-isolation stellar charts held in the Ultramar region, would also be adopted as the Legion's official icon and seal, symbolizing their strong connection between the Legion and the realm of Ultramar in specific, one which they would embody heart, mind, and soul. With the new title of the Ultramarines, Guilliman's legion swore to carry the Great Crusade beyond the stars themselves if necessary, an idea famously attributed to the Remembrancer, El Amphibtida, who suggested that Guilliman's ambition knew no bounds. His commitment to the Emperor's vision was absolute, and his dedication to the legion's expansion and success would propel them towards unimaginable goals. In this moment, Guilliman and the Ultramarines would rise to become not just a military force, but as a great symbol of order, purpose, and unity within the Imperium, a legacy that would stand the test of time. With his forward base of operations established on Macragge, Primarch Roboute Guilliman was granted an independent crusade command by the Emperor himself. This would be the 12th Expeditionary Fleet, which would be reformed under his leadership and equipped with state-of-the-art warships from Mars, a reward for Guilliman's growing reputation and success. From this point, the Primarch wasted no time in pursuing a new series of conquests that would expand the reach of the Imperium of Man greatly. The Ultramarines, as Guilliman's legion, had now become known as some of the preeminent warriors in the Imperium, beginning their campaign of expansion and rapidly identifying worlds for Imperial compliance. With swift and decisive actions, the Legion would seek out hostile xenos enclaves for eradication, while also securing new territories for the Emperor's domain. Their progress was only occasionally interrupted when called upon to join larger campaigns directed by the Emperor's will. But for nearly a Terran century, the 12th Expeditionary Fleet operated with relentless speeds and purpose. Their reach extended across the galaxy. To the north, they ventured to the desolate hostile regions where the dominion of storms lay in ruin. To the east and south, they pushed to the furthest reaches of the known galaxy, approaching the mysterious boundary of Ultima Thule, a place where the stars dimmed and space seemed to empty out into the void of exogalactic darkness. In the course of their campaigns, the Ultramarines succeeded in liberating more human-settled worlds than any of the other Emperor's Primarch-led legions. These worlds, however, were not simply brought into the fold of the Imperium through military force alone. Guilliman's intense passion for establishing efficient and ordered governments ensured that once a world was compliant, it would undergo a complete transformation. The Legion did not merely conquer and move on. Upon securing planets, the Ultramarines invested significant amounts of efforts into fortifying every world they conquered, ensuring that it was self-sustaining and adequately defended. More than just military garrisons would be established, as entire systems of governance and infrastructure would be put in place to ensure the world's permanence within the growing Imperium. It was not uncommon for Guilliman's forces to spend as much time and effort in rebuilding the political and industrial foundations of a world as they would on a military campaign itself. This approach for conquest served a dual purpose: to solidify the imperial truth within each compliant world, ensuring the spread of the Emperor's doctrine and control, but to also expand the Imperium's supply lines, establishing further conquests to follow swiftly in the Ultramarines' wake. The Legion's ability to bring stability and infrastructure to newly conquered planets allowed them to extend their reach further and faster than anyone had anticipated. As the Ultramarines' campaigns pressed on, their victories continued to mount, but the growth in their number was just as, if not more, striking. Even before the reunification with Guilliman, the 13th Legion had demonstrated an impressive capacity for expansion. Their resilience, born of their gene seed, in large part due to their Primarch's more standard human traits, allowed them to maintain a steady growth, recovering from rigorous war and replenishing their ranks through rapid gene seed replication. With their Primarch's return and his guidance, the Legion's growth accelerated dramatically. Guilliman's personal vision and his organizational genius played a crucial role in refining the processes of recruitment and expansion. His genetic material, now available to enhance the purity and fidelity of the Ultramarines' gene stock, further bolstered their numbers dramatically. The result was a rather extraordinary and rapid expansion. According to some, it even exceeded the most optimistic projections, including those of the Emperor himself. The Ultramarines, once a single legion, now represented a force so vast and so well organized, along with being so unbelievably efficient, that it could no longer be simply seen as a singular military asset. It was in fact the cornerstone of the Emperor's now expanding empire, one that would forever shape the future of the Great Crusade and the Imperium as a whole, seeing as the majority of Space Marines are now descended from this bloodline. Within mere solar months of the Ultramarines' establishment on Macragge, the first new influx of recruits began arriving at the Fortress of Hera, the Legion's newly constructed fortress monastery and headquarters. This marked the commencement of a process that would persist unbroken, which would be the continual strengthening and renewal of the 13th Legion's ranks. Wave after wave of recruits stemmed in, drawn not only from Macragge and the growing worlds of the realms of Ultramar, but from the countless other colonies and worlds that had fallen under the banner of Roboute Guilliman and his crusading fleets. The recruitment process was rigorous, designed not only to test the physical prowess and powers of the candidates, but also their mental fortitude and their loyalty to the imperial truth. The process was meritocratic and demanding. Only the most capable and resilient individuals were selected for ascension into Astartes. These recruits were chosen based on a combination of physical attributes and intellectual capacity, for Guilliman sought to build a legion of warriors who were not only strong but also capable of reasoning and adapting to the complex demands of the Great Crusade. This method of selection was so extensive that the intake of new recruits exceeded that of any other legion. The scale of recruitment allowed the Ultramarines to field their ever-growing legions as a force that would soon surpass all other legions in sheer numbers. Guilliman's approach to war manifested in the way that he viewed attrition. The Ultramarines were notoriously resistant to what they deemed as the waste of attrition warfare, a tactic that called for the taking of heavy losses in exchange for a near guaranteed victory. Under Guilliman's command, this principle was inverted. The larger the force that Ultramarines could bring to bear in compliance actions, the fewer the casualties they would sustain. This tactical approach was reinforced by their ability to recruit at a scale unprecedented within the legions. By continuously replenishing their numbers, the Ultramarines could maintain an overwhelming presence in any theater of war, amplifying their impact and reducing their overall vulnerabilities, allowing them to use siege warfare tactics in a way that had not been done before. However, not every campaign was free of hardship, as the Ultramarines faced countless enemies, including some of the most horrific threats in the galaxy, such as the orcs and the predatory Tandril, along with a host of other xenoic horrors. In these encounters, the Ultramarines did in fact endure heavy losses, fighting battles that tested both their mettle and resolve. Despite this, their sheer number and capacity for rapid replenishment of troops made them remarkably resilient. Any casualties suffered were inevitably replaced within a few Terran years, ensuring the Legion could withstand even the most punishing of campaigns. This extraordinary capacity for renewal in both terms of manpower and organizational structures ensured that the Ultramarines remained a domineering force on every battlefield the Imperium had to offer. Their ability to replace lost warriors, coupled with their unyielding commitment to efficiency and discipline, allowed them to maintain their momentum unimpeded in the Great Crusade, securing victory after victory in the Emperor's name. Through Guilliman's vision, the 13th Legion was no longer just a fighting force, it was a symbol of the Imperium's ever-growing realms. By the time Horus was appointed as War Master during the Triumph of Ulnar, the Ultramarines had established themselves as the largest of all Space Marine legions. Official assessments place their numbers well beyond that of their peer legionaries, with a substantial margin separating them from the next largest forces. This unprecedented growth was in large part a result of the Ultramarines' continued expansion, fortification, and recruitment processes, along with their ability to replenish their ranks. With this newfound strength, the 12th Expeditionary Fleet, once a singular force, was subdivided into multiple smaller fleets. Each fleet, still vast and closing in on most Legion's operational size, carried with it thousands upon thousands, and at times tens of thousands of Astartes, allowing the Legion to have an even larger range further across the galaxy and extending to the furthest reaches of the Imperium's growing domains. By the eve of the Isstvan III atrocity, the Ultramarines had grown to a staggering size of 250,000 Astartes, a feat that would stand as a monumental achievement unmatched by any other legion. The Ultramarines were not only the most numerous, but also the most formidable, in part due to their incredible supply lines and incredible size. Their strength would go, in essence, unchallenged for much of the Great Crusade, with only a few outliers posing any serious competition, in particular the Luna Wolves and the Dark Angels, while the Word Bearers, following their treasonous expansion, would come to rival the Ultramarines, in large part due to the demons aiding them. Estimates suggest that they too may have numbered in the upwards of 100,000 legionaries. These figures, though often shrouded in no small amount of secrecy and historical loss of information, are generally agreed to be correct. The Alpha Legion, with their infamous clandestine operations, would also be rumored to match or surpass the Ultramarines' strength, though official records would often understate their true capacity. The true scope of the Ultramarines' power was not only measured by their sheer size of numbers, but also by the strength of the realm they controlled and their supply lines being, in essence, unrivaled. The realm Guilliman had created was so vast that by the time of the Galactic Civil War, it was said to encompass as many as 500 worlds. This empire within an empire was a self-sustaining network of planets and colonies, which acted as a fortress in the east, with its influence stretching as far and wide across the galaxy as any other. It was a significant power base that had been established with such careful planning and forethought that it made the Ultramarines almost untouchable, to the point that Lorgar would have to intentionally isolate them and send multiple legions in order to hold them up. However, this tremendous growth would also prove to be the Ultramarines' greatest vulnerability. Their size and autonomy, given their vast and varied extensive infrastructure, made them to be viewed as a separate and involatile entity in the East, and it made them a priority target for the growing traitor conspiracy. The War Master's vision, alongside with the Wordbearer's burning desire for vengeance, would soon see the Ultramarines isolated and broken. The War Master's ultimate plan, crafted with the intention of dismantling the Imperium from within, would unfold for the Ultramarines on the world of Calth, a pivotal battleground where the fate of the Ultramarines and their Primarch Roboute Guilliman would hang in the balance, which would set the record for the longest continuous battle in all of history, as the Ultramarines to this day will refuse to accept the Battle of Calth ending until the last Wordbearer is slain, as the Ultramarines would find themselves as one of the prime targets of the traitors, as they would also find themselves as the target of one of the first major conflicts of the Horus Heresy. Roboute Guilliman assumed command of the 13th Legion in the 4th solar decade of the Great Crusade. Following his rediscovery in 837 M30, he set about transforming the Legion into a precise and powerful instrument of war. Under his leadership, the Ultramarines rapidly ascended in strength, with a track record of nearly uninterrupted success across the eastern sector of the galaxy. The Legion's disciplined structure proved effective in allowing it to expand with an unparalleled speed, liberating human-settled worlds and solidifying its control over the fledgling realm of Ultramar. For more than 50 years, the Ultramarines had waged successful compliance actions, expanding their reach evermore into distant regions. By 899 M30, their ranks had approximately grown to 166,000 Astartes, positioning them as one of the largest Space Marine legions, though they had not reached the scale of the other older legions. During this time, the Dark Angels, once the largest and most powerful of the legions, had suffered significant losses, in particular after the third Rangdang Xenocide. This event, in which 50,000 of their own had perished in a desperate struggle to prevent the annihilation of the northern sector of the Imperium, had reduced their numbers substantially, leaving the Ultramarines to surpass them in sheer manpower and general applicable strength. Despite their increase in size and power, Roboute Guilliman was not content to rest on his laurels. Though his legion had indeed flourished, he was haunted by the shadow of the past failures of the Legion, in particular, the Orisis Cluster Rebellion, a disastrous campaign that had occurred prior to his reunion with the Ultramarines. Under the leadership of the previous Legion Master, the Ultramarines had suffered a catastrophic defeat at the hands of the Osirian Cybrids. This was a terrifying and macabre xenos species, and the defeat had cast a long shadow over the Legion as a whole, one that lingered in the psyche of both surviving warriors and new recruits who joined their ranks. The loss was never openly discussed, but it weighed particularly heavy upon all those of the Legion. The utter stain of the Orisis cluster had left a mark on their identity, one that could not easily be erased. For Roboute Guilliman, the only way to purge the Legion of this lingering shame would be to confront directly the Osirian Cybrids and destroy them utterly, completely, and totally. Since finding out about the defeat, the Primarch had devoted himself to studying the aftermath, poring over battle logs, gun piercer footage, and even fragmented Auspex data retrieved from surviving warships. The Ultramarines' ongoing series of compliance actions allowed Guilliman to hone his strategies, analyzing and refining the theoretical battle scenarios against this particular xenos threat and all others to come, preparing for the day that they would inevitably resurface. But the years passed, and the Osiran Cybrids did not return. Of course, there were rumors, unsettling though they may be, of reports passed down from rogue traders and frontier scouts. These tales spoke of inexplicable massacres, entire settlements disappearing without a trace, and only remnants of destruction being left behind. Yet, as with so many stories across the galaxy, the evidence for it was often fragmented and inconclusive, sometimes even pointing to others, said others being more familiar and constant threats. The galaxy was a vast and unpredictable place, filled with countless, unending dangers. The Cybrids, though feared, remained an elusive and rather mysterious presence in the stories whispered about in the shadows of the Imperium's frontiers. Despite these unsolved mysteries, Guilliman remained steadfast, as he knew one day the Osiran Cybrids would return, and when they did, the Ultramarines would be ready. Eventually, the Battle of Eurydice Terminal, a conflict which would, in later years, define this long-awaited reckoning, would occur, but it was only a matter of time. As the Ultramarines continued their campaigns across the galaxy, expanding their influence, supply lines, and overall military power, the memory of the Osiris Cluster Rebellion would forever stain their history. A scar, but one that their Primarch was determined to erase, allowing his legion to be shaped not by the past, but by their present and the potential for humanity's future. For the next 26 standard years, the fate of the Osiran Cybrids remained an open question, one haunting the records of the Great Crusade, a puzzle without a resolution. Their last recorded engagement had been the disastrous Osiris Cluster Rebellion, and the battle that had left the Ultramarines with an unhealed wound. Reports of their resurgence were often little more than whispers and unsubstantiated accounts from rogue traders. It would not be until the world of Maxilla Vertis, which was near the swirling nightmare of the Maelstrom, that the first tangible evidence of the Cybrids' return was uncovered. By that time, the Ultramarines had their fast cruisers arriving. However, when they had actually arrived, the trail had gone cold, and the world itself was found dead, its surface scoured as a grim reminder of the passage of something beyond mortal comprehension. No survivors, no transmissions, no lingering battle signatures, only complete and utter devastation, in a manner that was eerily reminiscent of the Cybrids, an enemy who was known to leave nothing in their wake. But it would be in the final months of 899 M30 that confirmation of an undeniable reality, a rather chilling one, finally reached the ears of Roboute Guilliman. The report relayed through the astropathic chamber of Terra was unlike any the Primarch had yet received. It came not from his own legion, but a subfleet of the 12th, the infamous Warhounds, in the last days before their transformation into something far more brutal. The fleet had been under the command of Praetor Erod Krug, and it had been operating on the southwestern fringes of the Crusade's reach, near the Eurydice Terminal, a desolate frontier region marked by warring void empires, pirate raiders, and uncharted horrors. The Warhounds had found themselves embroiled in a brutal struggle against an orc fleet of the vast Glortan Empire, a savage warband from the abyssal gulfs beyond Imperial star charts. Outnumbered and beset on all sides, the Warhounds' fleet relied upon their characteristic ferocity, employing relentless void ship boarding actions, along with punishing ground assaults, were all used in order to keep the orcs at bay from securing a foothold on the surface of the world. On the surface, the conflict itself was reaching a fever pitch when something wholly unexpected appeared. A third force entered the brouhaha, a force which would attack both sides. The Warhounds, being the genetically engineered warriors they were, relentlessly pursued them for slaughter. But now, instead of just fighting the orcs, they were fighting on two fronts for their very survival. Vox transmissions grew panicked, and data records became fragmented, as the ferocity of the battle escalated into something that defied all rationale. And then, without warning, all communication ceased. When the Ultramarines' Retribution fleet arrived, even Guilliman and his formidable mind could not have foreseen what awaited them. The Eurydice Terminal had become a charnel house of complete and total devastation. The void was left littered with shattered warships, hulks bearing the unmistakable scarring of energy weapons unlike any standard xenos. The remnants of the Orcs fleet left adrift in ruin. Their once crude but effective voidcraft turned into nothing more than twisted metal and dying embers. But it was the remnants of the 12th that sent a chill up the Ultramarines' ranks. This was a force that had once numbered in thousands, reduced to a mere handful of hundreds. The survivors were bloodied and battered, standing amongst the wreckage of what had once been a vast Imperial victory force. At their head, still standing despite grievous and what to most Astartes would be mortal wounds, Arad, a warrior who had been known for a will of iron from deep within, now bore a body with savage rents of blade and bolt alike. His armor was in essence shattered, but his presence was unbroken. He had witnessed firsthand the thing that had turned a war zone into a slaughterhouse. Whatever force had intervened in their battle left no trace of itself, took no prisoners, no debris, no bodies, only insurmountable ruin. A ruin which the Ultramarines quickly understood could only be caused by the Cybrids, and they knew that they now had returned with a vengeance. With that knowledge in mind, the Ultramarines went on to collect information, and so a battle-hardened Warhound's Praetor, his armor still rather scarred and damaged from the slaughter at Eurydice, recounted to Roboute Guilliman directly a tale that seemed to defy even the horrors of the Great Crusade. The Osirian Cybrids had indeed returned, not merely as a lurking threat, but as a force wielding an insidious and terrifying weapon, something that allowed them to completely subdue the minds of their enemies through sheer psychic dominance, which had led them to enslave an entire feral orc horde, turning the brutish warriors against their own kind and setting them upon the defenders of Eurydice. It was a battle not fought only in flesh and steel, but in the unseen realm of the Imperium, a realm of thought, will, and spirit. This was a war that had nearly shattered the 12th Legion. The Warhounds alone had resisted the Cybrids' control, all thanks to the sheer aggression and the uncompromising willpower that had been derived from their genetic makeup. This unexpected shield against psychic enslavement had been the only reason that they had survived in any number, especially after their human compatriots had been turned. But their defiance had come at a terrible cost. Massively outnumbered and relentlessly besieged, they had to bleed for every inch of ground they would hold. Their once mighty numbers had been reduced to a few hundred shattered warriors, though at this point it would be more apt to call them survivors. Their fate would have been sealed had the system not descended into a deeper chaos. What came next was something no tactician and no Primarch could have foreseen. The entirety of the greenskin Glorten Empire, a warband beyond estimation, descended upon the Eurydice terminal in a tide of unrelenting fury. But something was different, even for the Orcs. Their rage seemed unnatural, almost as if it was genetically programmed into them. Their ferocity sharpened to an unbearable edge. They fought as if possessed by an ancient spirit, something far grander and more dangerous than the Orcs of today. This was more than just instinct that bound them to slaughter. Then the truth was revealed. Cybrid void ships emerged from the cold, dark emptiness of space, their hourglass vessels disgorging thousands upon thousands of enslaved warriors, not just orcs, but alien species unknown to even the most complete of Imperial war records. The Eurydice terminal had become more than just a battlefield. It had become a multi-pronged vortex of destruction, a place where entire civilizations would be drawn in to die. This is a battle to which Guilliman and the Ultramarines had come. Assessing the grim reality before them, the Primarch of the 13th wasted no time. The sheer scale of the battle had transformed into something completely unprecedented. With 100,000 Ultramarines under his command, left Guilliman determined to see his legion claim victory where the Warhounds had only found a ruin. Arad, despite his wounds, made one final request for his surviving legionaries to be extracted from the wreckage and granted a place in the battle itself. But Guilliman, for some reason or another, would deny him. This was to be the Ultramarines' war, a reckoning that belonged to his warriors and his warriors alone. And so he formulated a plan, one that was both swift and brutal in its execution. Unlike anything Guilliman had attempted before, there would be no long-range bombardment, no careful encirclement, no drawn-out fleet engagement. Instead, the Ultramarines would strike at the enemy's heart with overwhelming numbers and an unrelenting force. So the order would be given. Like a blade thrust into the enemy's guts, the Ultramarines' fleet plunged directly into the heart of the Cybrids' armada. Void shields blazing, escort ships maneuvering with a mathematical precision. All the while, the 13th Legion committed itself to an all-out boarding assault. Tens of thousands of Space Marines surged into their drop bays, their weapons primed, their war cries echoing across the decks into the void. Guilliman had chosen a strategy not of attrition, but of total and immediate devastation. And so, the Battle of Eurydice Terminal began anew. It is not without irony that Roboute Guilliman himself, in later testimony, would reflect on this moment, the Battle of Eurydice Terminal, as proof that the Ultramarines were not a legion adverse to costly, high-risk warfare. Indeed, history had often framed them as methodical and precise, as masters of warfare through efficiency rather than expenditure of lives. And yet here, at the heart of the Cybrid fleet, that notion was irrevocably shattered. For Guilliman was no stranger to sacrifice. He merely saw no virtue in waste. But when the only path for victory was through fire and blood, when the survival of the Imperium itself necessitated the loss of warriors, the 13th Legion would pay the price without hesitation, without regret, and without mercy. The Ultramarines' wrath was now unleashed, as an avalanche of ceramite and fire, as the Legion descended upon the Cybrids' vessels. Hundreds of gunships and assault rams erupted from the hangar bays, spearheading the attack with lance batteries and macro cannons, their firepower scattering the void in great gouts of green light. The Cybrid nomad ships would retaliate with their own esoteric weaponry, lashing out at the Ultramarines' fleet with frenzied arcs of their own elemental weaponry. Strange and unknowable forces warping the very fabric of reality. Hulls buckled, ships burned. The Ultramarines' assault was overwhelming. Through the labyrinthian corridors of the Cybrids' vessels, shifting networks that pulsed like veins of some ancient dying colossus, the warriors of the 13th advanced with merciless precision. Invictati veteran warriors wielding axe and shield led the charge, their disciplined ranks pushing through the chaotic interior. Behind them, the unbreakable bulwarks of Terminator-clad warriors followed up, moving like living siege engines and forcing the ship's defenders back step by step. It was then that the Cybrids revealed their true nature, no longer hidden behind the carapace of their exo armor. The creatures emerged from the darkness, their ghoulish forms insubstantial, half-solid specters with eyes that burned like dying embers. Gaunt and emaciated, yet brimming with psychokinetic fury, they struck with invisible, mind-searing blasts. Their very thoughts had become weapons against flesh and steel, and yet still the Ultramarines pressed on. For every legionary felled, a dozen more surged forward in his place. The Ultramarines were using their vast numbers to overwhelm their enemies, something that the traitors would recognize much later. Something the traitors would recognize during their heresy, and act in order to prevent them from being properly utilized to counter their forces. This was no longer a simple conquest, but a battle for overall, complete and total vengeance. A reckoning long overdue. The scars of the Osiris cluster ran deep, and in the cold void above Eurydice Terminal, they were being paid in full. The Cybrids were corralled, their forces cornered and crushed, their defenses mined with melta-bombs and automatic implosion charges, as the Ultramarines systematically dismantled their ship from the inside out. The 13th Legion had been patient. They had waited for this moment. Now the hour of reckoning was at hand, and the Ultramarines had come not just to take their pound of flesh, but to carve vengeance straight from their enemies' corpses. And the Cybrids would not be able to escape their fate. It would be Roboute Guilliman himself who breached the innermost sanctum of the largest hourglass ship, striding into the heart of the Cybrid domain to confront the master of these vile xenos scum. What awaited him there was a creature beyond mortal comprehension, a towering multi-limbed gestalt, thrice the height of the Primarch, and with its elongated limbs and equine skull splitting the air with a scream that shattered ceramite and sent lesser warriors reeling in agony. Even Guilliman's Terminator honor guard faltered, but the Primarch would not hesitate. Beside him stood Aroth Ptolemy, chief battle psyker of the Ultramarines, his mind locked in a battle against the entity's monstrous will. Where Guilliman struck with blade and fury, Ptolemy waged a war on the psychic plane. pouring his every reserve of power into shielding his Primarch from the Cybrid King's assault. The alien lord reared up, its many clawed appendages brandishing arcane weapons, shapes twisted and cruel, relics of some forgotten devil god of old night. But Guilliman, forged by the Emperor's unmatched arts, was faster. With a devastating strike, he cleaved the creature apart, limb from vaporous limb. The Xenos Lord lashed out in desperation. In its death throes, it launched a final catastrophic surge of psychic power. It was then that the Battle Psyker, already drained and dying, made his final stand. The Chief Psyker's mind became an absolute shield, absorbing the full force of the Cybrid King's last desperate attack, his very essence unraveling beneath the strain. Yet he held firm, sacrificing his life, along with the very essence of his soul, so that Guilliman might endure. And endure he did. The Cybrid King fell, its thrashing, collapsing form left in ruins, and Guilliman, standing amidst the wreckage, enacted his legion's vengeance. Reaching down, he tore the luminous brain from the beast's shattered skull, holding it aloft as a symbol of his dominion. Then, with the finality of a conqueror, he crushed it beneath his heel. The hourglass vessels of the Cybrids, great and terrible constructs that had once prowled the stars, began to die. Not only had their commander been killed, but they had been torn apart from within by the detonations of Ultramarine demolition charges. Others, in their panic, attempted to flee, only to be shattered in the crossfire of the awaiting 13th Legion. There was no escape, and with the death of their masters, so too did the slave armies on Eurydice Terminal began to falter. The orcs of the Gortanian Empire, once bound in the thrall of the Cybrid overlords, now turned upon one another in an anarchistic slaughter, their warlust now unchecked and unrestrained. Though their numbers had been terribly reduced, the Ultramarines did not relent. With a cold, methodical precision, they drove the last of the greenskins into the void, scattering them into the uncharted areas of the abyss. The battle was now over. The blood price had been steep. Several thousand legionaries had become casualties, many of them Terran-born veterans, warriors who had once fought to prove their place within Guilliman's legion. They had sought to atone for the past with their zeal, and many had died doing so, but theirs was a sacrifice that had been given willingly, and the halls of Ultramar would remember their sacrifice in honor, for the Ultramarines had claimed their vengeance, and they would be willing to pay the price again should the Imperium ever demand it. The next event of galactic scale that the Ultramarines would take part in would be the compliance on Trasis, circa 900 M30. The world of Trasis was a strategically located planet in the expanding Imperium, and it became a site for a pivotal Imperial compliance action led by the Ultramarines Legion in the early years of their newfound glory. While the exact circumstances of the initial conflict remain unclear, it is known that the Ultramarines were sent to secure the world against unknown assailants, forces that presented formidable challenges to the Legion's very might. As the battle raged on, an unexpected event occurred that would forever alter the course of the world's fate. Primarch Roboute Guilliman, who had led the assault personally, was attacked by a mysterious assailant. In a moment of peril, it was a native soldier of Trasis who had come to the Primarch's defense, saving him from certain death. The identity of this assailant remains unknown to this day, but the actions of the Tracian soldier left an unshakable mark on Guilliman's memory. In an extraordinary display of humility and honor, Guilliman bent the knee before the soldier, vowing a sacred oath to the world. He promised that should it ever need assistance in the future, the Ultramarines would answer the call without hesitation, and that the world was now under their personal protection. In gratitude for the intervention of Guilliman and his legion, the people of Trasis would rename the world Trasis Ultra, a tribute to the saviors who had not only secured their planet but also forged a bond that would last through the Great Crusade and beyond. The capital city of Erebus became home of one of the most significant cultural treasures in the Imperium, the Trasis fresco, an immense mosaic whose origins remain, like many things in the Imperium, shrouded in no small amount of mystery. Covered every surface of the temple walls, ceilings, and even the floors. It depicted the key events of the Great Crusade and immortalized the Ultramarines' role in the conquest and pacification of Trasis. The fresco remains a testament to the unbreakable bond between the Imperium and many of its new allies, solidifying Tristis Ultra's place in the Imperium's record books. In the 30th millennium, the Ultramarines, under the leadership of Primarch Roboute Guilliman, were in essence an unstoppable force, recording victories beyond measure, as Guilliman's remarkable efficiency as a strategist and tactician allowed the Ultramarines to liberate more human-settled worlds than any legion in the history of the Great Crusade. Now, this does not bar the fact that other legions conquered more worlds, but the action of liberating human colonies had not been outdone by any other. His ability to bringing worlds fully into compliance was, in essence, unparalleled, blending the might of his legion with his genius for governance, statecraft, and organization. Guilliman's brilliance was not only on display at this time, but it was also widely recognized even by his brothers, as many of them noted that he was able to establish stable and self-sufficient systems of governance across every world that he conquered. His logistical expertise ensured that the liberated planets thrived under imperial rule, with industry and trade set up to prosper and to not only benefit the populace, but the Legion itself. The strengths of the Ultramarines were actively recognized during this time as not just a military power, but as a legion with a capability to leave behind an enduring, effective infrastructure, with a willing citizenry who would both maintain and expand it. However, this notoriety, while positive, would eventually come to cost them. This would be in no small part thanks to the next major event of galactic scale that the Ultramarines would take part in. In 964 M30, nearly 6 decades after the world of Kur had been brought into imperial compliance, a pivotal and catastrophic event would unfold that would shape one of the Emperor's most faithful legions, and in essence, cause one of the greatest catastrophes in humanity's history. Monarchia, the capital city of Kur, had become a living symbol of the word-bearer's devotion to the Emperor. It was known as the Perfect City, a grand monument for the belief that the Emperor was not just a sovereign of mankind, but a living god. A belief that was strictly against the imperial truth that the Emperor had been so obsessed with the spread of. This adherence to religious faith and idolatry, which had been perpetrated by the word-bearers, was seen as a grievous violation of the imperial doctrine, and since it had been done by one of the Emperor's sons, the Emperor would have to react more harshly than if lesser men had. In response to this growing heresy, the Emperor himself issued a direct command ordering the Ultramarines' leadership under the command of Roboute Guilliman to destroy Monarchia and make an example of the city and its people. Guilliman's forces leveled the city, eradicating this living symbol of Lorgar's rebellion, raising Monarchia and crushing the morale of the word-bearers, leading them to question their faith in the Emperor and to turn their gaze towards darker powers. The destruction of their perfects was what ultimately led Lorgar and his legion down the irreversible path of corruption, as they went on to seek out new gods, who would be the ruinous powers of chaos, prompting a devastating shift in the trajectory of not only the Great Crusade, but of humanity as a whole. This destruction was a defining moment in the conflict between the Emperor's vision of a united humanity under a fully atheistic scientific form of governance and rebellious forces within his own legions. It served as a grim reminder that even the most devout adherents to the imperial truth would not be spared should they fail to uphold its principles. Up next would be the compliance of Dwell. In 976 M30, the world of Dwell was settled during the Dark Age of technology by colonists from the mysterious and long-lost world of Moloch, and it became the site of an imperial compliance action led by none other than Primarch Roboute Guilliman. Dwell was a world rich with knowledge and history, all of which was contained within vast repositories of data that would later play a pivotal role in the destiny of the Imperium. The world was rather isolated and resistant to the Emperor's rule. In essence, it was a relic of a bygone era, and its scientists would become the object of great interest to forces both within and without the Imperium. The compliance of Dwell marked yet another chapter in the Ultramarines' ongoing campaigns to reunite humanity under the Emperor's banner. While the specifics of the engagement remain rather obscured by time and imperial record-keeping, it is known that the planet's eventual compliance was a significant achievement, not just for its strategic value, but for the pivotal information it harbored. Information that would lead the corrupted Primarch Horus to the world of Moloch itself, where he would seek out answers about the Emperor's true power. The complexities of this event would become even more shrouded upon the return of Roboute Guilliman, because the impact of the knowledge uncovered on Dwell was one he knew could not be allowed to be found out by anybody else, lest he risk humanity going through another heresy. The next major event that the Ultramarines would take part in would be the Triumph of Ullanor. In the final years of the 30th millennium, the Imperium of Man launched the Ullanor Crusade, a grand campaign to crush the Orc Empire, ruled by the warlord overlord Uruk. This vast xenos-dominated domain had long stood as a blight upon the Emperor's grand design, a threat that could no longer be ignored. At its heart lay the capital world of Ullanor, the stronghold of the largest greenskin empire ever to be encountered during the Great Crusade. To bring the orcs to heel, the Imperium committed a force of an unprecedented scale, the majority of multiple Space Marine legions, supported by a staggering 8 million Imperial Army troops, along with a colossal armada of Imperial warships and their nearly uncountable crew. This was no mere expedition, it was an extermination. The Ullanor Crusade would come to symbolize the zenith of the Great Crusade's ambitions, and the culmination of the Emperor's vast undertakings to reunite humanity's scattered dominions beneath his rule. And at its conclusion, the Orcs of Ullanor, perhaps the largest and greatest conflagration of greenskins ever defeated, even before the great cataclysm of the Third War for Armageddon, lay in absolute ruin. With this battle won, the Emperor declared his intention to return to Terra, entrusting the future of his great campaign to another. But the decision he made that day was a choice that would reshape destiny itself, and it would set in motion events that no one, not even he, could fully control. To command in his stead, the Emperor chose Horus Lupercal, Primarch of the Luna Wolves, and in the aftermath of the triumph at Ullanor, Horus was granted the newly minted title of War Master and Supreme Commander of the Great Crusade, with an authority over the ever-expanding expeditionary fleets of every Space Marine Legion and all the Primarchs. It was a position of unparalleled power, second only to the Emperor himself, making Horus first amongst equals. This announcement was met with applause and acclamation, but beneath the surface stirred tensions amongst the Primarchs. Some believed Guilliman, Lord of the Ultramarines, was just as deserving of the honor, if not more so, though Guilliman himself harbored no outward resentment. Horus perceived it as he would himself feel if their roles were reversed. It was there, in the celebrations of victory, that seeds for something far darker had been sown. The next major event for the Ultramarines would be the Trissus campaign, which occurred in 000 M31. The world of Trissus was part of a close alliance of multiple totalitarian human colonies known as the Conservation, and this world would be the site of one of the most complex and contentious imperial compliance operations in the entire Great Crusade's history. The Conservation was a deeply entrenched system, surviving the age of strife purely through eugenics and rigidly imposed social divisions. The population of Trissus was a strictly stratified cluster of genetically modified humans, which some would seek to classify as abhumans. However, they were close enough to baseline humans to be counted within the standard, with most of its populace enslaved to the greater needs of their society, which in essence had developed into a highly militarized and isolated civilization. The Imperium sought to liberate the 11 billion true humans of Trissus, but the world's inhabitants were fiercely resistant to the Emperor's authority and responded quickly with violence before any proper negotiations could occur. The Conservation's leadership fired upon Imperial emissaries and quickly prepared for total war. Horus, now the Imperial War Master, tasked Roboute Guilliman and Alfarius of the Alpha Legion to bringing the world into compliance, while Guilliman immediately began to engage the outer worlds of the Conservation. Alfarius and his legion employed a more subtle strategy, sending probes and launching raids that would leave Trissus uncertain of the Alpha Legion's true intentions and their overall scope. Guilliman, frustrated with the lack of progress and the Alpha Legion's unconventional tactics, openly berated Alfarius, demanding that his legion emulate the more direct and efficient strategies employed by the Ultramarines. Despite this criticism, Alfarius remained steadfast in his methods, ultimately deploying his legion using their famed deceptive tactics rather than the Ultramarines' own. Through sabotage, infiltration, and intelligence gathering, the Alpha Legion brought Tressen's defenses to their knees. When the invasion finally came, it was swift, devastating, and relatively easy. The Tressens were already torn apart by a series of attacks from multiple directions, leaving their infrastructure and military in ruins. Eventually, the battle would culminate in the harrowing of Trista Prime, where the Alpha Legion's overwhelming force crushed the remaining resistance, and anarchy ensued within days, leading the planet's entire population to be decimated, with pestilence and famine following the wake of the battle. Approximately 90% of Tristis Prime's population was lost. The swift collapse of the world's regime was followed by the planet's immediate submission. However, the conduct of the Alpha Legion would not go unnoticed. Guilliman, appalled by the dishonorable tactics employed and the state the world was left in, protested to Horus, declaring that Alpharius' methods were unworthy of the Astartes. However, Horus would praise Alpharius for executing such a masterful campaign with minimal losses, leading to the differences between the Ultramarines and the Alpha Legion to remain a point of great contention for the rest of the Great Crusade, regardless of how short it would be. The next, and potentially one of the most notable events that the Ultramarines would be involved in, would be the Council of Nicaea, occurring in 001 M31. As the Great Crusade progressed, the growing presence of psychic phenomena across the galaxy posed a great concern to the Imperium. Numerous worlds fell under the thrall of mystics and sorcerers, some even harnessing the power akin to those wielded by the Thousand Suns Legion, led by their Primarch Magnus the Red. These individuals were feared and revered, for their abilities greatly surpassed those of ordinary humans, even at baser levels. But this misuse of power was not only dangerous, but deeply divisive. The use of sorcery threatened the very stability of the fledgling Imperium, creating an ideological rift between the Legiones Astartes. This discord would reach a boiling point, prompting the Emperor to convene a conclave to resolve the matter once and for all. This would be the Council of Nicaea. It was called so due to occurring on the world of Nicaea, a neutral site set to determine whether psychic powers would be a boon or a dangerous liability to the Legiones Astartes. This was not just a trial of doctrine, but also a trial of Magnus the Red, who stood accused of introducing sorcery into the ranks of the Space Marine legions, not only his, but others, through the creation of the Librarius. Eventually, after much arguing, the Emperor's decree was clear. While certain psychic functions, such as those wielded by the Navigators and Astropaths, would remain essential for the Imperium and allowed, their use would be tightly regulated. However, the unrestricted practice of sorcery would be officially banned. With the Librarians, those psychically gifted warriors of the Space Marine legions disbanded under Imperial law. Magnus, ever defiant, withdrew to his home world of Prospero, continuing his study into the forbidden arts in secret. In time, this decision would become a pivotal turning point for the heresy, in particular when the Thousand Sons, feeling betrayed, would turn to the ruinous powers. After this, the next event would be the pacification of Ankarath, circa 004 through 007 M31. Captain Hector of the Ultramarines, leading 500 battle brothers, was tasked with a critical mission during the Great Crusade to free the population of Ankarath from the thrall of the alien-controlled Vectates. The Vectates had enslaved the human population under the power of an alien overmind, and their sorcery had been used to twist and influence humanity under a psychic dominion. This was no ordinary conflict, as the Ultramarines now found themselves fighting not just for imperial compliance, but for the liberation of their fellow humans, who had been subject to unspeakable horrors. The campaign was brutal, but the Ultramarines' victory was a rather decisive one. Hector's forces not only liberated Ankarath, but also secured a vital supply of manpower from the local population, eager to serve the greater imperial cause. Following this successful pacification, Captain Hector and his battle brothers would be dispatched to the Viridian system, where they would join forces with the Wordbearers on a large-scale campaign to eradicate the Orc warband of Geshach. The final preparations for this campaign, however, would soon be interrupted by the treachery of Lorgar Aurelian, Primarch of the Wordbearers, who had other plans for the Ultramarines. The Ultramarines, unaware of the treachery that awaited them, were caught completely off guard when the Wordbearers, under Lorgard's command, launched a surprise attack on the Ultramarine forces gathered in the Viridian system. Lorgar's forces, armed with the fury of the Abyss, obliterated Captain Hector's flagship, the Fist of Macragge, while it was en route to Calth, leading to a catastrophic loss for the Ultramarines. This attack would be a harrowing precursor to the greater conflict of the Horus Heresy, and it would lead to the horrors of Agrita, circa 004 M30. This would be another dark chapter in the Great Crusade's history, as the cleansing of this world was a brutal campaign against a technologically advanced human world that had refused to submit to the Emperor's rule. The world was held by an arrogant and isolationist populace who, upon receiving the Emperor's emissaries, responded by executing them in a public display of defiance. The world's military capabilities were indeed formidable, and its citizens prepared to fight to the death in order to preserve their independence. The Emperor's chosen instrument for this conquest was none other than the War Master, who alongside his brothers led a combined assault of Sons of Horus, World Eaters, and Ultramarines to pacify the world. The campaign was swift in its initial phases, but the final assault on the world's massive central citadel proved costly. The World Eaters, led by their Primarch Angron, were dispatched to breach the fortress and eliminate the leaders of the remaining resistance forces. What followed was nothing short of absolute carnage and butchery. Hundreds of World Eaters perished in this brutal siege, their rage consuming them as they fought to claim every inch of ground, as fiercely as the last. When the citadel finally fell, the World Eaters did not halt in their slaughter. Instead, they left the fortress as a blood-soaked charnel house, leaving no survivors amongst its defenders, not even those who had surrendered. By the time the Ultramarines arrived, the battle was effectively over, and the World Eaters had already departed. The Ultramarines, disgusted by this butchery and barbarity, would forever be incensed, were left to secure the world and prepare it for imperial governance. Yet before Guilliman could address his concerns with Horus and Angron over their savage conduct, the Horus Heresy erupted in full, and both Horus and Angron turned against the Emperor, creating a rift between the Ultramarines and their once allied legions. As it seems, the horrors of Agrita's compliance became a foreshadowing of the betrayal to come, and Guilliman's worst fears slowly becoming reality. Before departing for Terra, and after making Horus the War Master, the Emperor proposed that Horus's legion be renamed to the Sons of Horus, a tribute itself to the War Master, making him first amongst equals by proxy. Yet at first he would decline, being unwilling to set himself that much apart from his brothers. Be this for pragmatic reasons or because he genuinely did not see himself as first amongst equals or superior to them in any explicit way, we'll never be able to know. However, he was eventually convinced by Sanguinius, Primarch of the Blood Angels, to accept the name change. The Emperor of Mankind would then choose to turn away from the Crusade as he begun his Webway project. His departure was not explained to any of the Primarchs, nor to any of his armies, as it was a greater purpose that he was now serving. A secret purpose, creating his own version of the many cities within the Eldari Webway. This was an undertaking that would reshape mankind's future, and in essence, decouple them almost completely from their reliance on the Warp and Psychers, starving out the Chaos Gods and most other Chaos entities. In his refusal to share his grand design, he would leave a void, as Horus and the other Primarchs never truly came to terms with his absence, and what had once been a brotherhood of demigods, steered down the path of humanity's glory, now was a cadre of warlords, simmering with jealousy and unanswered questions, their doubts left only to fester. And within those fractures, the Horus Heresy would be born. 007 M31, in the aftermath of the destruction of the Aurelian technocracy and the securing of its rare and valuable STC templates, Lorgar Aurelian, Primarch of the Wordbearers, sought to strengthen his legion's might through an unholy alliance. One such pact was struck with the traitorous Fabricator General, Kelbor Hal, whose allegiance had already shifted towards the forces of chaos. Under this alliance, the Dark Mechanicum would come to be born, and it was commissioned to build a series of warships for the Wordbearers. The first of these vessels was known as the Furious Abyss, a towering warship designed to play a pivotal role in the downfall of the Ultramarines. The Word Bearers had received secret orders from their traitorous warmaster, Horus, to engage in a swift and brutal strike against the Ultramarines. This was in order to prevent them from reinforcing the Loyalist forces in the coming conflict on Terra with their overwhelming numbers. And for this, the Furious Abyss was integral, as it was designed specifically to remain hidden until just the right time for them to strike and cause the maximum amount of chaos. However, a small but determined Loyalist strike force led by Captain Lysamus Kestris of the Ultramarines infiltrated the warship and sabotaged its critical plasma generatorum. The resulting chain reaction led to one of the most catastrophic self-detonations of any warship in humanity's history, and the complete and catastrophic destruction of the Furious Abyss. This act of self-sacrifice by the Loyalist legionaries ensured that the traitors' plot to completely and permanently cripple the Ultramarines for the entirety of the heresy, along with devastating McCragg, was thwarted before it could even begin. 007 M31 would be the commencement of the single longest running continuous battle ever fought, known in the later years as the Calth Atrocity. The Battle of Calth marked one of the darkest chapters in the history of the Great Crusade. On this pivotal world within the realm of Ultramar, the Ultramarines Legion found themselves the target of a surprise attack by the Word Bearers. At the time, the majority of the Legion believed that they were their supposed allies. The attack was masterminded by Lorgar Aurelian directly, and driven by a strategy that sought not to completely and utterly defeat the Ultramarines, but rather to delay their reinforcements, which were seen as crucial due to their nigh inexhaustible numbers, to the defense of Terra. The Word Bearers targeted the orbital shipyards above Calth, devastating the system and inadvertently causing the sun of the Viridia star to erupt in a deadly solar storm that ravaged not only Calth, but nearby planets. This attack had far-reaching consequences, and the ensuing catastrophe led to the complete destruction of Calth's atmosphere, erasing its once lush and rather peaceful biosphere. Further exacerbating this devastation, Erebus, the Word Bearer's first chaplain, conducted a dark sorcerous ritual amidst this chaos, summoning the legendary Ruinstorm, which was an immense warp storm that severed communications between Terra and half the galaxy for several years. The battle would soon move underground, where it would rage on for many Terran years. Within the subterranean caverns of Calth, the survivors of the Ultramarines and their allies were forced to live there in these dark, enclosed environments in order to avoid the radiation-scorched surfaces. While both Roboute Guilliman and the majority of the Ultramarines survived, the battle's aftermath, along with the birth of the Ruinstorm, would severely hinder the 13th Legion's ability to contribute to the siege of Terra, just as Horus had hoped. And coincidentally, the Ultramarines, along with their Primarch, have decided to not consider the Battle of Calth ended until every last Word Bearer is slain. Barring that, the battle will continue until Kingdom Come and trumpets sound. For the past 40 years, the Word Bearers, led by the Primarch Lorgar Aurelian, had nursed a grudge in secret. Once they were the most devout of all Space Marines, and due to this, the Word Bearers would eventually be publicly shamed and reprimanded by the Emperor himself through the use of Guilliman as a cudgel on the world of Kur. Castigated for their fervent worship of the God Emperor and stripped of their honor, they were forced to kneel before the dictates of the imperial truth. That day they vowed revenge, and now vengeance had come. The Ultramarines never saw the strike coming. Without warning, the Word Bearers had turned their guns on their former allies, unleashing a devastating ambush. Guilliman's fleet, caught in the open and unprepared for such treachery, especially at that grand a scale, suffered horrific losses as the Word Bearers' ships ripped through their formations. On the surface, the situation was even more dire. Tens of thousands of Ultramarines were already deployed, their defenses incomplete, and their forces counting on backup from above. What had begun as a strategic muster turned into an utter and complete slaughter as the Battle of Calth ignited into a fury. Across the war-torn fields and burning cities, the Word Bearers descended in overwhelming numbers, cutting down those Ultramarines who could still fight with a ferocity born of hatred and religious fanaticism. Those who had once been battle brothers now fought with the bittersweetness of sworn enemies. The early years of this conflict saw loyalists reeling and being pushed back across the vast stretches of territory that were Calth. At this moment, the traitors were exalted, reveling in the massacre, certain that their hated rivals would soon be fully annihilated. But Guilliman was not so easily beaten. Amidst the wreckage of the battle, a lone beacon of hope remained, Guilliman's personal flagship. Though it was grievously damaged in the initial onslaught, it had survived. With emergency repairs hastily undertaken, the vessel simply limped through the void, gathering what remnants of the 13th's scattered fleet remained, regrouping, assessing their damage, and adapting. This was one of Guilliman's strengths, one which had previously been noted by Corvus Corax, as after multiple simulations against his brother, Corax may have won individual engagements, but eventually the Ultramarines and his brother would adapt to his tactics and wear him down. Even as the battles raged across Calth's surface and the orbital space, the Primarch wasted no time sending a single desperate astropathic distress call directly to Macragge, the homeworld of the Ultramarines. If the word-bearers had intended to destroy the 13th Legion in a single decisive strike, it seems that they had failed, and the battle was far from over. The Ultramarines, in essence now in retreat, were all but broken, forced into a desperate fighting withdrawal. The loyalist Space Marines on the surface dug in, establishing fortified positions across the war-torn surface of Calth. The word-bearers, in contrast, certain of an easy slaughter, soon discovered that they were quite mistaken. Many of the 13th Legion's warriors had been born on Calth itself, and these native sons fought with a tenacity and a fury that the traitors had not anticipated. This was their world, and they would not surrender it without a fight. In orbit, the word-bearers' fleet, still drunk on their perceived success, found themselves harassed by an Ultramarines counteroffensive. Guilliman, having regrouped the remnants of his legion's fleet, launched a series of well-coordinated hit-and-run attacks. The overconfident word-bearers suddenly found themselves completely under siege and forced to contend with an enemy that refused to die or fight on even terms. Despite their losses, Guilliman's forces refused to cede the battlefield, as the Primarch himself, ever the master strategist, conducted a comprehensive assessment of the conflict and established clear, precise lines of communication across the shattered Ultramarines' forces, at a pace which would boggle the minds of even the most astute of warlords amongst the Primarchs. And what had begun as a scattered resistance quickly became a cohesive counterattack, as each defensive pocket received a detailed, synchronized series of orders directly from the Primarch. It was then that one of Guilliman's captains, Resmus Venatus, made his mark in history. Leading a breakout assault, Venatus and his warriors reclaimed Calth's defense laser silos in what originally appeared to be a seemingly small victory, which would have enormous consequences later. With the orbital defense network back under loyalist controls, the Ultramarine gunners were once again able to provide critical fire support against the traitor fleet, ensuring that the battle within orbit would be much closer than the traitors had expected. With every lance strike, the word-bearers' hold on the battlefield weakened significantly. The tide of battle had turned. Though heavily outnumbered and battered, the Ultramarines had done enough to slow the advance of the word-bearers, forcing the traitorous legion into a war of attrition they had not expected or prepared for. And then would come the final blow. This would be as reinforcements arrived, as the remainder and a significant majority of the Ultramarines' legion mobilized from across all of Ultramar, surging into the Viridian system. The word-bearers, with their initial element of surprise long gone, found themselves to be the ones who were now outmaneuvered and outnumbered, leaving them overwhelmed. Their fanatical fury, once an unrelenting storm of zeal and violence, would now buckle beneath the weight of Guilliman's unyielding numbers and tactical precision. The traitors were routed and their fleets forced into a retreat, abandoning those legionaries still locked in combat within Calth's underworld. But before the retreat, Lorgard's forces completed their final atrocity. With malice and cruelty, the word-bearers would turn Calth's orbital defense platforms against the very star that had given them life within the void, the Viridian sun. As the outer layers of the photosphere were stripped away, its equilibrium destabilized, leading to a catastrophic increase in ionizing radiation, dooming Calth's surface to perpetual ruin, as the world would never be habitable again. Though the word-bearers' fleet had been forced to flee, their presence remained in the shadows beneath Calth's ravaged surface, trapped alongside the 13th Legion's own survivors. The traitors Astartes waged a grueling subterranean campaign, one that would rage for several standard years. years after the initial battle. Here, beneath the irradiated wastelands, no quarter was given and no surrender was offered. The Underworld War had officially begun. Yet even as this brutal conflict played out in the darkness, the Wordbearer's true objective had already been largely achieved. The battle at Calth was never meant to be a simple military victory. It was a sacrificial act, as Lorgar essentially allowed many of his sons to be butchered as a great offering of blood and slaughter, fueling the climactic sorcery that would give birth to the Ruinstorm. This vast and unnatural warp anomaly severed Ultramar and around half of the galaxy from Terra. Now, with Guilliman and his forces cut off from Horus's path, the traitors had essentially removed one of their most formidable rivals from the Emperor's board. Yet even in the face of disaster, Roboute Guilliman would not falter. Though Calth was lost and Ultramar was largely isolated, the 13th Legion endured, bloodied but unbowed. Guilliman turned to the only authority left that could guide him, the orders of Malcador the Sigillite, the Regent of Terra. With the Emperor locked away in the depths of the Imperial Palace, consumed by his secretive webway project, it now fell on Guilliman to rally the Loyalists and prepare for the next battle outside of the defense of Terra proper. The Horus Heresy had begun in earnest, and Guilliman knew this war was going to be one for the history books. In the grim aftermath of the Battle of Calth, the full scale of the carnage proved impossible to truly quantify. The surface of the world, once a thriving jewel of Ultramar, had been scorched beyond recognition, a consequence of the Wordbearer's final act of desperation. With the Viridian sun destabilized, the deadly levels of ionizing radiation flooded the planet, reducing its vast swaths of arable landscape into a scorched ruin that was beyond recognition, one which the Blood Angels would feel right at home with. The destruction made the recovery of the fallen a nearly impossible task. Now, thousands of bodies lay beneath the collapsed remnants of buildings and were incinerated in orbital bombardment or simply lost to the radioactive storms that swept across Calth. The death toll was so large it could nary be counted, leading to a loss of innumerable potential future recruits, thanks to the destruction of all that gene seed. But even in the surface of obliteration, the 13th Legion would attempt to keep its records as up to date as possible. Guilliman, ever the pragmatist, ensured that the casualties of Calth would be accounted for, with the same precision that had governed the Legion's greatest campaigns. When Guilliman and the remnants of the Ultramarines fleet withdrew from Calth, their losses had been tallied and estimated at 119,422 legionaries slain in battle, with an additional 28,392 listed as combat incapable, their bodies too broken to continue to fight without extensive medical care. And for the 13th Legion, this was not just a defeat, it was a wound that would scar them for the remainder of history. The devastation was so severe that many of the Legion's smaller chapter-like structures, once autonomous formations within Guilliman's grand military structure, had been reduced to less than a quarter of their operational strength. Some were so utterly shattered that they faced complete and utter dissolution. The remnants reorganized and reabsorbed into surviving companies in order to maintain operational efficiency. And yet, despite these crippling losses, the needs of war took precedence over all else. Most of the wounded, those who could still hold a bolter and don power armor, were evacuated aboard the remaining fleet vessels and returned to service almost immediately. The Imperium was now burning, and Ultramar could not afford to let what warriors it could muster rest. For those left behind, the fate was far less forgiving. 40,000 Ultramarines, both wounded and battle-ready, remained stranded on Calth. Some chose to stay of their own volition and wrath, pledging themselves to protect what civilians remained who had been unable to escape. Others had no choice, their fate dictated by the brutal logistics of war. A crisis unfolding across Ultramar forced Guilliman into an agonizing decision. The military evacuation would take priority over the civilian lives. Though thousands were rescued, many more thousands were left behind to endure the horrors of what would follow. For the mortal defenders of the Imperium, the losses were even more staggering. The Extras Imperialis, those countless regiments of Imperial Army troops, suffered devastating losses at an almost unfathomable scale. At least 500,000 soldiers were believed to have perished during the beginning of the battle, their bodies left to the ruins of Calth. The Legio Paragus, one of the Titan legions sworn to defend Ultramar, was annihilated in its entirety. All of its god machines toppled and shattered, their once proud engines of war reduced to lifeless husks of what they once were. And yet, for all the bloodshed and all the devastation wrought upon the 13th Legion, it was the word-bearers who had paid the heaviest price. Those traitor Astartes who had landed upon Calth found absolutely no escape, as 50,000 of Lorgar's gene sons had perished in the initial battle, their blood staining the irradiated soul. Though 20,000 more fell in the initial chaos of betrayal, those that remained were condemned to a nightmare of underground warfare, trapped in the subterranean war of annihilation that raged on for over a solar decade. The very ambush they had set had become their own tomb, as they were cut off from retreat. In essence, the word-bearers had lost almost the totality of the forces they had committed to the Battle of Calth. The fact that the 13th Legion had never been a fleet-heavy force, and its strength lay primarily in its ground forces, along with the ironclad discipline of their legionaries, and the structured methodology of warfare of its chapters, meant that primarily the Battle of Calth had crippled their void assets, leaving them dangerously exposed but still combat ready in comparison to most other legions. What ships had survived were indeed scarred and battered, barely capable of waging further war, and with Ultramar under siege, along with the Imperium itself on the brink of catastrophe, the need for ships had become paramount, and so Guilliman was forced to authorize a grim directive. The wreckage of the battle that still drifted above Calth was to be scavenged. The shattered hulks of destroyed warships locked in silent orbit around the dying world held valuable resources, functioning reactors, untouched armories, and even survivors clinging to life. With what little life support systems remained, the Legion had no choice. They directed the majority of their effort directly after the battle to salvage missions. These were not simply recovery efforts, as the radiation from the destabilized Viridian sun had turned Calth's orbit into a death zone. Void Walkers would now be tasked with reclaiming the dead and the dying from the battlefield of space, and they themselves would die in droves. But still, the Ultramarines persisted. Every weapon, every armor plate, and every ounce of raw material that could be salvaged was essential for the war that was to come. Such was the cost of survival, as many of the dead had their armor and equipment stripped from them immediately upon being located. The Battle of Calth was indeed a massacre, an act of premeditated treachery that left a once thriving world in ruin and a legion forever changed. The Ultramarines had survived, but they had paid in blood for their continued existence, that along with Calth being little more than a tomb at this point. Yet even in this darkest hour, the Ultramarines would not break, as Guilliman turned his focus onto the engulfing war around Ultramar. The survivors at Calth swore an oath, one of vengeance. They would never consider the battle over until they had slain every last word-bearer in existence, be they a mere aspirant or the very Primarch of the Legion. Amongst the Legion's many war hosts, only 5 chapters and scattered detachments escaped the slaughter at Calth untouched, their absence sparing them from the carnage, which nearly shattered the 13th Legion. These warriors, later known though never formally named as the Unmarked, had fought the Imperium's wars on distant battlefields. Their blades turned against xenos and rebels, while their brethren bled beneath the guns of the word-bearers. Yet their survival had also come at a cost, not in flesh, but in the silent, unspoken division that grew within the Legion's ranks. This would be a fracture that would never be acknowledged in the official records, never sanctioned by Roboute Guilliman, yet it is one that endured decades after the betrayal. Those who had stood at Calth, and those who had faced annihilation at the hands of their once brothers, had become something set apart. Even in this bloody victory, they gathered amongst themselves as a brotherhood forged in fire, sharing only reluctant camaraderie with those who had not stood beside them within the inferno. The bitter reality of Calth's survivors was one that was not easily dismissed. The horrors of the word-bearers' treachery and the wholesale massacre of those who had once been their comrades in arms had left them with an inescapable truth. Trust was a fragile thing, and war was a certainty. This mistrust would shape them for the rest of their days. Their campaigns would become significantly more cautious, methodical, and ruthless. Where the other Ultramarines fought with precision and discipline that had been Guilliman's hallmark, the Calth veterans fought with an edge of paranoia, always bracing for a strike that might come from within as well as from without. To them, preparedness was survival, and survival meant expecting treachery at every turn. In contrast, the Unmarked had never stood amongst such an ordeal. 2 of their chapters, the 7th and the 10th, had been deployed to the fringes of the Imperium during the Caliph atrocity, far removed from the slaughter that had nearly claimed their legion. The 7th itself had been spread thin across the vast and perilous expanse of the Dominion of Storms, while the 10th had waged a war against the ravenous horrors of the eastern fringes. The remaining 3 chapters, the 19th, the 24th, and the 25th, had been tasked with garrison and training duties across Ultramar's many worlds, while their brothers at Caliph had faced annihilation. These chapters had been secure within the bastions of the Imperium and unaware of the treachery unfolding until it was too late, and it would seem that this division between his own forces was at least part of the inspiration that drew Guilliman into dividing the Space Marine legions into chapters within his Codex Astartes. And though they would fight in the wars that followed, they would never be tested as the Caliph survivors had been tested. They had never been hunted through irradiated ruins, never waged a war in the suffocating dark like that of the Underworld War, never stood at the brink of the total destruction of the Legion thanks to madness. For those who had endured such trials, this difference was impossible to ignore, and Guilliman recognized it. Even when the Horus Heresy ended and the Great Scouring began, the division within the Legion persisted. The unmarked, those unscarred by Caliph, found themselves increasingly assigned to distant campaigns, removed from the core of the 13th Legion's forces. Whether by design or instinct, Guilliman himself seemed reluctant to campaign alongside them, perhaps seeing them as a reminder of a past he wished to leave behind. And so they would be sent where they would no longer be an echo of a legion that had once been, to the far reaches of the Imperium, to wars that bore little consequence to the ashes of Caliph. When the second founding came, it was the unmarked who were amongst the first to be renamed, restructured, and scattered. Yet in many ways, they remained as a truest embodiment of the Ultramarines as they had existed before the heresy, untouched by the raw scars of betrayal, and unburdened by paranoia and grief, which had reshapen their brethren. They were the Ultramarines that had once been, before Caliph had burned, before trust had been shattered, before the Imperium was forever changed. Between 007 and 009 M31 would be when the Shadow Crusade would occur. In the wake of the Caliph atrocity, Roboute Guilliman was now filled with rage and became determined to extract a retribution from his brother for the betrayal of the Ultramarines, as he quickly assembled what vessels he could after being ambushed by Cor Pharaon's forces at Caliph. Guilliman's forces, augmented by a fleet of Ultramarines ships that had not been in combat, pursued the word bearers through the use of novel astropathic choir manipulations. This pursuit led them to the start of the Shadow Crusade, an ill-fated campaign to reclaim 5 hive worlds of the Ultramar realm from the clutches of Lorgar's forces. Lorgar and the Wordbearers were now joined by Angron of the World Eaters alongside his legion, and together they launched a devastating assault on Ultramar. Their aim was to expand the Ruinstorm and spread its chaotic influence across the eastern fringes, further hindering the Loyalists' abilities to reinforce Terra. The Wordbearers laid waste to a total of 26 worlds, in a horrific testament to their religious zeal and devotion to the 4 craven gods. But eventually, Guilliman's retribution fleet caught up to them at Nuceria, Angron's homeworld. The Ultramarines then engaged the traitors above, scorching the surface of Nuceria. In the brutal battle that followed, the Wordbearers' flagship Fidelitas Lex was destroyed in a furious flurry of buoyed combat. As the Ultramarines would then storm the surface, they would be met with awaiting World Eaters, their fury unleashed in savage waves. The clash between the legions was merciless, with the World Eaters unleashing their bloodlust in a manner that was overwhelming the Ultramarines' disciplined ranks. Amidst this chaos, Roboute Guilliman faced off against his brothers Lorgar and Angron, the 2 traitor Primarchs, now wielding the terrifying strength and ferocity of chaos pushed Guilliman to his limits. In a fateful confrontation, Angron's chainsword struck Guilliman with a grievous wound, leaving the Primarch on the brink of death. Yet in a twist of fate, it was then that the Butcher's Nails implants began to finally kill Angron. And so, Lorgar was forced to unleash a sorcerous incantation that bound Angron's body and began his transformation into a demon prince of Khorne. Unwillingly. This brief reprieve allowed Guilliman to be evacuated and the Ultramarines to retreat, though many of his warriors would continue to fight, leaving Nuceria littered with corpses of Astartes, especially after the demon prince Angron had been born, and reaped a glorious slaughter. The battle in Nuceria's orbit began with an act of desperation. Guilliman's flagship, Courage Above All, tore free from the warp at the system's edge, leading a fleet of 41 vessels. A battered force cobbled together from desperate war groups, unleashed a lance thrust at the heart of the enemy. It was not a dedicated interdiction fleet, nor was it in prime fighting shape, but it would have to be enough. The Ultramarines' void strategy was precise and methodical. Cruisers and battleships moved in deliberate formations, exchanging devastating broadsides with the traitor fleet. All the while, the larger 13th Legion's warships would draw fire, forcing the enemy to engage with them, while lance strikes from supporting vessels strategically dismantled their enemy's defenses from range. This would be a multi-layered assault, a brutal war of attrition designed to weaken the traitor forces before the killing blow, in a manner that is comparable to the Tau's use of Caillon and Montga. But this was not merely a battle for space superiority. It was designed as retribution. As the Void War raged on, Guilliman's forces made a desperate push for Nuceria's surface. Determined to bring vengeance to Lorgar and the Wordbearers, led them to enacting an assault using drop pods, landers, gunships in mass numbers, in essence hemorrhaging from within the Ultramarines' vessels, hammering through the atmosphere in a desperate bid to reach the planet below as soon as they could. The World Eater's own flagship, the Conqueror, commanded by the ruthless and brilliant Lotara Serene, fought viciously to prevent any form of landfall, leading to smaller Ultramarines vessels being reduced to burning wreckage, torn apart by macro cannon fire as they attempted to break through the defensive line. But the 13th Legion would not relent. Even as they suffered losses, they eventually would be able to punch through the defenses, thereby landing troops on the blood-soaked world below. Meanwhile, up above, the Word-Bearer's flagship, Fidelitas Lex, was forced to endure a relentless onslaught from Guilliman's armada. Its once majestic spires and cathedrals, symbols of Lorgar's perverse faith, were annihilated in a storm of fire and fury. Its void shields were merely a memory, its armor cracked and broken, but still the warship fought on, its own macro cannons spitting in defiance even as the Ultramarines closed in. This was Guilliman's strategy, as they would bring down the Fidelitas first, bleeding it dry through deaths by 1,000 cuts, while the Conqueror itself, the stronger of the two traitor ships and the one more renowned for having a commander adapt in void warfare, would be boarded and killed from within. One by one, the Fidelitas Lex's remaining defenses crumbled as its turrets fell silent and its counterfire weakened, its once imposing silhouette now marred by fire and ruin. The 13th Legion's fleet would then continue to rage a relentless pursuit on this now crippled warship, and they pressed the attack further still. Each bombardment, each broadside exchange, each strafing run, and each precision lance strike drained the life from the traitor's vessel, until it was little more than a dying colossus, lashing out in its final moments. Above Nuceria, the traitor forces' flagships were forced to fight alone, isolated from one another, drowning in the righteous vengeance of the 13th Legion. The Lex now burned, while the Conqueror prepared for the desperate struggle that was to come. Below, the Ultramarines clashed with the forces of Lorgar and Angron, as the battle for Nuceria proper was spiraling into a maelstrom of war driven by vengeance, hatred, and the bitter ghosts of Calth. As the battle for Nuceria would intensify within the final moments of the Fidelitas Lex, it seemed the Wordbearer's flagship had one last barrage left to fire. In a moment of desperation, from its sides and underbelly, a myriad of salvation pods were ejected simultaneously into the Black Void, alongside heavier Mechanicum craft and the bulk of the landers. With the Wordbearer's legionaries already entrenched in the surface, the ship's human crew began to flee, seeking any semblance of safety in the chaos of the battle that continued on in the void. Still, the colossal flagship refused to surrender fully, defying its inevitable fall as it rolled and turned with all the rage of a dying beast. The Ultramarines' fleet, battered and bloodied, now found itself in a brutal close-quarter struggle, fighting not just the ship, but each other. This was no longer a matter of careful long-range exchanges. Instead, it had become a violent slugfest, a dirty war, fought on the edges of space, where every exchange was a struggle for survival, not just from their enemies' own lance fire, but potentially from their own. The Ultramarines' battle barge, Arsaman, intercepted the World Eater's flagship, the Conqueror, coming alongside and launching an assault of boarding torpedoes and assault carriers. In the midst of this chaos, the World Eaters, now occupied with repelling the boarders, found themselves blindsided as smaller Ultramarines vessels slipped past the Conqueror's defenses, unleashing their own drop pod assaults, gunships, and troop carriers onto the surface below. The first drop pod slammed into Nuceria's surface with a thunderous force. The Ultramarines, Their power armor, scorched and battle-worn from the horrors of Calth, emerged not as the pristine warriors they had once been, but as battle-hardened veterans with their armor marked by the brutality of their past conflict. They were not the same warriors who had fought across Armagatura or elsewhere on the front lines of war. These were men carried on by vengeance deep within their hearts, their eyes burning with the cold intensity of those who had seen too much and would never know peace. Despite their formidable resolve, the Ultramarines were met by the World Eaters, a force that now had reached a zenith of unmatched brutality. The World Eaters, their bloodlust heightened by the full implementation of the Butcher's Nails implants within their legions, charged with a savagery that was both horrific and awe-inspiring. The very fury of the galaxy seemed to clash into the Ultramarines' strongpoints, with the World Eaters cutting through their defenses like a storm of roaring chain axes, unrestrained by anything but their own insatiable hunger for slaughter. Meanwhile, the Wordbearers were a different force entirely. Marching forward in grim unity, they chanted their hymns from the Book of Lorgar, bearing corrupt icons of bone and metal, each one an effigy of the twisted faith that had condemned the galaxy to an endless tide of war and slaughter. Their march was almost mechanical in nature, an implacable tide of zealotry and fanaticism. Each step taken was not in the name of a warrior or a mortal god, but it was taken in the name of their craven gods. Amidst this maelstrom of violence, the Fidelitas Lux continued its fiery descent into the Nucerian atmosphere. The massive ship shuddered violently as it fell, plasma engines dragging its stern downwards in a slow and agonizing descent. When the Lex finally struck the planet's oceans far from shore, it struck with a force that sent shockwaves across its entire surface, sending tremors through the ground as the world's oceans swallowed up the dying giant. As the battle now raged on within the surface of the planet, Guilliman found himself locked in a one-on-one confrontation with his brother Lorgar. After weeks of tracking and fighting, this moment was a culmination of a bitter hatred between the two Primarchs, a hatred forged through years of betrayal and sacrifice. Guilliman, armed with his power fist, faced Lorgar, who wielded his Crozius Arcanum, a weapon that gave the traitor Primarch the advantage in reach. When the two Primarchs met, it was no grand exchange of blows, there were no dramatic speeches. They came to one another at once, power fist against power maul, and in the resulting flare of energy, they were both sent back as the immense power of the clashing titans was too much for the physical world around them. Their respective legionaries fought and died, yet neither Lorgar nor Guilliman spared them the merest glance. Theirs was a battle that transcended the moment. It was a battle of wills, not merely of muscle and intellect, but one of the soul. Lorgar repulsed Guilliman's assault with a burst of telekinetic force, weak and wavering, but it was enough to send his brother flying across the air. In retaliation, Lorgar once more swung his Crozius, its power field crackling with energy, trailing with lightning as it smashed into Guilliman's skull. The force of the blow was like a cannonball. The Primarch of the Ultramarines staggered for a moment, but they both stood, bloodied under the darkened, oppressive skies of Nuceria, their bodies battered yet not broken. Guilliman bled internally, as his sternum had been partly crushed by the force of his brother's telekinetic strike, while Lorgar himself was bloodied, a gash splitting his forehead from where Guilliman's fists had landed, as he too recognized he had taken near fatal damage, his brain now suffering excessive amounts of bleeding. Yet their Primarch physiologies allowed them to continue on. As the two Primarchs were locked in a life and death struggle, neither was aware of the force that was about to descend upon the two of them. Angron, his armor shattered and drenched in the blood of his enemies, erupted from the ranks of the World Eaters, chain weapons at hand, as he cut a path through the Ultramarines' lines, tearing through the ceramite in a scarlet gore, not only taking the sons of Guilliman, but also slaying plenty of his own sons and those of Lorgar in an unstoppable animalistic frenzy. Angron was a terror on the battlefield. His mind may have been crippled and enslaved by the pain-inducing butcher's nails embedded deep within his skull. Yet in his agony there was only satisfaction, an almost grotesque pleasure in the carnage that he had wrought. Around his neck clung a bandolier of skulls, trophies from his past as a gladiator, and and from many of his fallen warrior kin, his true brothers, collected at their gravesite. These were the skulls of the Desheka's Ridge's fallen, his comrades who had been massacred in an atrocity that had still haunted him to this day. Angron now reveled in this destruction, as his rage continued to burn even hotter, as this battle would continue to spiral on into madness. Eventually, Guilliman would shatter one of the skulls of Angron's former comrades, leading to the Butcher's Nails almost killing Angron, and in turn, Angron almost killing Guilliman. However, in order to save his brother, Lorgar would forcefully convert Angron into a demon prince of Khorne, once more turning him into a slave, rather than allowing him the freedom of death he so richly deserved. Due to the complexity of the ritual, and the now ongoing struggle between the World Eaters remaining Psychers, the Word Bearers, and those World Eaters lost to the Butcher's Nails, the Ultramarines took this chance to evacuate their now injured Primarch. Between 009 and 013 M31, and in the wake of the devastating Ruinstorm, the Imperium was in essence divided in two by the unrelenting rift that separated the very heart of humanity from its outer reaches. In part, this was because the once glorious Astronomicon, the psychic beacon that guided the Imperium's forces, had faded from sight within the region of Ultramar. Severed from its emperor and left in isolation for multiple years, the Imperium found it had no word from its distant ruler. Amidst this chaos, Primarch Roboute Guilliman, ever the tactician and empire builder, took a bold step. He declared the establishment of Imperium Secundus, a new empire forged in the wake of the Emperor's absence, dedicated to continuing the fight against the traitors, preserving the Emperor's great work. This new Imperium sought to unify those remaining loyalist forces in the face of the Ruinstorm, and Guilliman, ever the pragmatist, intended to make this an endeavor that would endure. As a symbol of unity, he proclaimed Sanguinius, the noble Primarch of the Blood Angels, as the rightful heir to the Emperor and the Imperial Regent. Not long after this, the Dark Angels, led by the ever-mysterious Primarch Lionel Johnson, arrived on the 500 Worlds, having been guided by the strange alien artifact known as the Ferris, which was found on the remote world of Sotha. Upon their arrival, the Lion was named Lord Protector of the Realms of Ultramar, in essence, a rank equivalent to War Master, whose authority was only truly secondary to that of Sanguinius, allowing him to take command of the sum total of the military forces gathered there. This was a position he had once coveted, but now held only in proxy. But as history would show, even the greatest alliances can fracture when the dark forces stir and rumble, as the foundations themselves of Imperium Secundus were far from stable, as the treacherous Primarch Conrad Kurz, the leader of the Night Lords, who had been hiding aboard the Dark Angel's flagship, the Invincible Reason, would strike. Escaping from his confines within the ship's very bowels, he unleashed terror upon the world of Macragge itself, seeking to spread fear and chaos, making the beginnings of his reign of nightmare. Guilliman and the Lion would go on to confront him, but Kurz's cunning knew no bounds. Along with his gift of prescience, would allow him to lay a trap that caused a chapel to collapse upon both Primarchs, nearly claiming their lives. However, at the last moment, a loyalist warpsmith of the Iron Warriors by the name of Barbarous Dantioch intervened, and he saved them, pulling them through a rift in reality caused by the Ferris. In communication with Guilliman, he had managed to open said portal, and waited for just the right moment to pull the two Primarchs to safety. But this was merely the beginning of the dark trials that would follow. Now, to go on to further detail, the Ruinstorm itself was a violent and unpredictable anomaly in the warp, which wreaked havoc across the galaxy, severing communication between the Imperium and cutting off vital astropathic choir contact, as warp travel became almost impossible, and the light of the Astronomicon itself was all but blotted out of reality. The Imperium now found itself divided. During the later stages of the Horus Heresy, the battle at Calth had already left the galaxy in turmoil, along with the Dropsite massacre, but the true extent of this catastrophe had only become apparent when Roboute Guilliman, the Primarch of the Ultramarines, realized that he was unable to discern any news beyond the limits of the Ruinstorm. From here, desperation began to take root in his heart, as he feared that Terra and the Emperor had already fallen to the forces of chaos. In his isolation and growing anxiety, Guilliman became obsessed with ensuring the survival of humanity and his father's grand design. And so he devised a plan to navigate the galactic turmoil. Using ancient and mysterious xenos technology, known as the Ferris, which was a device located on the world of Sotha, he created a psychic beacon capable of guiding loyalist space marines lost in the disarray of the warp directly to Ultramar. This device was the last fragile thread between the fractured segments of the Imperium at large. Miraculously, the beacon had caught the attention of Lionel Johnson and the Dark Angels Legion, who after much struggle used the signal to find their way through the warp and into the realm of Ultramar, deep within the heart of Guilliman's own domain. In another remarkable twist of fate, the Blood Angels, also guided by the Pharaohs, arrived at Ultramar. Sanguinius, their Primarch, had been leading his forces directly towards Terra itself, after the brutal Cygnus campaign. But he had been forced off course by the Ruinstorm. He, alongside Guilliman and Lionel Johnson, would form a triumvirate, a bastion of resistance, the very leadership of Imperium Secundus. Guilliman, in a moment of both sorrow and duty, proclaimed Sanguinius as the rightful heir to the Emperor and the new ruler and regent of Imperium Secundus, Emperor Sanguinius. As for the Lion, he was granted the position of Lord Protector of this emergent empire, effectively serving as a supreme commander of its sum totality of military forces and assets. This title was akin to that of War Master, one that Johnson had long coveted for himself. However, this left a sour taste in his mouth. With their combined leadership, the three Primarchs forged a new hope for the Loyalists, a future where the fight against the traitors could continue and humanity's unification might yet be salvaged. Yet the foundation of Imperium Secundus was not without challenge. Tensions quickly emerged when the Night Lords, Primarch Conrad Kurz, who had been functionally captured aboard the Dark Angel's flagship, the Invincible Reason, managed to escape from its bowels. His release set in motion a wave of chaos and terror that brought his madness to the heart of Ultramar, rampaging across the capital world of Macragge. His intent was clear: to spread fear and destruction, leaving the once hopeful creation of Imperium Secundus in disarray. The Ultramarines and the Dark Angels, along with their combined forces, soon found themselves tasked with a battle against the Night Lords, a confrontation that would culminate in a fierce clash between the two Primarchs. Both Guilliman and L. Johnson sought to put an end to Kurz's reign of terror, but Kurz's cunning proved a formidable adversary, as he had laid a rather intricate trap. Using a myriad of explosives he had procured from the Ultramarines and the Dark Angels, he intended to bring a massive chapel down upon the two Primarchs. As they confronted him, their efforts to end his life thwarted, as the Night Haunter escaped once again, leaving nothing but carnage in his wake. However, the fate of the two Primarchs would take an unexpected turn as the Loyalist Iron Warrior's warsmith Barbarous D'Antioch intervened at a crucial moment. Through the psychic portal opened by the Pharaohs, he was able to reach into the Maelstrom and pull out both Guilliman and Lionel Johnson to the remote world of Siltha. This miraculous act, guided by instinct, spared the Primarchs their lives and prevented their demise at the hands of the insidious Conrad Kurz. Despite this close call, Imperium Secundus was soon thrust into another test, the Battle of Siltha, which proved to be a pivotal moment for this fledgling empire, where the Ultramarines and their allies would face down the Night Lords for a battle of control and survival, each side desperate to secure the Pharaohs for their own. The outcome of this conflict would dictate not only the future of Imperium Secundus, but the fate of the Loyalist cause overall. In 009 M31, the Battle of Siltha would officially begin, at the very fringe of the galaxy, where the Pharaohs, a mysterious relic from a bygone age. This device allowed communication across vast distances and even allowed them to reach beyond the Ruinstorm for mere moments. Its discovery by the Ultramarines was both a blessing and a curse, as it would soon also draw in the attention of the Night Lords Legion. Following their defeat at Sangusla, the remnants of the Night Lords Legion, who were still loyal to their deranged Primarch, found their way to Siltha. Their goal was clear: seize the Pharaohs and use its power to find the remaining leaders and their flagship, the Nightfall. What followed was a brutal surprise assault. However, the Loyalist forces were scarcely able to mount a defense, and eventually the battle would reach its grim climax, when Warsmith D'Antioch, in an act of self-sacrifice, overloaded the Pharaohs as it was being overrun, ensuring the Night Lords could no longer utilize its empathic capabilities. His actions saved the Pharaohs from falling into traitor hands, but the cost itself was immense. Not only had the Loyalists lost their main tool of interstellar communication, but this act would also be said to be what attracted the Tyranid swarms to the galaxy 10,000 years later. 011 M31. in the pursuit of Konrad Curze, the Primarchs would be truly relentless, in particular, the Lion. As the years passed, tensions began to rise within the ranks of Imperium Secundus, particularly between Guilliman and the Lion. Disagreements over security measures on Macragge, as well as the best way to deal with rebels, whom the Lion speculated were under Curze's direct influence. These arguments became increasingly bitter when self-termination bombings slew several Astartes, in particular of the Lion's own lineage. This led to the Lion's paranoia deepening further and further still. In response, he imposed martial law across all of Macragge. And directly against the wishes of Sanguinius and Guilliman, he proposed and attempted to initiate orbital bombardments in order to obliterate rebellious factions within the Illyrium region, where he believed Curze was hiding. The Lion's aggressive stance sparked open conflict with his brothers. In an attempt to capture Curze, the Lion had dispatched his most elite forces, the Dreadwing, to flush the Night Hunter out from hiding. After a fierce confrontation within the city of Alma Mons, the Lion cornered Curze. The two Primarchs would then clash in an open and brutal exchange. And after this, the Lion triumphed, overcoming Curze's prescience through sheer skill and will alone. However, things from here would become far more chilling. When asked why he had betrayed the Emperor, Curze simply replied, "Why not?" He revealed that he was haunted by the monstrous ability of prescience that was deeply ingrained into his mind, which had driven him into insanity. The Lion, torn between rage and pity, could not bring himself to slay his mentally deranged brother. Instead, he decided to cripple Curze by snapping his spine, rendering him paralyzed for the foreseeable future, in large part due to the Primarch's own biology being so resilient, allowing him to eventually heal from this. However, the trials were far from over. When Curze was presented before the triumph of the loyalist Primarchs, the Night Lord defended his actions, arguing that he had simply acted in accordance to his nature, one which was designed by the Emperor. The Lion's fury at Curze's claims only deepened when the traitor accused him of secretly ordering the bombardment of Macragge. This was a divisive action whose validity could not be ascertained by the Imperium's records. However, it is known that this almost caused open conflict between the brothers. Sanguinius would then intervene right at the climax, breaking the Lion's blade in a display of authority, and ordered his fellow Primarchs to stand down. It is important to note that Sanguinius was one of the few Primarchs that the Lion was truly close to, as he is one of the few that he openly respected and followed directions from, and he is the only one to be directly known to have hugged the Lion, without any form of negative repercussions. The banishment of the Lion and his Dark Angels followed swiftly, as the Dark Angels left Macragge behind, yet the Lion, as he prepared to depart, began to be filled with doubts. Standing alone in the chamber of the titula engine, he questioned his past decisions, his role in Luther's banishment, and the death of Neimel, along with other choices that had weighed heavily on his conscience. It was then that the Lion had an epiphany and decided to return to Macragge. Upon arriving, the Lion revealed his true motive, as he had realized Curze's precognitive abilities, which had foreseen his own death at the hands of the Emperor's assassin, were proof enough in the Lion's mind that the Emperor still lived. Sanguinius, ever perceptive and gifted with prescience in his own way, recognized the truth in the Lion's words. Together, the Primarchs decided that Curze would live, but not as a free man, but rather as a prisoner of the Lion and a tool so that his prescience could be exploited. 013 M31 would be the start of the second siege of Chthoniya. Chthoniya, the homeworld of the Sons of Horus, now found itself under a direct assault. The True Sons, a fleet of traitor forces which had broken off from Horus's vast armada and bypassed Terra as a whole, began to lay siege to Chthoniya. With only a small force of Imperial Fifths and Ultramarines garrisoned at Astagar Garrison in order to protect it, the Loyalists were quickly overwhelmed, surrounded on all sides. The hope for allied reinforcements to this siege seemed to dwindle as the Siege of Terra raged on, forcing both sides into a prolonged war of attrition. The arrival of the Dark Angels fleet was a turning point for this siege, but victory would come at a staggering cost, as Chthoniya was rendered a dead world, uninhabitable and completely ruined, a graveyard and a reminder for the consequences of betrayal, and it would mark the inception of the separation of the fourth chapter of the Ultramarines into an entity with a unique identity that would later become its own chapter during the second founding. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the galaxy, Captain Praetor Arceus Odantus of the Ultramarines led a determined counterattack against the word-bearers at Horunum. Striking unexpectedly, the Loyalists launched a furious assault, and the ensuing battle would rage on for 3 weeks, pushing both sides far beyond their limits. In their desperation, the word-bearers resorted to summoning demons and unleashing the horrors of the warp. However, in the end, the word-bearers were defeated, but Honorum lay in ruins, the cities obliterated by the savage conflict, and the corruption of the warp tainted the land in near perpetuity, ensuring that the scars of the battle would linger long after the world had passed. It is important to note that Kurz was only saved mere moments before Sanguinius prepared to pass judgment on him, as the lion had materialized within the chamber, demanding the execution be seized, as he revealed the Kurz similar precognitive visions to Sanguinius, and he had predicted his own death at the hands of the Emperor. The lion argued that this meant that the Emperor had to be alive, even though technically the Emperor could have already set in motion the assassination of Conrad Kurz. However, the rationale led them to believe that the Emperor and what was left of humanity lay hidden beyond the Ruinstorm. This was a belief that resonated deeply within Sanguinius, who too had suffered from prescience and visions of his own death. In that moment, the lion's theory was validated and acted upon, as Guilliman would demand to know what would become of Kurz, leading to the lion making a promise to the Primarch of the 13th Legion that he would take responsibility for his brother's fate. Kneeling before his two comrades, the lion would swear to serve as Kurz's jailer, ensuring that the Night Lord's Primarch would never again wreak havoc across the Imperium. And so, the lion's exile, which at one time had seemed like the final act that would fracture the unity of the Loyalist cause, in fact brought a new hope, and the lion would once again become a warden, but this time a warden to one of the most dangerous minds humanity had ever created, as the three Primarchs set upon to reach Terra and aid what was left of the Loyalist causes past the Ruinstorm. And the dissolution of Imperium Secundus would mark a profound shift in the course of the heresy. After the fracturing of this brief alliance, the three Loyalist Primarchs, Roboute Guilliman, Lionel Johnson, and Sanguinius, set aside their differences once again and unified their Space Marine legions with the singular goal of reaching Terra, the heart of the Imperium, and where the Emperor supposedly lay. Their journey was fraught with peril, as the vast, nigh-impenetrable warp storm had severed communication and travel between the galaxy's distant sectors, and it was only through an exhaustingly perilous passage that the forces of chaos had manifested within the warp that the Loyalists could pass. What would soon follow would be known as the Second Battle of Davin, a titanic struggle that saw the Loyalist legions clash against an overwhelming wave of demonic entities. The battle itself tore through the very surface of the planet, leading to the eventual destruction of the planet Davin itself, and the proposition of Chaos slaying the War Master in exchange for Sanguinius. However, after the destruction of the planet, a path through the Ruinstorm began to emerge, temporarily. Yet, as the storm receded, the traitor fleets commanded by Horus and his followers lay in wait, having foreseen the potential opening of this path. The traitors had deployed a series of defensive fleets to blockade any advancing forces from reaching the throne world, and so the stage was set for the final desperate push that would see the Loyalists fighting not only against the elements of the Ruinstorm, but also against the fleets of Horus and his traitorous kin. In the midst of this conflict, Sanguinius and his Blood Angels were tasked with leading a direct charge towards Terra. Guilliman and the Lion trusting Sanguinius' own precognitive visions to guide him. These visions, which had been a constant thread throughout the Primarch's entire life, guided his path as he raced towards the Emperor and his own eventual death above the throne world. His destiny inexorably and eternally tied with the survival of the Imperium. Simultaneously, Guilliman and the Lion orchestrated a series of diversionary attacks, directing their Ultramarines and Dark Angels legions, respectively, against the amassing nigh uncountable traitor fleets. These engagements served to create a critical opening, allowing Sanguinius and his forces to slip through the blockade nearly untouched and continue their journey towards the throne world. As the Ruinstorm continued to dissipate, Guilliman, gathering what forces he could, made his own push towards Terra. However, his path was far from clear, as the traitors had established a vast chain of hundreds of defensive worlds, all manned by iron warriors, their ranks bolstered by the deadly remnants of Horus's forces and the demonic beasts of the Neverborn. What followed was a grueling series of engagements that saw the Loyalists locked in fierce combat, each victory coming at a heavy cost, as the Ultramarines and their allies, though advancing steadily, suffered significant losses, not only in manpower and resources, but in time, as their determination would keep them on the course for Terra, where ultimately the fate of the Emperor and humanity awaited. Despite his best efforts, the siege of Terra would come to a conclusion before he could bring the elusive twins' victory and vengeance down upon the traitors' heads. The aftermath of the Horus Heresy, a time of chaos and bloodshed that nearly tore the Imperium of man and humanity as a whole apart. It was none other than Roboute Guilliman, the brilliant strategist and Primarch of the Ultramarines, who rose, appointed as Lord Commander of the Imperium and Imperial Regent by the consent of the surviving Loyalist Primarchs. Guilliman orchestrated the efforts to repel chaos and restore order. His leadership and vision for humanity were integral in directing the counterattacks that would push back the traitorous legions and eventually drive them all the way into the Eye of Terror. Guilliman's influence extended far beyond the battlefield, as he oversaw the political and military reorganizations of the Imperium, ensuring that the horrors of the Horus Heresy could never repeat themselves. A key part of this was his reorganization via the Second Founding, which divided the massive Space Marine legions into smaller, more manageable 1,000-man strong Space Marine chapters. This restructuring was designed to prevent any one commander to wield the power of the Space Marine legions, limiting any traitor's forces to a more manageable 1,000 strong number, and preventing anyone from attempting or succeeding in a betrayal of the scale of Horus Lupercal. The Codex Astartes, Guilliman's magnum opus, would go on to codify the structures, tactics, and operational strategies of the newly founded chapters. This system would define the Adeptus Astartes for millennia to come, in part due to it stripping away the individuality and specialization of many of the legions, thereby bringing some sense of structure and unity, along with uniformity to humanity. But the Codex Astartes was not the only strategic shift Guilliman enacted. The Imperial Army was also split into the Astra Militarum and the Navis Imperialis, and intentionally creating an inter-service rivalry, ensuring that both forces could not become too dominant and would not be as effective as the human forces of Horus's traitorous legions were. Guilliman granted autonomy to the 500 worlds of Ultramar, which would be reduced to a single subsector in order to better control the regions and keep them free of corruption. The Ultramarines, being the largest and most intact of the Loyalist legions, bore the brunt of this massive effort, as Guilliman would often be at the forefront, rallying his warriors and leading them in the defense of the Imperium, all the while replenishing their ranks with his own gene seed and keeping the faith of the Astartes and the people of the Imperium alive through his mere presence. By the proper execution of his tireless efforts, the Ultramarines would become the cornerstone of the Imperium's recovery, representing the resilience and the loyalty that would hold the Imperium together, even in its coming darkest days. With the end of the Horus Heresy and the death of Horus, the Imperium launched what would become known as the Great Scouring in 014 M31, which was a campaign of vengeance designed to not only drive the traitorous legions back, but to erase any semblance of their history, and in doing so, steal back the honors they had gained throughout the Great Crusade. The traitor legions had already been excommunicated by the Emperor, who had decreed that all traces of their existence should be expunged from imperial records. Planets were scoured clean of all life and structures, as punishment for the betrayal. The traitor legions' allies and their homeworlds, including those of the Dark Mechanicus, along with various corrupted regiments of the Astra Militarum, would be driven from the Imperium or erased in their totality. The scouring would continue for decades, as it was a relentless pursuit designed to undo the devastation that was brought forth by the Horus Heresy. Guilliman's Ultramarines, gravely affected by the loss of their brethren legion during the massacres on both Isstvan V and the Dropsite Massacre, aided in their gradual rebuilding, aiding many legions to adhere to the Codex Astartes as closely as they could, without having to force the issue. Some, like the Salamanders, were left functionally untouched due to the almost complete and total annihilation of their chapter. Others, like the Blood Angels, were broken up into segments such as the Flesh Tearers, who would forever hold Guilliman in contempt, seeing him as a butcher equal to Horus Lupercal, as the new doctrine of the Codex Astartes would redefine the structure of the Space Marines after the second founding, and to this day it would remain as the core of the Space Marines' organizational and religious structures. The next moment of galactic import for the Ultramarines would be the Battle of Escador, which occurred in the aftermath of the Horus Heresy during the Scouring, when the Ultramarines found themselves engaged with the Alpha Legion on the world of Escador. Here, Guilliman faced his brother Alfarius, though it was potentially Omegon, who had assumed his twin's identity following the death of Alfarius, but that could have also been one of their many gene sons, Alfarius. Both Primarchs struck each other in the blink of an eye, and much to the Hydra's sorrow, Alfarius fell. The Ultramarines, now emboldened by their Primarch's victory, began to more voraciously hunt down the remaining Alpha Legionaries on the world, which would backfire as they would find themselves continuously harassed by hidden forces. The Ultramarines, despite their victory in single combat, struggled against the guerrilla tactics of the Alpha Legion, forcing Guilliman to call for an evacuation of the planet. From there, he would have the traitors bombarded from orbit, but this he would see as a defeat, and the sting of said defeat would linger. The creation of the Codex Astartes was indeed one of, if not the most pivotal moment for the Adeptus Astartes since the beginning of the Great Crusade, or the inception of the Horus Heresy. This sacred tome, crafted by Roboute Guilliman, would dictate the future of the Space Marines. The second founding, which followed its creation, saw the remnants of the Loyalist legions broken and reformed into chapters of no more than 1,000 Space Marines. This was a dramatic shift in the structure of the Adeptus Astartes, as it not only turned brothers into cousins and cousins into strangers, but it also ensured that no single force could wield the power to overthrow the Imperium as Horus had. One of the first tests of the Codex Astartes came on the world of Talsar, where a massive orc horde threatened the Ultramarines on the single continent of Galdor. Guilliman, now seeking to put his new doctrine into practice and show every legionary why it should be followed, issued minimal direct guidance, allowing his warriors to follow the Codex's prescribed protocols as closely as they could. The result was a series of well-executed strikes that saw the orcs defeated, thereby proving the effectiveness and new strategies within Guilliman's new text, and solidifying his role as the Imperial Regent. Following the conclusion of the Horus Heresy, at around 032 M31, the Imperium sought retribution against the Wordbearers Legion for their role in the destruction of Calth. Guilliman, leading his Ultramarines, went directly to the Wordbearers' homeworld of Cloichus, where he found the planet already devastated by war, and its people clinging to what was left of their civilization. The Imperium, fearing the spread of chaos, outright ordered the planet's annihilation. The Ultramarines, using their battle barge Octavius, bombarded Cloichus with cyclonic torpedoes until nothing was left, as the seismic devastation shattered the planet, and the resulting blasts from the torpedoes themselves erased any trace of the world from the galaxy. Up next would be the Battle of Thessala, occurring in 121 M32. Even after the second founding, Guilliman would continue to lead the Ultramarines, and it was during this period of time that he would face one of his greatest trials, the Battle of Telessa. Here, Guilliman would be mortally wounded by his traitorous brother Fulgrim, Primarch of the Emperor's Children, who had been transfigured into the demon Primarch of Slaanesh. The poison-laced blade that Fulgrim used to wound Guilliman was truly a critical blow, and the Ultramarines, now forced to retreat with their slowly dying Primarch all the way back to Macragge, ended up having to put Guilliman in stasis, deep within the Fortress of Hera, where he would remain for over 10 millennia, and become an ever-present symbol of the Imperium's ongoing struggles. At around 646 M32, the Imperium's footing was rather shaky due to the War of the Beast and the beheading having occurred recently. In response to this, Chapter Master Angentio of the Ultramarines united over 50 Space Marine chapters and led them directly to Terra. Here he would hold secret council with the High Lords of Terra, the details of which remain rather shrouded in mystery. However, the outcome was the restoration of the Senatorum Imperialis and the return of the once fractious Order of the Imperium. For the first time since Guilliman's fall, the Imperium had found a semblance of strength and unity. However, the creeping corruption of chaos would still loom ever present at every corner of the Imperium. Now, it is important to note that it was not all smooth sailing, as the restructuring of the Imperium was not without controversy. The very act of splitting the legions and giving humanity more centralized power via the High Lords caused a notable rift amongst the remaining loyalist Primarchs. In particular, Rogaldorn, Vulcan, and Russ vehemently opposed the fragmentation of their respective legions. They saw these moves as unnecessary and potentially dangerous, believing that the strength of a single legion united was the key to the Imperium's survival. This was in stark contrast to Roboute Guilliman, the architect of the Second Founding, who was firmly supported by Jagatai Khan and Corvus Corax, who recognized the need for smaller, more manageable structures in order to prevent the internal threat that was posed by individuals such as Horus. This division of opinions did in fact escalate into tensions between Primarchs, and at one point the disputes threatened to break out into a civil war once again. The tension would eventually reach a boiling point when the Imperial Fist strike cruiser, the Terrible Angel, was fired upon by the newly formed vessels of the Navis Imperialis, the Imperium's fledgling naval fleet. This act of aggression, aimed at enforcing the newly established reforms pushed by the Ultramarines Primarch, incensed Rogaldorn and put him on the brink. He would then recognize that further conflict would unravel the stability of the Imperium, what little there was, led Dorn to relent to his brother's edicts, as he agreed to the proposal and consented to the splitting of his own legion. With the Second Founding officially underway, the Ultramarines found themselves significantly reduced in size. However, their influence was in fact multiplied. The once mighty legion was now scattered across every corner of the Imperium, as its new chapters would be established on distant worlds. Macragge, the homeworld of the Ultramarines, had at one point been prepared to support a force far greater than what would remain after the Second Founding. The fortress on Terra, the Ultramarines Fortress Monastery, had been designed to accommodate tens of thousands of Astartes. Yet, due to their dwindling numbers, many of the Legion's fortresses' vast arsenals and weapons workshops were dismantled, and the resources redistributed to the newly formed chapters. The Ultramarines gene seed, the very foundation of the Astartes creation, was similarly divided amongst the successor chapters, ensuring that the legacy of the Ultramarines would live on throughout the galaxy, to the point that the large majority of Space Marine chapters existent today, both loyalist and traitor, can trace their heritage back to the Ultramarines. The consequences of this would be far-reaching, as the genetic legacy of the Ultramarines did in fact become preeminent across the Adeptus Astartes, and the successor chapters created during the Second Founding would go on to shape the future of the Imperium far more than any of their kin, due to their sheer numbers. These chapters would often be referred to as primogenitors, and they would become the foundational structure of the Astartes, though each would eventually develop into their own unique entities, developing traditions, specialties, and traits. However, they would all carry the hallmark of the Ultramarines, and to some extent they would all be affected by the Codex Astartes to a greater degree than most other chapters in existence, and this would bring no small amount of ire to many of his remaining loyalist brothers. That, along with the fact that the Ultramarines and their Primarch would now be seen as being divinely inspired or creatures of divinity by the masses of humanity, would forever infuriate his traitorous brother Lorgar. Another incident which occurred during the Great Scouring that the Ultramarines took a part in would be the siege of Sevastus IV. However, they were not the primary actors, as these would be the Iron Warriors, who had intentionally found themselves in a brutal conflict with the Imperial Fists on a forsaken planet which would become known as the Iron Cage. The target of the Iron Warriors was the Imperial Fists, and their intent was to pull them into the greatest fortification ever created, the Eternal Fortress, a sprawling, nearly impenetrable complex designed to serve as a final bastion for defense. Spanning over 20 square kilometers, the fortress was a labyrinthian structure of bunkers, towering bastions, and razor-sharp tank traps, with miles upon miles of underground tunnels carved into the shape of a cruel 8-pointed star. This would be a true monument to the Iron Warriors' brutal, if not monstrous, efficiency, as the fortress was not only designed as a stronghold and a prison, but as a symbol of their pride and defiance against their brothers, in particular against Rogaldorn. At the heart of the Eternal Fortress lay a massive bunker, what in fact was a decoy with no real military value, but it was designed to mislead and frustrate the attackers, as it was a cruel mockery of the honor and cunning of the Imperial Fists, who were led by Rogaldorn, which at the time was largely driven by rage and a want for vengeance, as he laid siege to the fortress in an effort to break the Iron Warriors' resistance and bring them into submission. Despite the strategic necessity of eliminating the Iron Warriors, Roboute Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, strongly advised Rogal Dorn against the assault. Guilliman, ever the tactician, foresaw the heavy tolls of such a prolonged siege, and cautioned Dorn of the futility of the campaign. However, Dorn at this was largely driven by the embittered feeling that he had with the proposed divisions of his legion, which he was strongly opposed to. Here he was eager to vent his frustrations with the last act of his legion at Perturabo, the traitorous Primarch of the Iron Warriors. This was a personal vendetta, fueled by years of rivalry and resentment. The siege that would follow would prove to be a disaster. For 3 weeks, the Imperial Fists fought tirelessly, constantly under fire, without the ability to rest, sleep, or eat in any semblance of peace. Their ammunition dwindled and their morale was shattered. Casualties mounted as Dorn's warriors committed themselves to their cause. They would hold on against the Iron Warriors with a grim determination befitting of the Sons of Dorn. Yet despite their heroic efforts, they were unable to break the Iron Warriors' defenses. After 3 solar weeks, the situation reached a breaking point. Guilliman would come, accompanied by relief forces from the Ultramarines, and he arrived just in time to save the remnants of the Imperial Fists. Here, the Ultramarines found the yellow-clad warriors in a dire state, exhausted, out of ammunition, and surrounded by the bodies of the dead. Dorn's legion had held the line, but the cost was too great to ignore. Perturabo, unable to withstand the might of 2 combined Space Marine legions, now had no choice but to abandon the fortress. However, in his final act of defiance, he ensured that the Imperial Fists could not recover their dead. In a cruel blow, the Iron Warriors prevented the Imperial Fists from retrieving the bodies of over 400 fallen warriors, along with the invaluable gene seed that those warriors carried within them. This would be a loss that would come to haunt Dorn for years to come. However, there are those who point to Dorn's obsession with this act and his disregard for normal tactics, as him intentionally leading many of his sons who would be more resistant to the Second Founding to their deaths. In the aftermath of the siege, Dorn, now fully aware of the cost of his decisions, would accept the inevitability of the Codex Astartes reforms. Here, the Imperial Fists understood that the ranks were thinned, and with their morale at an all-time low, they could not resist and would have to undergo this necessary division. Dorn would then move forward with Guilliman's plan, dividing the Imperial Fists into at least 5 successor chapters. Under Guilliman's command, this was an act that would signal the end of the once mighty legion, as he had done with a scalpel what Horus had failed to do with a sledgehammer. As an aside, though Perturabo had failed to completely destroy Dorn's legion, his victory in denying the Imperial Fists their dead, along with their gene seed, was just enough to elevate him in the eyes of the Chaos God, and the victory at Sebastus IV would prove to be the catalyst for Perturabo's ascension into a demon Primarch. His position amongst the Chaos Pantheon, now secured under Chaos Undivided, along with the name of Sebastus IV, would become forever etched in the records of not only the Imperial Fists, but of the Ultramarines. Thus, the Iron Cage became not only a symbol of war, but of suffering, and one of the major factors that contributed to the reorganization of the legions post the Horus Heresy. To go into further detail on the confrontation which occurred on the world of Escador, where Guilliman's forces found themselves fending off against the ever-secretive Alpha Legion and their elusive Primarch, Alpharius, or potentially one of his gene sons acting on the behalf of Alpharius as Alpharius. It seems that in a shocking turn of events, Guilliman was able to slay the leader of this force. However, while Guilliman slayed what is widely believed to be the Primarch of the Alpha Legion, the Alpha Legion's tactics did in fact prove more efficient than the Ultramarines, as the Ultramarines were forced to retreat and to resort to orbital bombardment in order to have any form of victory, and the Ultramarines hoped that this slight victory would allow them to regroup, reorganize, and come back to finish off the Alpha Legion. Yet when they returned with the main body of their forces, the Ultramarines would suffer catastrophic losses as the ranks were decimated through defensive attrition actions. Though this Pyrrhic victory seemed significant at the time, it would be overshadowing by the consequences that would follow, as the Ultramarines would never live this loss down, especially with the nebulous condition of Alpharius. In the years that followed the fall of Calth, the Ultramarines' thirst for vengeance against the Word-Bearers would remain unquenched. The Great Scouring itself claimed much, but it also proved the perfect chance to extract retribution against the traitors who had brought such devastation upon the sons of Guilliman. Amongst those traitors was Lorgar, Primarch of the Word-Bearers, whose actions at Calth had left a lasting scar on the very psychology of the Ultramarines. Years would pass before the Ultramarines were finally allowed to set their sights on Cloiches, the homeworld of Lorgar. Once a planet of great significance, Cloiches had been the cradle of the Word-Bearers. However, when the Ultramarines arrived, they found Clochis in a state far removed from its former glory. In the wake of Lorgar's betrayal and his departure to serve the Chaos Gods, the world had been plunged into a true chaotic brouhaha. A once fragmented yet structured society had crumbled further into anarchy, with no hope of redemption. The inhabitants of Clochis, left to their own devices in the absence of their former leader, descended into a state of moral, spiritual, psychic, psychological, and biological degradation. Upon arriving, the Ultramarines were forced to confront the fact that the world, or anything on it, was far beyond saving, thereby following the agents of the Inquisition's actions, who were tasked with assessing the situation and deemed Clochis irredeemable. The planet was now hopelessly corrupt and marked for annihilation. With no remorse, the Ultramarines carried out a final judgment, unleashing the full destructive power of their weaponry, which would lead the planet's geological structure to be completely destroyed due to the usage of cyclonic torpedoes. As a cyclonic torpedo struck, the detonations triggered massive seismic shifts, tearing the very foundation of Clochis apart. The planet, once the homeworld of the Wordbearers, was now reduced to space dust and rubble, which the Ultramarines would then continue to fire upon until it was reduced to nothing, mere atoms. The Inquisition, fearing the knowledge of the planet's destruction, would then go on to keep the location as a closely guarded secret. The Ultramarines, having extracted their long-awaited vengeance for the fall of Calth, believed that they should feel some amount of glory. However, their victory rang hollow. In the end, the Wordbearers had retreated into the warp, indifferent to the loss of their former home. However, there are those who believe that the Ultramarines originally intended to take Clochis and restructure it to mirror their own, as a way of thumbing at Lorgar and his sons. Now the Ultramarines, with their quest of retribution seemingly at an end, felt bitter, as it was ultimately a fruitless gesture. The traitor legions had long since cast aside any attachment to their former worlds. It was especially evident in the case of Lorgar, as even the destruction of his birthplace seemed to carry little to no weight. No retribution fleets, never any mention of it in future conflicts, or anything of a similar manner. And for the Ultramarines, the destruction of Clochis was just another in a long line of grim, unsatisfying triumphs in their unrelenting war against the arch-enemy. As it is an incident of such great importance, the Battle of Thesla will now be covered in much greater detail. In the year 121 M31, as the Great Scouring entered its final waning days, Roboute Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, gathered his most elite forces, comprising of 6 of his chapter's most capable successor chapters, in order to hunt down and eliminate the demon Primarch Fulgrim, alongside any of his remaining Emperor's children. The pursuit for vengeance had driven Guilliman to the far reaches of the Imperium's former domains, and the confrontation would take place on the world-torn world of Tessa, where Fulgrim, ever the master of deception, set his trap for Guilliman alongside his fleet. With the stakes high, Guilliman himself led a small strike force in a daring assault on the Emperor's children's flagship, the Pride of the Emperor. His target was exclusively the demon Primarch himself. Guilliman teleported aboard the flagship and made his way to the heart of its corrupted infrastructure, the Helepolis, where he came face to face with his corrupted brother. What was once a trusted comrade was now a twisted agent of She Who Thirsts. What followed was a moment for the history books, as Fulgrim would attempt to convince his ever-loyal brother to embrace the worship of chaos, just as he had done. But Guilliman, ever the steadfast, loyal son of the Emperor, refused, and the battle between the two Primarchs would commence. Despite Guilliman not being one of the more martially adept of his brothers, the battle itself was rather brutal and ruthless. Unfortunately, it soon became evident that Guilliman, despite his unmatched strategic knowledge, was no match for Fulgrim, even before his ascension into his grotesque embodiment of chaos, as now the Phoenician strength was augmented many times by the very warp itself. As the duel raged on, Guilliman realized that he was being completely outclassed. In the face of Fulgrim's overwhelming power, Guilliman called for reinforcements, but Fulgrim, anticipating such a move, had prepared a devastating countermeasure. Just as the Ultramarines arrived to turn the tide, the Emperor's children would swarm in and join the brouhaha, overwhelming the Loyalists almost completely and entirely. In the chaos of this battle, Guilliman was struck with a fatal blow by a poisoned blade. As it had slashed its throat, the venom had cut deep into the Primarch's very being. In what would be his final moments, Guilliman demanded to know how Fulgrim had been able to wound him so grievously, and the answer was rather chilling. Fulgrim had seen the scar left on Guilliman's throat from Corferon's anathema blade at Calth, a detail only visible due to his warp-infused eyesight. This wound, long thought to have been healed, was in fact the key to Guilliman's undoing. Due to the supernatural origins of the Primarchs and the anathema blade, the wound was not merely physical, and the injury would ever remain as a weak point, a chink in the very armor of the 13th Legion's Primarch. With Guilliman collapsing in unconsciousness and on the brink of death, the remaining Ultramarines and their successors managed to teleport him aboard their flagship, the Gauntlet of Power. Them, alongside with what few remaining survivors of the ill-fated strike force, retreated, the fleet barely escaping the carnage, leaving the battle and victory in the hands of the Emperor's children, who massacred what forces remained in retaliation. Guilliman's survival, though now in a death-like state due to being placed in suspended animation, was the beginning of a new chapter in the history of the Ultramarines and the Imperium as a whole. Once aboard the flagship, Guilliman's body was stabilized with one of the most advanced stasis fields imaginable. In essence, he was in a state similar to his father, alive but not alive, dying but ever living. As the wounds inflicted by Fulgrim's blade were beyond mortal healing, the Ultramarines would protect their Primarch in this death-like state forevermore, and the Imperium would believe that he had passed. They would be unaware that one of its greatest warriors had been preserved in this unnatural state. Upon their return to Macragge, the shrine of the Primarch would be constructed in secrecy within the Temple of Correction. This was a monument designed originally to honor the great Primarch and his sacrifice. This temple was located near the northmost polar fortress on Macragge, and it would stand as one of, if not the most awe-inspiring creations in the Imperium. The scale of its design and the meticulous craftsmanship alongside its grandeur, and the proportions of the very monument were a testament to the analytical and meticulous nature of the Ultramarines. It is said that even the Adeptus Mechanicus, known for their own skill in engineering, marveled at the structure's perfection, which some believed was crafted by Guilliman's own intellect. The Temple of Correction housed a marble throne upon which Guilliman's frozen body would be set to rest, his regal form preserved within a stasis field for 10 millennia. And so Guilliman's body would remain untouched by time, and his wounds from Fulgrim's poisonous blade would remain visible to all those who gazed upon his throat. After some time, a mystery would come about the most fervent of the followers of the Imperial cult. Rumors would spread that despite being trapped in the stasis field, Guilliman's wounds were indeed healing. Some claimed that these were signs that his wounds were slowly fading, as though the Primarch were recovering. Skeptics, however, pointed out the impossibility of such a feat within a stasis field, arguing that no physical change could occur within the confines of such technology. Yet, as the centuries passed, stories of Guilliman's supposed recovery continued to spread, feeding the hopes of countless pilgrims who visited the shrine of the Primarch. And seeing as how the Primarchs are not merely physical beings but also beings of a warp-bound nature, the Imperial cult's beliefs might not have been so far off. As generations of believers would travel to Macragge, drawn by the whispers of a miracle, hoping to witness the slow healing of the Primarch themselves, the faith in Guilliman, preserved in his time-locked form, became a cornerstone of the Ultramarines' legacy. For many, it would symbolize the enduring power of hope even in these darkest of times. Despite the scientific impossibility of such a miracle, the story of Guilliman's body healing, despite being unproven for a long time, would remain a powerful force in the Imperium. As each generation passed, more and more came to believe that perhaps one day Guilliman would rise again. And if anything, hope, faith, and belief are the strongest forces in the galaxy. Now, between M34 and M35, the expansion of Ultramar would occur, in particular during the dawning of the tumultuous 34th millennium. As the political strife of the Nova Terra Intergenium threatened to fracture the Imperium, the realm of Ultramar remained as an unshaken bastion of stability within the Imperium's many realms. While the Imperium's power was pulled in every direction by the growing influence of the ecclesiarchy, Ultramar and its ruling Ultramarines remained insulated. Guided by the teachings of their Primarch Roboute Guilliman, they emphasized reason and discipline over superstition and religion. This allowed Ultramar to grow further in prominence and power. Free from the corrupting grasp of the ecclesiarchy and the civil unrest ravaging other parts of the Imperium, this once truncated subsector of space would expand significantly, both militarily and politically, bolstering the realm of Ultramar not only as a status symbol of order and governance, but as a focal point of a large majority of the Imperium. What would follow would be the Eastern Fringe campaigns, unfortunately the date of these events is heretofore unknown, in part due to the general strife occurring over this time period, when in a bold and ambitious move the Imperium decided to launch a series of expeditions into the unexplored territories of the Eastern Fringes. These ventures unfortunately would prove rather disastrous, as the forces they sent into the unknown sectors faced overwhelming opposition from dangerous xenos threats, including a resurgent Herud and the ever-present menace of the Orc warbands. The Ultramarines, alongside their successor chapters, would then be called to act and assist the beleaguered Imperial colonists stranded in the far reaches of the galaxy. In these distant battlefields, the might of the Ultramarines was tested unlike any time before. However, through their dedication to the Imperium, they were able to ensure the survival of countless Imperial settlements who were on the brink of annihilation. Following this would be the Bloodstorms, which was an event where the realms surrounding Ultramar were affected by the ever-present tides of chaos. In particular, the star system directly adjacent to Ultramar suffered from repeated demonic incursions, including a brutal assault. This would include a brutal assault on the system of Tartella. For decades, these so-called bloodstorms of chaos would rage, claiming the lives of 3 successive chapter masters of the Ultramarines, who each went to deal with the chaos incursions. Yet despite the overwhelming forces of chaos, the Ultramarines stood resilient as a bastion of humanity, preventing the corruption from spreading into the heart of their dominion. In particular, this was during the Battle of Tartella, where the Ultramarines struggled yet came out on top by almost permanently banishing the forces of chaos from this realm within their dominion. Following this would be the Ninth Black Crusade, which occurred in 537 M38. The Ninth Black Crusade was led by the infamous Abaddon the Despoiler, who now, along with his reformed Black Legions, erupted from the Eye of Terror in 537 M38, shaking the very foundations of the Imperium. In response to this chaos assault, the High Lords of Terra called upon several Space Marine chapters, including the Lamenters, to assist in the defense of Corellia, a hive world on the verge of falling into the hands of chaos. However, the Lamenters, whose long-lasting reputation, the inclusion of the Lamenters, who were long known to be rather unfortunate, led to the outright refusal of aid from the Mortifactors chapter to fight alongside them. Undeterred, the Lamenters were left on their own, and all but halted the advance of the Ninth Black Crusade. However, holding firm against such an onslaught for 6 weeks straight without backup or reinforcements caused the catastrophic losses they were known for. That is, until the Ultramarines, alongside the White Scars, broke through the Chaos blockade and brought relief to the dying world. Though the Lamenters were presumed lost after a warp storm engulfed their fleet, they would eventually return, and they would be one of the few chapters who would gain the almost implicit trust of the Ultramarines from that moment on. At an unknown time in M38, the dark shadow of corruption descended upon the Phobius system, where a tyrant by the name of Ulrax seized control, ruling with an iron fist and crushing all opposition to him. But as the Ultramarines' investigation would show, it became apparent that Ulrax was no mere despot. His rise to power had come through the malignant influence of chaos. In response to this, the Ultramarines launched the Justice Bringer Crusade, an imperial campaign to scour the 9 star systems in search of the source of this corruption. The final battle of the Crusade took place atop the floating fortress of Zentar, where the Ultramarines, leading a coalition of over a dozen Space Marine chapters, brought an end to Ulrax's reign of terror and rooted out every last shard of chaos corruption within the system. Another incident of note that would occur in M38 would be the rise of the Tau Empire. The emergence of the Tau Empire itself upon the eastern fringes posed a significant challenge to the stability of the Imperium, as this new unpredictable force wielded advanced technology previously unseen by humanity outside of the Votan, and the Tau fought with a strategic and fluid style of combat that perplexed even some of the most seasoned Imperial commanders. In response, the Ultramarines were tasked with fortifying the eastern borders of the realm of Ultramar, and to prepare for an inevitable clash. Though the Tau would ultimately prove a formidable foe for the Ultramarines' commitment to the Codex Astartes allowed them to swiftly adapt to the Tau's unorthodox combat tactics, ensuring that the fledgling Xenos Empire would be held at bay from the heart of Ultramar evermore. The next incident of galactic note that would occur involving the Ultramarines would occur in 143 and 41. While en route to the Gothic War, it seems the universe would witness a tragic turn of events, as the 15th Harkleon Ironclads, a unit of the Astra Militarum, would go on to betray their commander and the Commissariat detachment as a whole, going fully renegade and becoming Traitoris Militarum. An investigation would later uncover that General Jorn and his command had fallen under the malevolent influence of the Drukhari. These xenos had ensnared Jorn's mind and corrupted his leadership. This was indeed a dark turn of fate which resulted in Jorn's forces raiding planet after planet and enslaving populations to serve their twisted masters. This would lead to a strike force led by the Howling Griffins chapter, supported by the Ultramarines and the Sons of Ors chapters. They launched a campaign known as the Jorn Retaliation. Upon intercepting the traitors on the feral world of Astrea, the Space Marine forces unleashed a devastating assault. In mere hours, 5,000 traitorous Militarum were slain, and the majority of their heavy equipment, still locked down from the initial shock, was retrieved. General Jorn would meet his end at the hands of Chaplain Armand Titus of the Howling Griffins. With the death of their leaders, the traitors' morale collapsed. Without their Xenos allies, the remaining forces would be hunted down, and the traitorous Militarum would be utterly eradicated in a sum total of 6 solar hours. This would lead to the recovery of countless swaths of both slaves and military equipment. Following this, the next major event would occur on 565 M41, where in a merciless act of retribution, the Ultramarines unleashed the Siegebreaker cohort upon the pirate-infested space station Gould. Employing the element of surprise, the Centurions descended from the airlocks of the Guilliman's Oath, their powerful warsuits cutting through the station's plasteel hull, and the decompression wrought by this assault claimed the lives of most of the station's pirate inhabitants. The remaining survivors would be quickly annihilated thereafter, and the Ultramarines' relentless quest for further efficiency would leave no room for mercy. This would lead to the completion of the mission in a rather devastating and brutal fashion, with little to no losses, be that of equipment, Space Marines, or chapter serfs. Following this would be the Cauldron campaign, which occurred in 698 M41, where the Ultramarines joined a combined task force commanded by Chapter Master Marnius Calgar, which included elements of the Angels of Absolution, the Lamenters, the Marines Errant, and the Silver Skulls chapters. Together they engaged in a grueling 7-year Imperial campaign against the Orc Empire Cardon. The series of battles that followed inflicted severe defeats upon the Orcs, delaying the Wog Argul's advance into Imperial space by 30 years, securing valuable time for the Imperium's defenders to prepare. Following this would be one of the most monumental incidents. In 745 M41, the Battle of Macragge would occur. As for millennia after the catastrophic injury of Roboute Guilliman, the Ultramarines had stood as guardians of the Ultramar subsector, warding off invaders from across the galaxy. While the chapter's history had been marked by myriad of battles against orcs, renegade uprisings, the Tau, the Necron, and even Chaos Space Marines, the measure of valor of the Ultramarines would be most profoundly tested in their defense of the galaxy against a threat unlike any they had faced before: the devastating and nearly unending onslaught of Tyranid High Fleet Behemoth. This conflict, known as the Battle of Macragge, did in fact occur in the singular year of 745 M41, a time where the galaxy's darkest tides were rising ever higher. As for centuries, the Ultramarines had been beset on all sides by all manner of external threats, yet none were as alien or as incomprehensible as the Tyranids, a genocidal race of bioengineered predators from beyond the known galaxy. But even in the face of such overwhelming odds, the Ultramarines would show the tenacity of their Primarch. Upon receiving critical intelligence from Inquisitor Vitus Kripman, Chapter Master Marnius Calgar knew that the threat posed by High Fleet Behemoth could no longer be ignored. Macragge, being at the heart of Ultramar, was the very jewel that the Tyranids would most likely target. Calgar's response was swift, as he ordered the immediate fortification of the planet's already formidable defenses, bolstering it with additional fleets and combat assets, as over a dozen Ultramarines warships, massive strike cruisers, and battle barges, along with Navis Imperialis destroyers, hung like shadows over the orbit of the planet, nearly blotting out the sun. With every passing days, more and more reinforcements arrived through warp jump, swelling the defensive presence around Macragge by degrees heretofore unseen. The system's orbital defenses, alongside with their planetary garrisons, were prepared for the oncoming war, but nothing could truly have prepared them for the horrors that they were about to face. It was only a matter of a solar week before the Tyranids made their move. The Tyranid Hive Fleet's bioships, monstrous living vessels that defied the very limits of imagination, launched their assault, cutting through the Ultramarines' strike cruisers with the greatest of ease. The horrific creatures then poured onto the surface of Macragge, swarming over the planet in a relentless tide of alien horrors. As the planet's defenders struggled to contain the chaos, Marneus Calgar took the strategic decision to consolidate his forces into 3 primary forces, acknowledging the overwhelming nature of the threat. The Ultramarines' 1st Company veterans, with support from the Ultramar Auxilia, would reinforce Macragg's polar fortress in an attempt to hold the line. Meanwhile, Calgar's strike force, the largest of these 3 separate armies, performed a series of rearguard operations aimed at slowing the Tyranids' relentless advance and eliminating the Hivemind's synapse creatures, which are, in both form and function, the Tyranids' central control relays. At first, Calgar's forces performed admirably, successfully stalling the Tyranid horde and buying precious time for the planetary fortress to mount a proper defense. The Ultramarines' forces repelled wave after wave of Tyranid bioforms, but the sheer scale of the threat began to overwhelm them. For every victory, countless Tyranid creatures would surge forth, as they endlessly replenished themselves due to the Hive Fleet's ever-expanding presence. The battle itself would come to a head over the Cold Steel Ridge, where the Chapter Master's rear guard were viciously assaulted by the full brunt of the Tyranids' hive swarm. The Ultramarines fought with every ounce of their might, but the overwhelming numbers and the ferocity of the Tyranid horde proved to be too much. In the midst of this carnage, Marneus Calgar would be grievously wounded. Despite the severity of his injuries, the Master of Macragge knew that to stay on the surface would be the doom of his forces and the annihilation of the chapter. Faced with the grim reality, he made the painful decision to withdraw. Calgar would then return to the Ultramarines' battle barge Octavius, leaving behind his warriors to fight on without him. However, the Chapter Master was not one to simply retreat in defeat. Refusing even the most urgent of medical care, Calgar took command of the fleet, rallying the remaining warships in an attempt to salvage the system from complete destruction. Despite his condition, he remained firm in his decision to find a way to hold off the Tyranid assault, as the battle for Macragge would continue for many days to come. Calgar's forces faced a relentless onslaught from Hive Fleet Behemoth. His decision to focus on eliminating the synapse creatures would prove pivotal in the fact that it delayed the Hivemind's overwhelming control, yet the battle would be far from won. Each moment of delay brought fleeting hopes that the Ultramarines might yet find a way to stem the tide in their favor. In the days following the retreat from the Cold Steel Ridge, the story of Calgar's sacrifice and the unwavering heroism of his brothers would become the stuff of legends. Even as the world of Macragge became bled under the Tyranids' onslaught, the spirit of the Ultramarines would remain unbroken, a beacon of hope for the Imperium in the darkest of times. Though the Tyranids sought to devour all, the defenders of Ultramar stood firm, ready to face what may come, in order to protect the Imperium and humanity as a whole from annihilation. Just hours after Marneus Calgar had made the decision to retreat to orbit, the Tyranid Hive Fleet finally arrived in full force. Their fleet was vast and seemingly endless, as it entered the Macragge system without warning, and it brought the full weight of the Hivemind's relentless war machine to bear. In a final confrontation, Calgar's resolve would be tested like never before. With no immediate reinforcements on the horizon, Calgar quickly took command of the Ultramarines' fleet and launched a series of aggressive strikes against isolated Tyranid vessels. The Hive Fleet's ships began to spread out, deploying their troops in force in order to secure the planet's surface, but the Ultramarines were ready. The battle would quickly escalate into a deadly game of cat and mouse, with Calgar's fleet using hit and run tactics to strike at vulnerable Tyranid vessels. The combined firepower of Macragge's orbital defenses, especially the planet's mighty polar fortress, wreaked havoc upon the Tyranid fleet. The Tyranid ships would be torn apart by the vengeful fury of the Ultramarines in scores, but it was not enough. The Hive Fleet had only just begun its invasion. The battle would take a darker turn when the Tyranids began quickly deploying mythic spores, massive pods filled with monstrous bioforms, and they were deployed right above the polar fortress. If the fortress were to be compromised, Macragge's orbital guns would fall silent, leaving the planet vulnerable to complete and total overwhelming destruction. In a gruesome display of strategic coordination, the Tyranids sent wave after wave of spores crashing down onto the fortress. With each spore impact, the defenses of Macragge grew further and further diminished, as the brave defenders began to fall under the increasing pressure. At this critical juncture, Calgar's trust in his ground forces, especially the venerated veterans of the First Company and the Ultramar Auxilia, proved crucial. These battle-hardened warriors held the fortress with a determination that has come to be the stuff of legends. For days, the defenders fought against the Tyranid swarms, standing as bastions in defense of humanity's last walls on the planet. Yet, as the Tyranids pressed forwards, using every horrific tactic in their vast arsenal, the Carnifexes would be unleashed. These colossal bioconstructs smashed through the walls of the fortress like battering rams. The defenders were then forced to fall back, retreating deeper into the facilities and fortifying secondary defensive positions, giving ground inch by inch, but never without making the Tyranids pay dearly for every inch they advanced. In the face of these overwhelming odds, the Imperial Titans of Legio Praetor stepped in, stomping across the colossal ice fields of Macragge's polar regions, and blasting the swarming Tyranids with colossal plasma blasts and shells that tore massive gaps in their ranks. But even these towering war machines could not hold back the full force of the flood of alien horrors that was to come. The Tyranid forces would continue to flood in, using their own dead as cover to climb over the defenders' walls, while their very monstrous hordes dragged down even the Titans, ripping their armor apart with their sheer numbers. The defenders' weapons would jam from the intensity of the fighting more and more often, their barrels glowing red hot despite the freezing temperatures. Ammunition reserves, though ample, began to run low, as the siege, which was planned out to last for solar months, was already reaching its breaking point. Despite the grim reality of the situation, the defenders never dissipated, as the Ultramarines fought on, drawing from their unshakable faith in the Emperor and their duty to the Imperium for support. But as the battle dragged on, the Tyranid swarm began to make headway. The walls of the northern polar fortress fell, as the Tyranids had to use their dead as mounds of flesh and ichor, so they could launch their final assault from elevated positions. The defenders were driven further back, as they were tested and pushed to the breaking point. As the battle in orbit raged on, Calgar continued his pursuit of the Tyranid Hive Fleet, determined to prevent the swarm from reaching other worlds within the Ultramar system. His fleet, though still formidable, was struggling against the overwhelming numbers of the Hive Fleet. The arrival of Battlefleet Tempestus, dispatched from Baca, proved critical in turning the battle for humanity. The two fleets, one under Calgar's command and the other under the combined Imperial forces, closed in on the Tyranid Hive Fleet and effectively trapped it between two combined arcs of fire. However, the odds remained stacked against the Imperium, as the Tyranids far outnumbered them, their bioships too numerous and too powerful to easily be dispatched. It was only the desperate heroic sacrifice of Indomitus Astra, an Emperor-class battleship, that would ultimately turn the tide. Understanding that defeat was imminent, the ship's crew made the ultimate choice, a solution, a final one, that would tear directly at the heart of the Hive Fleet. Activating their warp drive in a desperate attempt to halt the advance of the Tyranids, they detonated, and the resulting explosion tore a massive hole in space-time, creating a warp vortex that consumed the Indomitus Astra and the entirety of the Hive Fleet above Macragge. In a matter of moments, the once mighty swarm was obliterated, pulled into the endless voids of the warp, never to return. The Tyranids were no more, and the Macragge system was in essence saved, at least in space. The sacrifice of the Indomitus Astra would go down in history as one of the most selfless and costly acts of Imperial defiance, a shining example of the lengths of which humanity would go to protect its future from the horrors that lurked beyond the stars. Yet even in victory, the cost had been immeasurable. The defenders of Macragge, both human and Astartes, had paid the highest price for the survival of their world. As the Battle of Macragge raged on, the surviving remnants of the Ultramarines fleet, now led by Marneus Calgar, had emerged victorious against the overwhelming Hive Fleet in orbital combat. combat. With the High Fleet decimated in a sacrificial strike, the remaining Imperial forces turned their attention to the defense of the Polar Fortress, the key to Macragge's last line of defense. Calgar, however, was deeply concerned that communications with the Ultramarines' First Company entrenched in the northern citadel had been severed. Even more troubling was that he had heard no word from the southern garrison, leaving the fate of Macragge's defenders in doubt. Recognizing the growing peril, Calgar ordered the entirety of the 3rd and 7th Companies to advance to the surface in their fastest strike cruisers, leaving the flagship behind in its totality. With the Ultramarines' 3rd and 7th Companies landing in the polar fortresses, it became evident that their mission was one of life or death, as they would deploy via drop pods supported by Thunderhawk gunships to reinforce the beleaguered garrisons on the ground. What they encountered upon landing was a scene of unparalleled carnage. The polar fortresses, in essence, had become charnel houses. The once pristine plains of Macragge were now pocketed with vast craters, remnants of the fierce battle that had taken place between the Imperial Titans and the Tyranid horde. Everywhere Tyranid corpses lay scattered about. All across the battlefield, the wreckage of Imperial war gear was evident, and the air was thick with the scent of death. The ground still trembled under the weight of destruction, yet despite the devastation, hope flickered as the 7th Company landed completely unopposed on the southern polar fortress, and they quickly linked up with the survivors of the garrison. Together, they moved quickly to clear the subterranean passageway where the Tyranids had pushed deeper into the complex. For a brief moment, Imperial forces regained control over the surface, but their true battle would lie in the shadows, deep beneath the plains of Ultramar. Devastator squads equipped with heavy weaponry would keep the alien swarms at bay, while Thunderhawk gunships cleared the enemy forces from above. Meanwhile, Captain Michael Fabian of the 3rd Company had his own perilous tasks to attend to. Despite the heavy losses suffered by the 1st Company, which had been completely wiped out in the early hours of the conflict, Fabian had prudently awaited the arrival of his company's dreadnoughts before pushing forward into the northern fortress's depths. The goal was to find any remaining survivors, no matter the cost. Beneath the North Polar Fortress, the Tyranid infestation had truly taken root. The corridors themselves were slick with mucus, and the ceilings dripping with the grotesque residue of the alien invaders. The air was thick with a musky, foul odor that seemed to press down on the warriors as they pushed deeper and deeper still into the heart of the fortress. There was no mistaking it. The place had been altered almost permanently by the xenos' presence, and every step forward was met with the haunting echoes of alien screams reverberating through the tunnels. The deeper the Ultramarines delved, the greater the threat. Lictors, the Tyranid predators renowned for camouflage and ambush strikes, accosted them at every turn, attacking with vicious abandon. The Lictors' chameleonic-like ability allowed them to blend into their environment perfectly, laying hidden amongst the fallen warriors of the Ultramarines and the Tyranids alike, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, their claws flashing through the darkness, rending armor and tearing through flesh alike. The forward squads, with their discipline unbroken, used flamers to clear the path, forcing the Tyranid menace into the open where their dead bodies would provide ample kindling and lighting for the tunnel. It was only after hours of fierce fighting that the 3rd Company finally reached the lower levels of the Pentorium, where the final desperate stand of the Ultramarines' 1st Company had taken place. The scene that awaited them was a grim testament to the valor of the chapter's most experienced warriors. A sea of Tyranid corpses surrounded them, evidence of a brutal last stand. Inside the Pentorium, the remains of the Terminator armored veterans of the 1st Company lay in a protective circle, having fought to the last man, each warrior falling in defense of his brothers in a final act of loyalty and sacrifice. The 1st Company had been obliterated to the last, and the loss of so many of the finest warriors cast an all-encompassing shadow over their victory. However, their sacrifice was not in vain. The 3rd and 7th Company, though grievously diminished, would go on to secure Macragge's defense. The battle had cost them dearly, but their duty was far from over. In the aftermath of the Battle of Macragge, the Ultramarines were irrevocably changed. The losses suffered by the chapter were immense, and it would take many long years for them to rebuild their strength, as the 1st Company was completely gone, and the 3rd and 7th Companies bore deep scars from the ensuing conflict. But the Ultramarines, with their nigh unbreakable will, endured. In response to the Tyranid threat, the survivors of the battle reformed into elite, specially trained anti-Tyranid squads. These tyrannic war veterans were drawn from the Ultramarines' finest and most experienced warriors, and would include those veterans who would normally be placed in the first company, and they would be outfitted with upgraded power armor, along with having training designed specifically to combat Tyranids. These veterans would form the backbone of a new elite force within the Ultramarines, and their expertise in fighting Tyranids made them invaluable in subsequent fights against the Hive fleets. The Ultramarines' victory at Macragge, while costly, would become the bedrock upon which the future of Imperial campaigns would be built when fighting against Tyranids. It would later be found out that despite defeating the Hive fleet, it was just a tendril, and the Ultramarines would be constantly harassed and assailed by these extragalactic predators, who would consume all biomass to fuel their ever-hungry biological factories known as Norn Queens, who would create more Tyranids to consume more biomass to feed more Norn Queens to consume more biomass. But with this information in tow, the Ultramarines would send out envoys to multiple other chapters in order to spread the information they had garnered from fighting the Tyranids, which would be quickly integrated into almost every single chapter of Space Marines in existence. The victory over Hive Fleet Behemoth would become known as the First Tyrannic War, a war that was hard won, and Calgar, though victorious, became at least partly obsessed, and rightfully so, with Kryptman's grim warning that the Tyranids would return to Ultramar. In the aftermath of the First Tyrannic War, the Ultramarines faced a rather important task, securing the borders to the realm, in particular since Ultramar had been ravaged significantly, and they would also have to do this while rebuilding their losses, as they had lost the entirety of the first company, and the rest of them weren't looking too good either. So in order to be able to successfully do this, they launched a series of incursions, primarily starting with the 4th Company due to it having the fewest numbers of casualties as the ones to lead the charge. Their first mission was a conflict involving the liberation of Voron's world, a shrine world of the Ecclesiarchy, which had almost in its totality been seized by the Orc warlord known as the Archmechanic of Cabela, who had enslaved its population and defiled its holy temples. To the Ultramarines, such blasphemy could not be tolerated, so Captain Idas once again would lead his men into battle, utilizing a combination of disciplined tactics directly drawn from the Codex Astartes and an adaptability that was in general unprecedented within the current Ultramarines in order to adapt to in order to manage the unpredictable nature of the orcs. Through a series of swift strikes, the 4th Company was able to successfully circumvent orc strongpoints and cripple their enemies' ability to defend vital infrastructure, because even the orcs relied on supply chains and infrastructures to fight. The orc forces, now spread thin and overextended, would be overwhelmed by the combined force of the Ultramarines and the Astra Militarum Jovian Hussars, who would successfully bring down the greenskin threat, with surprisingly few casualties. But it was during the liberation of Von's world that a young space marine named Uriel Ventress attracted the attention of Captain Eidris. Uriel descended from the legendary line of Lucien Ventress, who had died fighting the Tyranids beneath the polar fortresses of Macragge nearly 180 years prior, which to unaugmented humans would be an extreme amount of time, but to an Astartes it's the blink of an eye, demonstrated an extraordinary amount of courage in battle. When his sergeant was slain by the Orc warlord, Uriel seized command of his squad and led them with a bravery that surpassed even the highest expectations for an Ultramarine of his rank, thereby showing that Uriel's future would be one of greatness. With the world liberated, the 4th Company turned its attention to the northern borders of Ultramar. Over the next 5 standard years, they carried out numerous interdiction attacks along with boarding actions, preventing further raids from infiltrating the realm. Operating aboard the honor-bound strike cruiser Bea Victus under the command of Laszlo Tiberius, the company's reputation for relentless action and success grew significantly. Captain Tiberius, a veteran himself of the Tyrannic Wars, led his men in the destruction of over 300 enemy vessels, further solidifying the company's banner and their legend in the Ultramarines' battle honors. During this period, the 4th Company would return to Macragge for the solemn observations at the Temple of Correction, where the stasis-sealed form of Primarch Roboute Guilliman lay under the vigilance of his honor-bound chapter. With their strength slowly returning, the 4th Company inducted new recruits and would thereby be able to gain full combat readiness significantly faster than they normally would. Once again, they stood prepared for actions beyond the borders of their home. Meanwhile, in the Mineresis Corps, a new crisis would emerge. A massive space hulk known as the Flame of Iniquity threatened to overrun several critical forge worlds. This was lifeblood of the Imperium's war machine. and a threat to it could not be taken lightly. This conglomeration of derelict starships posed an incredible risk to the Adeptus Mechanicus, who then immediately called upon the Ultramarines for aid. With the 4th Company now fully restored, it was dispatched directly to deal with this growing menace. Upon arriving to the Mimesis core, the 4th Company boarded the Flame of Iniquity, which was a vast labyrinth of structures, twisted wrecks, and misshapen hallways, which they dealt with by destroying its inner workings, literally and figuratively carving out a path through the ship. The orcs aboard the Hulk would then be scattered and be unable to mount a significant resistance. This victory would become a pivotal moment in the company's history, which allowed the chapter as a whole to earn the gratitude of the Adeptus Mechanicus, further solidifying their standing within the greater Imperium. The 4th Company of the Ultramarines would then gain even further recognition, as Inquisitor Markov, recognizing the skills and disciplines of Yadris' warriors, urgently petitioned the chapter master Marneus Calgar for assistance. This was a matter of grave importance, one that required the might and precision which he believed only the Ultramarines could provide. Heeding the Inquisitor's call, Calgar consented to the release of the 4th Company in its totality into the Inquisition service for a time. Their destination was the distant world of Epsilon Regis, a world which would later become infamous for the involvement of the notorious witch hunter Tyrus. The precise events surrounding the Ultramarines' deployment to Epsilon remain a closely guarded secret by the Inquisition and the chapter. What transpired on the world remains largely veiled, primarily by the Order Hereticus, and thereby there are few, if any, official records available. However, following this mysterious operation, the 4th Company was once again thrust into action, this time on the distant world of Horvath. Here they were tasked with purging the indigenous life forms to facilitate the colonization of the planet by an Adeptus Mechanicus explorator team. While some Ultramarines viewed the task with disdain, considering it beneath their noble status as warriors of the Emperor, none dared openly criticize or defy Chapter Master Marneus Calgar. The purging itself was executed swiftly. As was customary for the Ultramarines, they left the world perfect for the arrival of the Mechanicus. The aftermath of the purge led to the 4th Company being called upon to serve once again. This time they were to join the Chapter Master in the Horus Crusade. This coalition force, composed of several Space Marine chapters, would be assembled in order to respond to a disturbing threat emerging from the Tau Empire. The Tau, along with their Kroot allies and Turalian mercenaries, had launched a concerted attack onto Imperial-held space, demanding that the inhabitants of their captured world swear allegiance to the Tau Empire or face the consequences. Such brazen aggression could not be allowed to stand, which led Calgar to initiate a swift and brutal campaign alongside his allies in order to crush this nascent xenos empire expansion. The 4th Company, ever at the forefront of the fighting for the Ultramarines, played a key role in eliminating the Tau threat and re-establishing Imperial dominance within the region. Their efforts were instrumental in ensuring the survival of the Imperium's sovereignty, as the challenge of repelling alien invaders grew more complex. The 4th Company would soon face yet another insidious threat, the return of the Tyranids, along with High Fleet Behemoth. Though they had repelled it years earlier, they had not been so naive to believe that it was a threat, that it was the end of this xenos threat. In a cruel twist of fate, the Tyranids returned, this time having reformed from a splinter of High Fleet Kraken. Unlike their previous assault, which had come in the form of a massive overwhelming force, Kraken had a more subtle and insidious methodology in their attacks. With a series of smaller splinter fleets, the Tyranid advanced across an even wider front, drawing the Ultramarines into another horrific conflict, one that was designed to spread them thin. The target this time seemed to be the industrial world of Ikar IV, an important stronghold for the Imperium, and the 4th Company once again found themselves leading the vanguard into battle. This time, though, they would not fight alone. They would fight alongside the Astra Militarum, but also along with other Space Marines drawn from exactly 7 chapters, as they would form a united front against this overwhelming alien threat. The fighting was fierce, and the Ultramarines understood that it would be relentless, but they had been bolstered by their allies, who themselves had learned their own peculiar methodologies dealing with Tyranids. Both Captain Idris and Ural Ventress, who had previously distinguished themselves throughout this campaign, would be awarded the prestigious Imperial Imperial laurel for actions of valor. The Tyranids would ultimately be repelled from Icor 4, but the battle was far from over. As Hive Fleet Kraken withdrew, it would break into several more smaller splinter fleets, and it remains uncertain where each and every one of these splinter fleets would go or if they would be destroyed. Some are known to have penetrated deep into the galactic core, reaching as far as Segmentum Solar, but they would be annihilated swiftly by the Navis Imperialis battle fleets protecting Segmentum Solar. However, the question in the Ultramarines' minds is, did all of Kraken's fleets meet their end, or are there remnants lurking in the darkest corners of the galaxy? From here, the Ultramarines, with their unyielding dedication to the Emperor, alongside their unshakable resolve, would once again prove their worth in the defense of the Imperium. Having fought with valor against the Tyranid threat, the Tau invaders, and the Orc menace, they became seen as the bulwark against the forces that threatened to destroy humanity. Their legacy of courage, sacrifice, and unwavering, unmitigated commitment to duty became widespread and known to almost every Imperial citizen. However, there were other forces lurking in the horizon, much like they always would be. After the hard-fought battles at Icor 4, the 4th Company of the Ultramarines found themselves dispatched once again to an increasingly perilous threat. This time, the mission took them to Thrysa, where reports indicated the Night Lords had been popping up and had established a more permanent presence within this segment of space. The mission required them to provide the best warriors the Imperium could muster, and the 4th Company were said warriors. The Astra Militarum had already begun their advance towards the planetary capital controlled by the Night Lords, encountering fierce resistance as they moved forward. Yet despite the tenacity of the enemy, they continued to be crushed by the opposition of the Imperium. However, as the campaign went on, the Imperial lines began to stretch thin and became vulnerable to flanking assaults. Recognizing this perilous situation, the 4th Company took decisive action once again, targeting vital points that could allow the enemy to assault and disrupt their forces. In a tragic yet heroic act, Captain Idris sacrificed himself in order to destroy the final coalesced enemy force, ensuring the safety of not only his commanders but the stability of the Imperial position. With the loss of their beloved captain, the 4th Company mourned, but duty called. The company would then be returned to Macragge, where veteran Sergeant Uriel Ventress would be elevated to the rank of captain, taking the mantle of leadership from Idris. Following this, there would be another incident that would call upon the 4th Company. This would occur within the northern reaches of Segmentum Tempestus. Their destination, Trissus Ultra, a planet with deep ties to the Ultramarines, once brought into Imperial compliance by Roboute Guilliman during the Great Crusade. This world had a rich history of loyalty to the Ultramarines and to the Imperium. Unfortunately, they would face a direct threat. A gargantuan space hulk was detected drifting towards their planet, and Captain Ventress, alongside his warriors, would lead the assault into its steps. The Ultramarines had encountered such derelict ships before, but this one held a greater danger, one far more dastardly than could have ever been expected, a deadly xenos infestation, as the Ultramarines fought to clear the massive vessel room by room, each section filled with a litany of xenos scum. After the tremendous effort of the Ultramarines, they would emerge victorious. They would escape to safety and see to the destruction of the Space Hulk from the safety of their ship, the Vae Victus. Yet as the Ultramarines stood victorious, an ominous sign emerged. The vessel's astropaths detected a disturbing phenomena, a wave of warp interference moving towards the Imperium. This disturbance, once known as the Shadow in the Warp, could only mean one thing: another Tyranid Hive Fleet was invading. This time, it was Leviathan. With the threat of Hive Fleet Leviathan imminent, the Ultramarines moved quickly to assemble a response team, which would include making contact with the Mortifactors, a Space Marine chapter whose tactics and culture diverged significantly from the ideals of Roboute Guilliman, embracing darker and more death-like aspects, including forming a religion and ignoring the Codex Astartes almost in its entirety, to the point that some believe that this Space Marine chapter is actually descended from the Death Guard. However, the two chapters were in fact able to form a coalition to confront the Tyranid menace. A fleet was quickly assembled under the command of Navis Imperialis Admiral Brigid de Court. With the battleship Argus at its helm, they would seek out and destroy the infestation. The fleet itself would be bolstered by the presence of ancient and revered warships, including the Sword of Retribution and the Carlos Vinicians, both of which were legendary ships who had served in the defense of the Imperium for generations. As the Ultramarines prepared for their impending battle, it was clear that the galaxy now stood at a knife's edge. The Tyranid threat was once again on the rise, and only the Ultramarines, alongside with their allies, could hope to ever stem the tide of destruction that was approaching. The question was whether their combined strength was enough to fend off wave after wave wave of Tyranids, or if this new iteration of a hive fleet would spell the Imperium's doom. In the face of this Tyranid threat, the Imperium would also mobilize its forces, including the Death Corps of Krieg alongside the largest regiment of the Astra Militarum and planetary defense forces drawn from Tressus Ultra, who were trained in the martial methods of the Ultramarines under the watchful eye of Sergeant Lycrus, to the point that they could operate seamlessly alongside the Ultramarines. In particular, the Ultramarines also called upon those who had experienced the Tyranid menace previously, lending their wisdom to the planet's defense forces. To further bolster the forces on the ground, an elite Death Watch kill team, led by the renowned Watch Captain Bannon, joined the efforts. Despite the odds, Tressus Ultra was as secure as it could be made within the given time frame. The battle began on the outer reaches of the star system, where the Hive Fleet's elements were confronted directly. While the world of Barbarous Prime was lost to the Tyranids, a decisive victory was won against the advancing fleet, buying time for the Imperium as a whole. As the Hive Fleet pushed forwards towards the Imperium's defenses, Kryptman made a difficult decision to sacrifice the world of Kraldus, ordering the mortifactors to virus bomb the planet from orbit before the Tyranids could even stand a chance and assimilate the biomass. Though there were fractures growing amongst the Imperial commanders, the defenders of Tressus Ultra remained united. The relentless assault of the Tyranids, however, pushed them to the very limits. Despite overwhelming losses, including the decimation of almost the entirety of the Fourth Company, the defenders refused to yield. Captain Ventress, in a desperate bid to end the invasion, took an unprecedented step, casting aside the teachings of the Codex Astartes, heresy to many Ultramarines. He assumed command of the Death Watch kill team and led them in their final mission to deliver a lethal gene poison directly to the heart of the last remaining hive ship. With his prior experience in serving alongside the Death Watch, Captain Ventress knew that this was a pivotal moment which would have the greatest impact possible on the battlefield, which made it a better option than dogmatically following the Codex Astartes. The mission was perilous, leading the Ultramarines and their Death Watch allies through the heart of the nightmarish horrors of Tyranid biology. But in the end, they succeeded, and the gene poison was introduced into the body of a Tyranid Norn Queen. This was one of, if not the most crucial figure within the Tyranid's hive mind. The death of the Norn Queen sent shockwaves throughout the entirety of this hive fleet segment, causing the Tyranid organisms to enter a frenzied state of self-destruction, almost as if the Tyranids aren't an exact race, but they are pre-programmed weapons, but rather than made out of metal, they are made out of biologically existent matter. And though the Tyranid fleet was finally defeated, the scars of their invasion would ever remain on the surface of Tressus Ultra. With the defense concluded, the Fourth Company would then return to Macragge, its warriors wary and mourning severe losses. Though their honor was intact, the aftermath of their actions at Tressus Ultra would lead to an unexpected and potentially catastrophic consequence. Captain Ventress, for his explicit and knowing breach of the Codex Astartes, found himself facing the charges of heresy. Rather than facing an immediate execution, Ventress was given a death oath by Marnius Calgar, the chapter master of the Ultramarines, as he, alongside his trusted companion, Sergeant Pennius Lysine, would be tasked with locating a place of dark iron. However, the journey that they would soon follow would lead them to a far darker and more dangerous reality than what they ever anticipated. Shortly after departing Macragge on their starship, they would be ambushed by warp entities, which were under the control of a demon imprisoned within a demon engine, known as the Homophilus Daemonium. This massive grotesque machine resembled a massive steam locomotive that had the ability to travel between the warp and real space at will. Captured and taken deep into the Eye of Terrace, Ventress and Pentheus found themselves transported to Murdengrad, the demon world of the Iron Warriors, which just by serendipity was the location that they were sent to find. It was here that the two Space Marines were forced into a brutal alliance with a group of Space Marine renegades and two former Imperial Guardsmen who escaped the enslavement of the Iron Warriors, alongside with a series of other slaves. This guerrilla band would engage in hit-and-run attacks against the Iron Warriors' captors, but their struggle came at a great cost. Ultimately, Ventress and his companions would be captured by the legendary Warsmith Hansu, a commander of the Iron Warriors who at least partly hailed from Imperial Fist's lineage. Ventress would then be subjected to a horrific fate as he was implanted into one of the wombs of the Demonculaba, a grotesque creature that was designed to accelerate the creation and growth of Chaos Space Marines. A woman's body, particular parts of it specifically, had been modified using Imperial Fist gene seed stolen to create new warriors for the Iron Warriors Legion. The irony would not be lost on Ventress or his companion, since the Demonculaba were the very things that they were sent to find and destroy. This monstrous technology was an abomination of everything, including the methodology of creating Space Marines. The Iron Warriors, having been unable to replace their fallen numbers in the wake of the Horus Heresy, used horrific procedures to replenish their ranks with new genetically altered soldiers, creating even darker reflections of the Space Marines that once served the God Emperor. And while they were able to replenish their numbers quickly, the quality of the Space Marines themselves suffered significantly. The very fate of Captain Ventress and Sergeant Lyson, alongside with their compatriots, seemed rather uncertain. However, one thing was clear to them, that the Iron Warriors would stop at nothing in order to see their numbers replenished. Amidst the chaos of war and betrayal, which is synonymous with the traitor legions, the ambitions of Warsmith Hansu found themselves besieged by rival Iron Warrior Warsmiths. His refusal to surrender his share of Imperial Fist gene seed stock taken from the Adeptus Mechanicus on the world of Hydra Cordatus during an invasion sparked a conflict, as the Iron Warriors clashed over the precious genetic resource necessary due to the corruption of chaos within the warp, tainting and damaging their own gene seed, caused Hansu's grip on his stronghold to weaken significantly, as he became embroiled in a struggle not only against his fellow traitor Marines, but against the fate that he believed he deserved. In the midst of this turmoil, Ventress and Lysan, who had been imprisoned within this fortress, saw their opportunity to escape. The two Ultramarines fought their way through the Iron Warriors' fortress, successfully destroying Hansu's labs and his stronghold in the process. However, the act came at a dire cost, one that would forever change the course of history. In their desperate bid for freedom, Ventress and Lysan were forced to release a cornate demon prince, a powerful and destructive entity. The demon prince, once freed, lay complete destruction and waste to Hansu's rival's forces, first annihilating a rival demon which had been imprisoned within the Omophilus Daemonium, then turning his ire and fury upon the Warsmiths, besieging Hansu's fortress. The demon's carnage drew the enemies of Hansu into full retreat, leaving his fortress. With the unwitting help of the demon prince, Ventress and Lysan, alongside a group of the unfleshed, mutant rejects of the Iron Warriors and twisted experiments of Hansu's own design, escaped the Eye of Terror, and they did so aboard the remains of the Omnius Demonium, which, having been purged from its demonic taint, reverted back to its former state as a starship. The group found themselves traveling throughout the warp, only to arrive at the troubled world of Selenus, specifically a forbidden zone that emanated with a suffocating sense of death. Upon their arrival, Ventress and Lysan encountered a local group of Astra Militarum, the ruling force of Selenus, alongside their rather mysterious governor, a figure whose ruthlessness and ambition was matched only by his suspicion of strangers. The pair requested assistance in returning to Macragge, but their astropathic message would be intercepted by a group of Grey Knights who had been targeting and monitoring the world for their own eclectic reasons. Eventually, a Grey Knight squad would arrive and promptly arrested the two Ultramarines, subjecting them to an intensive series of trials designed to test their purity. The trials were grueling both physically and mentally, as the Grey Knights sought to determine whether Ventress or Lysan had been tainted by their exposure to the forces of chaos during their time on Murdengrad. In a shocking turn of events, it was discovered that a powerful psyker was likely the instigator behind the Demonium's arrival on Selenus, had used the Unfleshed as instruments of revenge against the planetary governor and his own former regiment. This vendetta stemmed from the regiment's past atrocities, specifically the murder of tens of thousands of civilians, including the obliteration of an entire town which had at one time been the home to the leader of a small group of guerrilla fighters. The campaign itself had been ignited by the brutal actions of the governor, which went far and beyond what even the Ultramarines would normally stand. The town had suffered a fate so horrible that it led to the foundation of the Forbidden Zone where Ventress and Lysan had initially arrived. Possessed by the malevolent psyker, the Unfleshed went on a rampage of slaughter, killing anyone who was within their path. However, they were eventually brought down by Ventress and Lysan alongside the Grey Knights. With the tragic death of the Unfleshed, this chapter in Ventress's story would end with a subsequent return to Macragge. Upon their return to Macragge, Ventress and Lycerus were immediately subjected to even more scrutiny. Both would be carefully examined by the chief chief librarian in order to ensure that their exposure to chaos had not left lasting corruption. The trials were indeed harsh, but the verdict was once again clear. The two warriors were untainted, and their loyalty to the Emperor unbroken. With this judgment, Captain Ventress was reinstated as the leader of the Fourth Company, alongside being given the opportunity to redeem himself in the eyes of those who still doubted him. His first test would come on the world of Pavonis, where he was tasked with defending the planet from an invading force of Tau. This mission, while seemingly the chance for redemption, would prove to be only the beginning of the even more trials for the legendary Uriel Ventress. In contrast to Ventress's reinstatement, Lysine was forced to endure a much harsher fate. He was demoted and stripped of his rank, alongside being subjected to harsh punishment. 100 solar days of isolation from the Ultramarines was the punishment that he was prescribed. This punishment was a direct result of Lysine's failure to disclose the unusual regenerative capabilities of his bionic arm, an arm that had been replaced after the devastating loss of his biological one during the Ultramarines' mission on Pavionis, when he had encountered the Catan shard known as the Nightbringer. The Nightbringer's power had apparently infused his new bionic limb with necrodermis, a living metal of the Necrons, which was seen as a dangerous and unpredictable substance, which ironically was the same substance that covered the hands of the Iron Hands Primarch Ferrus Manus. Lysine had kept this information hidden, and for his transgressions, he was punished severely. After his 100 days of isolation, he was reinstated as a battle brother of the Fourth Company and rejoined Ventress. Meanwhile, the vengeful Hansu, consumed with his hatred for Ventress and the Ultramarines due to their destruction of his fortress and forces on Murdengrad, plotted revenge against them, specifically targeting Tressus Ultra, the very world that Ventress had so harshly to defend. Hansu, alongside his band of Iron Warriors, Chaos Cultists, and Traitor Marines, alongside various other mercenaries, had unleashed a catastrophic assault upon the planet, turning it into a dead world. In addition to his warband, Hansu gathered a host of Drukhari pirates, Kroot mercenaries, and Dark Mechanicum forces, led by the traitorous Magos Siren. Together they launched a devastating campaign against Tressus Ultra, seeking to annihilate the world that the Ultramarines had sworn to protect, and with it the legacy of Captain Uriel Ventress. The stage was then set for another epic conflict that would push Ventress and the Ultramarines further than they had been tested ever before. In a dramatic turn of events, the campaign orchestrated by Hansu would also be aided by forces he had been gifted by the legendary and potentially the greatest single War Master of Chaos, Huron Blackheart. With these additional forces, he set his sights on the Ultramar subsector. His particular target was a star fort hidden for over 60 years in the uncharted depths of space. This fortress was guarded by a garrison of Ultramarines, and it was designed to protect the realm of Ultramar as a whole. This is where Hansu's plan would unfold, setting the stage for an explosive clash with his newly amassed forces. After tracking down and boarding the star fort, Hansu slaughtered the Ultramarines defending it, leaving the structures vulnerable to his machinations. In an act of daring, he freed a captive demon prince, a being of immense power and hatred known as Makar, a former word-bearer Dark Apostle, who had once waged war on Ultramar during the Horus Heresy. Makar had previously been imprisoned by Chapter Master Marnius Calgar and the Inquisition, alongside the Inquisition. After his earlier attempts to annihilate the Ultramarines, he had brooded in a prison of his own making for centuries. His release by Hansu was not only a strategic victory, but it was also the beginning of a revenge-fueled pact that would reverberate throughout the realms of Ultramar. Once freed, Makar possessed the remnants of a dreadnought, transforming it into an abomination that served as his vessel within the material universe. With his newfound power, the Demon Prince desecrated the Starfort, turning it into a warp-linked fortress that would serve as a gateway for a veritable demon army. And under his command, these forces surged forth, joining the Iron Warriors in a campaign that threatened the very fabric of Ultramar. But Hansu's machinations did not end there. With a twisted stroke of dark genius, he acquired a clone of Uriel Ventress that had been made when Uriel Ventress had been stuffed within the Demonculaba. This clone, known as a newborn, was an amalgamation of the physical traits of Ventress created with the genetic material that Uriel Ventress had left behind, which had unintentionally been subjected to the Demonculaba's machinations on Murdengrad. The newborn was not merely a clone, as he also carried the physical skills and fragments of Ventress's very own memories, including secret knowledge of the Ultramarines' defense protocols, essentially giving Hansu the keys to the kingdom. Hansu, exploiting this knowledge used the newborn to assault the very heart of the realm of Ultramar, beginning with a star fort and escalating to an all-out war. In response, the Ultramarines rallied their forces, calling upon allies from across the Imperium to stand their ground against the swirling tides of chaos. These included a contingent of Adeptus Mechanicus led by Magos Locard, a unit of Raven Guard Space Marines alongside the Ultramar Auxilia Planetary Defense Forces, and even a warband under Inquisitor Saxu. Civilian forces would also be drawn from several worlds within the Ultramar system to join the brouhaha. The conflict would then explode across multiple worlds, with every planet almost assuredly falling to the rampaging forces of Hansu and Makar alongside the demon army. One of these worlds, now lost to history, was completely obliterated under the might of the swirling armies of chaos. Yet despite these overwhelming odds, Uriel Ventress remained steadfast, unyielding even, refusing to allow the legacy of Ultramar to be extinguished. The war would culminate in the final confrontation on the world of Kelth, the birthplace of Uriel Ventress, a world with an immense significance to both the Ultramarines and to word-bearers like Makar. Hansu, at the behest of Makar, ventured into the tomb of Remus Venetus, an ancient hero of the Fourth Company, with the explicit goal of desecrating the tomb and destroying the war gear of Venetus. Ventress, however, would not allow this desecration to stand. In a moment of intense personal and strategic importance, Uriel confronted the newborn, knowing full well that this clone was a twisted reflection of himself, created by forces he could neither control nor comprehend. Their battle was brutal, as Uriel struck down what amounted to his twin brother, using the Venetus Blade, an artifact of immense power forged for the destruction of the enemies of Ultramar. The conflict between Ventress and Hansu reached its zenith shortly thereafter. Hansu and his forces, though numerically superior, was defeated through a sudden and unexpected turn of events. Spectral guardian warriors, seemingly summoned from Venetus' very tomb, appeared in the midst of battle, turning the tide in the favor of the Ultramarines. Hansu detonated the explosive that he had preset around the tomb of Venetus, bringing the structure to a violent explosion that buried both him and his forces within its ruins. In the aftermath of this battle, Uriel Ventress and his surviving warriors moved swiftly to Talsar, where Makar and his demons were, then prevented them from overwhelming Chapter Master Marnius Calgar alongside his remaining forces. In the midst of this final decisive battle, Uriel Ventress threw the blade that had summoned the spectral army towards Calgar, who used it to annihilate the demon prince once and for all. With their master destroyed, the connection of the demon army to the material world shattered, and Hansu's forces were obliterated in their totality, sans Hansu. With the realm of Ultramar once again secured and the forces of chaos defeated, the Imperium began a series of mopping up operations in order to cleanse the last remnants of this demon incursion. Within 6 months, the system was declared free and secure from chaos, and this hard-fought victory had become a symbol of the Ultramarines' glory and greatness. Yet the remains of Hansu were never discovered, leaving his fate to be as much a mystery as any other within the galaxy. Following the catastrophic defeat of the Iron Warriors with their unsuccessful invasion of the realms of Ultramar at approximately 999 M41, a new, even greater threat loomed. With the fall of Cadia and the beginning of the 13th Black Crusade's next campaign, the Lord of the Black Legion launched a full-scale assault across almost the entirety of the Imperium. In the wake of Cadia's collapse, a prophecy of sorts had begun to unfold, one that would shift the balance of the long war evermore. Amongst the first to learn of these disturbing events was Zarfiston, a chaos sorcerer of rather remarkable ability to gaze into the warp. Through his dark sorceries, Zara discovered a profound truth, one which no one had expected. Archmagus Dominus Belisarius Cull, an ancient figure, had actively escaped Cadia's destruction with a device that could potentially alter the course of the war and humanity as a whole. It was believed that this device was the culmination of Cull's millennia of research, one that would serve as the penultimate weapon of humanity against the forces of chaos. Further complicating matters, Cull and a band of survivors, now calling themselves the Celestian Crusade, had escaped not only the ravages of Cadia, but had also garnered the aid of the Eldari Yunari. This group sought refuge in the Webway, an ancient mysterious network of portals, and from there they would make their way to Macragge, the homeworld of the Ultramarines. Their arrival at the heart of the realm of Ultramar posed a direct challenge to Abaddon's plans of conquest. To eliminate this new threat, Abaddon dispatched a portion, a rather significant one, of his Black Fleet, in essence creating another chaos incursion straight to the heart of the Ultramar subsector. This was now an ongoing part of the 13th Black Crusade, as the forces of chaos would then descend upon the homeworld of the Ultramarines, leading the Celestian Crusade to arrive on Macragge, led by figures of both significance to the Imperium and the wider galaxy. At the helm of the Celestian Crusade was Saint Celestine, the living saint who had once come to defend Cadia during its darkest hour. Accompanying them were Archmagus Belisarius Cawl, an ancient figure with knowledge of the God Emperor's great works, who had had direct contact with the God Emperor in a manner of speaking. They were also accompanied by Inquisitor Katarina Greyfax of the Order Hereticus. Also amongst their crusade were Marshal Marius Almrak of the Black Templars, alongside Yennari leaders such as Yvraine, the Daughter of Shades, and her war leader, the Vasarch. Upon their arrival, the Celestians found the shrine world of Lypris in the Macragge system overrun by the forces of chaos. Initially caught by surprise, the Celestian Crusade, alongside their Eldari allies, quickly engaged in combat against Chaos Helldrakes, freeing local Ultramarines forces and gaining permission for the Ultramarines to continue their mission, though the Yennari chose to withdraw the majority of the forces back into the Webway in order to address their own critical matters. Their crusade would proceed to Macragge, where they would discover Chaos had also launched a full-scale invasion of the Ultramarines' capital. In orbit, the fleets of Loyalists and Chaos Space Marines clashed in a brutal space battle, while on the ground, the Fortress of Hera, the mighty fortress of the Ultramarines, was under direct siege by the forces of Abaddon and his Black Legion. Within the heart of this conflict, Archmagus Dominus Belisarius Cawl made an astounding revelation directly to Marinius Calgar, the chapter master of the Ultramarines. Cawl, who was over 10,000 years old at this time, revealed that he had once worked closely with Roboute Guilliman, the Primarch of the Ultramarines, during the Horus Heresy, before Guilliman was gravely wounded by the demon prince Fulgrim. Cawl had been entrusted by him to complete a mission, to find a means of resurrecting him, should this necessity ever arise. With this knowledge, the Celestian Crusade gained access to the Temple of Correction, where Guilliman's body had been placed in a state of perpetual stasis. Though Calgar remained deeply cautious about the presence of these new arrivals, in particular the Eldari, this crisis had forced the Ultramarines' hands. With Cawl now preparing to attempt the impossible, the Celestians and their allies agreed to support the effort directly. As Cawl began to work on Guilliman, the Black Legion immediately took notice of this disruption within the warp. Fearing that the Imperium was about to gain a potential weapon in the form of a reborn Primarch, the Black Legion launched a vicious assault on the Temple of Correction, hoping to prevent Cawl from completing his task. The defenders, consisting of the Celestian Crusade, the Ultramarines, and Grey Knights from the Third Brotherhood, led by Grandmaster Aldrich Voldos, fought valiantly to buy Cawl just enough time to complete his mission. However, the defenders found themselves overwhelmed by Dreadclaw assault boats, descending from the sky as if they were a blizzard, continuously bringing forth more of Abaddon's forces into the brouhaha. Just as it all seemed lost, Yvraine, the leader of the Yennari, called upon the power of Yenid, the Eldari god of the dead. The intervention of this ancient deity, coupled with Cawl's arcane technology, allowed for the impossible to happen. Roboute Guilliman was resurrected, and the Imperium had a Primarch once more. To ensure his survival, Cawl had brought him a reliquary from Mars, which contained the legendary Armor of Fate, a new suit of Primarch-sized power armor specifically designed for Guilliman. This armor was then further enhanced by Eldari soul magic, and it was instrumental in capturing and restoring Guilliman's soul to his body, and preventing it from being forever lost to the afterlife. It was this armor that allowed the Primarch to endure the cleansing of the chaos-tainted poison that had been injected into his body by Fulgrim, and to restore the damage that had been done to his soul previously. Despite this monumental success, the Banner of the Resurrection left Guilliman bound to the Armor of Fate for the remainder of his days, or at least that's how it was viewed. Without it, Cawl feared that the Primarch would quickly perish once more. Nonetheless, Roboute Guilliman had returned, and the Imperium now gained a tremendous boon in their most desperate hour, and his revival marked the dawn of a new era in this long war. This would lead to the birth of the Terran Crusade and the return of Guilliman, which would significantly renew hopes of humanity, halting the ever-encroaching forces of chaos. But even as the Ultramarines and their allies celebrated this victory, the shadow of the Black Legion continued to loom large, as the future of humanity was still perilously balanced on the knife's edge. The resurrection of Roboute Guilliman, one of the Emperor's loyal sons, marked not only a turning point for Ultramar, but for the entirety of the Imperium of Man. As the Primarch awakened, his fury was now unparalleled, and he managed to surge forth with a might that drove back the forces of chaos, with a ferocity that the Black Legion had been utterly unprepared for. In a single moment of vengeance, Guilliman shattered the attacking fortresses and invigorated the Ultramarines alongside their allies, who had been embroiled in the siege of the fortress of Terra, to drive back the darkness. Once the dominant Black Legion forces were overwhelmed, the Loyalists were able to make a decisive victory. This sudden and completely lopsided victory would prove pivotal not only in breaking chaos, but into shifting the balance across Ultramar and the Imperium's infrastructure as a whole. With the return of Guilliman, the Ultramarines were reinvigorated, their morale soaring to heights not seen in centuries, nay millennia. Within mere months, Guilliman had led the Imperial forces to drive back the invaders from Macragge and push them completely out of the Ultramar subsector, restoring the realm of Ultramar to its former glory. With the threat of chaos momentarily quelled, Guilliman assumed his role as Lord of Macragge and Primarch of the Ultramarines, taking command not only of the Ultramarines, but also of their successor chapters. Marneus Calgar, ever the loyal son to his Gene Father, humbly ceded control of his chapter to the Avenging Son, ensuring the continuation of the Primarch's legacy. Yet Guilliman's vision for the future would prove maybe too ambitious, as he declared that the unification of the once spread worlds of Ultramar in order to re-establish the powerful mini-empire it had once been during the golden age of the Imperium, with 500 settled worlds coming once more under the direct control of Macragge. This monumental decision would redefine the fate of Ultramar and the Imperium as a whole, as this was in essence Legion building, as Guilliman had pulled its far-flung worlds back into alignment with the leadership of the Primarch. In the months that followed Chaos's defeat, Guilliman turned his focus to an even greater and more personal mission, his long-awaited journey to Terra, to reunite with his father, the Emperor of Mankind. After millennia of separation, it was time to head back home. To accomplish this, Guilliman gathered a vast fleet from across the Imperium, setting out on what would become known as the Terran Crusade. As the warp itself had become increasingly unstable in the wake of the 13th Black Crusade, the Primarch's very own fleet had begun its perilous journey back to Terra. However, the fleet's first voyage would not be without peril. As it neared the infamous Maelstrom, a great rift within the fabric of reality itself, the Terran Crusade's fleet was intercepted by a formidable enemy, Magnus the Red, the demon Primarch of the Thousand Suns. Magnus had long remained on his demon world, adjacent to his lost homeworld of Prospero, but recently he had stirred from his centuries-long slumber to wage war against the Space Wolves and to reassert his power within real space. Now he would turn his attention towards Guilliman, his former beloved brother, and his fledgling Terran Crusade. Magnus's sorcerer's powers were rather formidable, and in a single act of unbridled rage, the Thousand Suns Primarch cast an ancient ritual that flung the Terran Crusade into the heart of the very Maelstrom. Trapped within this labyrinthian rift within the warp, time became fluid and unpredictable. The fleet wandered aimlessly, navigating from demon world to demon world, suffering countless assaults from the very legions of chaos that lurked within the rift. The horrors of the Maelstrom weighed heavily on Guilliman's psyche. For the first time in his life, he found himself struggling with the crushing burden of guilt and frustration, the knowledge that the fate of the Imperium now rested on his shoulders alone. Yet despite the mounting losses and the despair that threatened to overwhelm them, the Imperium's forces had a faint glimmer of hope, as Eldrad Ulthrain, the ancient Eldari Farseer, now allied with the Yunari, sent a message to Guilliman, revealing a series of landmarks that would allow his fleet to navigate the treacherous warp rift and find their way back to real space. But even as the Imperial fleet neared its potential escape, the forces of chaos were not finished with them. The fleet encountered a new and terrifying threat, the forces of the Red Corsairs, and this detachment of Space Marines was led by the powerful Lord of Change, Kairos Fateweaver. This dark entity was a greater demon of Tzeentch, and it unleashed a brutal assault upon the fleet, engaging in a battle with the few remaining vessels of this Imperial Crusade. In the midst of this conflict, Kairos Fateweaver, using his potent psychic abilities, turned the tide of battle with a devastating psychic assault, as he ensnared Guilliman in chains woven from the very guilt that had branded the Primarch's immortal soul. Immobilized and powerless to fight back, Guilliman was confronted with a harsh ultimatum: his life for the lives of the fleet. Kairos used his power to bind Guilliman, forcing the remainder of the Imperial fleet to surrender. Thus, the Terran Crusade would meet its crushing defeat. The once mighty fleet felled, and the hopes of countless soldiers and officers now were at the mercy of chaos. The Primarch, the very symbol of the Imperium's strength, lay imprisoned in chains, his fate uncertain, and the future of the Imperium of mankind now hung in the balance. In this moment, everything relied on Guilliman's being able to get over his guilt and act. In the wake of the failure of the Terran Crusade, the forces of the Imperium found themselves on the precipice of annihilation, trapped within the maelstrom and hunted by the forces of chaos. Under the command of Kara's Fateweaver, the Red Corsairs brought the once proud fleet back to its legendary Blackstone Fortress, one of the most powerful relics available to humanity, be they aligned with Chaos or the God Emperor. This was no ordinary fortress, as it was a secret gift from Abaddon the Despoiler, and the last remaining Blackstone Fortress in the hands of Chaos, and it was intended to become the prison for these loyalist forces. Here the remnants of Guilliman's Terran Crusade would have languished for eternity, their fate sealed by the treachery of Chaos, had it not been for the sudden and unexpected intervention of Kegarath, as the Eldari Harlequins, the most mysterious of the Eldar factions, led by Shadowseer, Sindril, Balewalker, entered the fray. Known for their strange loyalties and their ability to adapt and navigate the intricacies of fate, the Harlequins were not the obvious saviors that the Imperium had desired. Yet they arrived at the pivotal moment. Alongside them came Cypher, a figure whose loyalties border on the unknown and ambiguous at best. Once an Astartes of the Dark Angels, Cypher was a being who had walked the line between friend and foe, forever entwined with mystery and secrecy, often acting as an ally to loyalist forces despite his affiliation with the fallen Dark Angels, in exchange for a promise that the fallen would be brought before the Golden Throne, a promise that could only be fulfilled under the most uncertain of terms. Cypher freed Guilliman and his companions from the grasp of Chaos. With their starships lost and their crews sacrificed to the whims of the ruinous powers, the Imperial forces had little left to rely on. But Balewalker had another plan, offering the only viable path to salvation, the Webway, which was a complex system of tunnels that navigated just outside reality, across the entirety of the galaxy, and this would be the route that Guilliman and his surviving forces would take. At the heart of the Blackstone Fortress, the Harlequins opened a webway portal, offering a chance for the Terran Crusade to reach Terra. Its path through the webway was not without dangers, for the labyrinthian dimension was a treacherous and unpredictable place. As Magnus the Red, the demon Primarch of the Thousand Suns, had long made his domain within a particular pathway, with his legion at his command, he sought to ensure his former brother, Guilliman, would never reach Terra unchallenged. As the Imperial fleet successfully navigated throughout the webway, they would soon discover that Magnus had already prepared for their arrival. The demon Primarch, ever the schemer, had anticipated the possibility of the Loyalists' escape, and upon the webway exiting into the Sol system, he unleashed his Thousand Suns upon the defenders of Terra. His plan was to strike at the heart of the Imperium, not only slaying the only remaining loyalist Primarch, but also claiming the glory that Abaddon the Despoiler seemingly had failed to for 10,000 years. Yet as the forces surged onto Terra's doorsteps, Guilliman and his Imperial Crusade did not yield. Supported by the Harlequins and allied forces of Sisters of Silence and Imperial Fists, Guilliman engaged in one final battle to protect the Imperium. In a harrowing confrontation, the forces of the Imperium overwhelmed the Thousand Suns, forcing Magnus and his followers to retreat back through the webway portal he had commanded. The portal itself was then sealed, locking it forever and ensuring that no Chaos force would ever gain the use of the webway to threaten the throne world. With the Thousand Suns thwarted, Guilliman and the remnants of his crusade finally reached the hallowed halls of the Imperial Palace on Terra. The surviving Celestian and Terran Crusaders went their separate ways, but the significance of this moment could not be understated. After 10 millennia of absence, Roboute Guilliman stood once again before the Emperor of Mankind, and the Primarch once more walked upon the cradle of humanity. The two reunited, though the content of their conversation remains as much a mystery as anything else. What was said in this private meeting was only to be known by the Primarch and the Emperor, but the implications would be felt across the galaxy. When Guilliman emerged from the inner palace, he was not the same man who had departed Macragge so many years ago. He had taken the mantle of Lord Commander of the Imperium and the Imperial Regent, a position of immense power and responsibility. With this declaration, Guilliman vowed to rebuild the Imperium to its once former glory, rallying the disparate forces of humanity in a campaign to fight against the forces of chaos. His vision was to to forge the mightiest fleet and armies seen since the Great Crusade, and to revive his father's dream, where humanity would once again stand triumphantly against the forces who had betrayed it and sought to undo it during the tragedy that was Old Night. Up next would be the Battle of Lion's Gate. As the 13th Black Crusade marked a turning point for the Imperium, the oppressive shadow of the Noctis Aeterna, a climactic event which caused the Great Rift to tear the galaxy asunder, led to the Astronomicon flickering and vanishing for a time, left the galaxy without light. But even as this galaxy-wide unprecedented darkness occurred, Guilliman took charge. In the wake of the battle, Guilliman found himself at the helm of the Imperium's forces in a desperate attempt to survive. Aware that the fate of humanity rested upon his shoulders, he ordered the cessation of Archmagos Dominus Belisarius Call's 10 millennia of work, setting into motion the activation of the Ultima founding, the creation, and the reveal of the Primarch Space Marines. This decision could not have come at a more critical juncture, as this new generation of super soldiers emerged from their millennia-long stasis beneath the surface of Mars, as a new threat had just appeared upon the horizon. A vast host of demons summoned from the bloodlust of Khorne himself, the god of blood and slaughter. They descended upon holy Terra in a bid to claim the Emperor's skulls before Abaddon could. This onslaught of demonic horrors came at a time when Terra had been temporarily bereft of psychic protection due to the flickering of the Astronomicon, leaving it vulnerable to an invasion of unimaginable proportions. But Guilliman, aided by the defenders of Terra, including Trajan Valoris, would not allow the world to fall. The demons, led by an unrelenting fury of cornate butchers, were met with the full might of the Imperium's force on the throne world, and they were decisively crushed in the battle that would become known as the Battle of Lion's Gate, wherein the demons were stopped at the titular Lion's Gate. Amidst the galaxy-wide suffering, Guilliman began organizing what would become known as the Indomitus Crusade, a campaign intended to push back the darkness that had been unleashed by the Great Rift, tearing humanity's universe asunder. His primary concern was the protection of his own realm, Ultramar, which had once been a bastion of stability across the galaxy. Fearing the worst, Guilliman dispatched a portion of the Ultramarines and their successor chapters to safeguard their homeworlds. Amongst them were some of the first Primarch Space Marines, fresh from the release of their creation on the surface of Mars. This force assembled into a fleet known as Fleet Avenger, commanded by the renowned Captain Cato Sicarius. However, the journey to Ultramar would not be without difficulties. The fleet, crossing the galaxy in a desperate bid to reach their destination, ran headfast into a series of warp storms of unprecedented ferocity, echoing those which had occurred during the turbulence of the Age of Strife. The storms tore the fabric of reality asunder, scattering the fleets into the abyss. The command ship of Fleet Avenger, the Emperor's Will, became embroiled in a storm, drifting dangerously off course. During this tumultuous time, the Astronomicon, the guiding light of the Emperor, had flickered and faded in what was known as the Noctis Aeterna, making things all the harder. As the fleet's ships splintered and scattered, a final transmission was sent from the Emperor's Will. It was a fleeting astropathic message, distorted by the unprecedented and unpredictable waves of psychic energy that ravaged the galaxy at this time. But the last words were a desperate plea, and that plea was, "They have breached the hull. They are here." Despite the overwhelming odds, Fleet Avenger ultimately did make it to Ultramar, carrying with them the newly minted Primarch Space Marines, and their hopes of improving the chances for the Imperium's survival had reached Macragge. But the Emperor's Will, the flagship, was never heard from again, and its fate remains a mystery, even to the most astute and well-read of Imperial scholars. Despite the overwhelming odds, it seems half of Fleet Avenger ultimately successfully made it to Ultramar, carrying enough forces to link up with the Ultramarine Second Company, which fell under the control of Captain Sevatus Archean, as Sicarius had seemingly disappeared within his ship. The Ultima founding had officially begun, but the road ahead would be rather perilous, as the Primarch Space Marines and their newfound commanders would soon find themselves in an even greater struggle. As the 41st millennium grew to its tumultuous end, the Imperium found itself splintered and broken. The Great Rift, or as it's more commonly known as, the Cicatrix Maledictum, had cleaved the galaxy in twine. This vast, seething belt of warp storms raged across the galaxy, wreaking havoc across all those who dwelled within its reach. Unholy demon legions poured forth from the Immaterium, numbering in ways previously unimaginable, while time itself began to warp and distort, fracturing under the pressure of these impossible forces. To track the flow of war, once a linear and comprehensible concept now became a nigh impossible task, a maddening exercise for any of those who attempted to understand it. Within its chaos, the very fabric of warp travel became increasingly perilous, an obstacle that left countless of Imperial worlds isolated from one another. This isolation posed an existential threat, especially within Imperium Nihilus, the segment beyond the Great Rift, where the Astronomicon's light had been permanently snuffed out, flickering only occasionally as a distant beacon. The Imperium's fate was now in jeopardy, yet even amidst this calamity, the Ultramarines remained in command, with their commitment not only to defend Ultramar, but the entirety of humanity. Their duty was to protect the Emperor's realms, and they would not waver in accomplishing this task. The response to this unprecedented crisis was the formation of the Indomitus Crusade, a massive military campaign that would dwarf all others in its scope and ambition. Unlike many who had sought to shelter behind their defenses, some Imperial forces chose to strike out against the dying of the light, fueled by a favor to reclaim what was lost, and to extract vengeance upon their enemies. While some of these crusading fleets would succeed, many would be overwhelmed and lost to the void. However, one mission stood above all others, the Indomitus Crusade, which launched directly from Terra, under the direct leadership of Roboute Guilliman, the Primarch of the Ultramarines. The Indomitus Crusade was not just a campaign, but rather it was a rebirth of the Great Crusade, though this time it would be led by the Primarch Space Marines rather than their firstborn counterparts. These newly created soldiers, crafted through the work of Archmagus Dominus Belisarius Cawl, would be a linchpin in humanity's survival, as these soldiers would serve as the vanguard of the Crusade, fighting alongside other Imperial forces, including the Adeptus Custodes, the Adeptus Sororitas, and the Sisters of Silence, alongside with multiple battle groups of Astra Militarum and Navis Imperialis. Together they would form a vast, nigh unstoppable force that would spread out from Terra in order to take the fight directly to their enemies. The crusading fleets also carried the feature of the Imperium within them, waves upon waves of Primarch Space Marines, and the technology to create more Primarch Space Marines, and they were designed to bolster the ranks of the beleaguered Adeptus Astartes chapters throughout the galaxy. With them came the crucial Magos Biologists, adept tech priests who would ensure that every Space Marine chapter would have the means to create their own Primarch reinforcements, ensuring that as war unfolded, their ranks would swell in numbers sufficient to match those of the growing threats of chaos. Amongst the many fleets that made up the Indomitus Crusade, one stood at the forefront. This was Indomitus Crusade Fleet Primus, commanded by Roboute Guilliman directly. With him sailed the mighty Zar Questor, the Arch Mechanicus flagship of Belisarius Cawl, within which thousands of Primarch Space Marines still slept in stasis, waiting for the moment that they would wake to join the fight. This fleet would travel through the perilous warp jumps together, spreading slowly and relentlessly throughout Segmentum Solar, into the furthest reaches of Segmentum Tempestus, Segmentum Pacificus, and Segmentum Obscurus. The forces accompanying Guilliman were not solely composed of newly formed Primarch Space Marines. The fleet supported the enduring strength of the Space Marines of Ultramar along with their successor chapters, which included seasoned veterans of the earlier Terran Crusade, as well as newly minted Primarch warriors. Some of these forces had already been engaged in battles across the galaxy, continuing their campaigns in the wake of the Great Rift's opening. These forces would become united completely under Guilliman's banner, whose leadership brought renewed hope to the beleaguered Imperium. As the Indomitus Crusade stretched further and further still throughout the ravaged, war-torn regions of the Imperium, the Ultramarines and their successor chapters found themselves fighting upon hundreds of disparate battlefields, engaged in countless conflicts against demons, Chaos Space Marines, Chaos Titans, and even mercenaries from the crew, amongst others. The threat they faced was more than just a struggle for survival. It was a battle for the very soul of the Imperium and humanity as a whole. The Indomitus Crusade was a desperate push to reclaim territories, bolster the Imperium's shattered defenses, and renew the Emperor's dream of a united galaxy under humanity's rule. The vastness of this crusade could not be overstated, as every fleet, every battle group, and every soldier played a pivotal role in the broader effort to restore balance. The newly formed Primarch Space Marines, led by seasoned captains and commanders from the Firstborn, would face some of the fiercest and most dangerous enemies the galaxy had ever known. The tide of battle would ebb and flow across the galaxy, but one thing was certain: the Imperium would not stand idly by and go quietly into that long and dreadful night. The Indomitus Crusade, despite its many trials and tribulations, marked the beginning for the Imperium's return to war on a galactic scale. In the chaotic, war-torn 41st millennium, few moments would stand as pivotal as the War of the Beasts, a brutal conflict which unfolded on the world of Vilgus, a planet strategically located in the mouth of the Nakmund Gauntlet. This incredibly rare, yet stable passage between Imperium Sanctus and Imperium Nihilus was a vital artery for the survival of humanity and the Imperium as a whole. Had this world fallen, the consequences for the entire Imperium and the Indomitus Crusade would have been catastrophic. A powerful and prophetic vision would set the stage for one of the most crucial engagements of this era upon this world. Chief Librarian Virgo Tigerius, the greatest psyker of the Ultramarines, had foreseen that if Vigilus was lost, the repercussions for the defense of the Emperor's realms could be devastating. The Librarius of the Ultramarines was held in high regard for their wisdom and foresight, and when Tigerius spoke, the wise would not hesitate to listen. Tigerius's vision came at a most crucial of moments, when Marnius Calgar, chapter master of the Ultramarines, was en route to Vanitas 9 when Tigerius's astral projection reached him. The dire warning called for an immediate action. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Calgar shifted his course towards Vigilus, knowing full well that time was of the essence. However, this journey was not without cost. The Ultramarine psychers, guided by Tigerius's prophecy, leapt across the dark turmoil of Imperial Nihilus, where warp travel had become unstable and hazardous. The toll was rather steep, with many psychers perishing through this perilous journey. Yet despite their sacrifices, the Ultramarines succeeded in arriving at Vigilus just in time to take command of the planet's defenses. Upon their arrival, they found Vigilus being besieged by more than just the normal forces of orcs and gene stealers. They discovered a world on the brink of collapse, governed by a weak, self-serving ruling council. Calgar, swift in his judgment, purged all those who comprised the council along with their families, retaining only those few whom he deemed loyal and trustworthy. He swiftly installed a new leadership, consolidating control and setting the stage for a decisive counteroffensive. He dispatched vanguard marines to nearby worlds, gathering intelligence and securing vital resources. Meanwhile, Calgar and the Ultramarines rallied the defenders of Vigilus, preparing them for the coming storm. The threat to Vigilus, however, was more insidious than they had initially realized. Reports of strange phenomena began to spread across the entirety of the world. Bat-winged figures haunting the tallest spires of the hive sprawls, rumors of abductions amongst the planet's elites, and unsettling fluctuations in the skies where the edges of the Great Rift seem to blacken with an unnatural force. All signs that pointed towards something more ominous, an imminent invasion of chaos forces. The Emperor's tarot readings were clear and undeniable. The Demon Blade, the Herald of Darkness, the Knight of the Abyss, symbols of a forthcoming conflict with the archenemy. As the shadows of chaos grew ever closer, the invasion that was prophesied soon arrived. The Black Legion, now under the combined leadership of Abaddon the Despoiler alongside his new commanders, descended upon the world with a terrifying ferocity. Abaddon's objectives were to seize Vigilus and eliminate the world's ability to maintain control of the Nakmund Gauntlet. This was a crucial objective for him, as if the Nakmund Gauntlet remained open, the deposits of altered blackstone which were within Vigilus could be exploited by the Imperium, and it was one of the few places due to these deposits that were keeping the Gauntlet stable. Without Vigilus, the already tenuous connection between Imperium Sanctus and Imperium Nihilus would be severed, cutting off vital supply lines and reinforcements from Sanctus to Nihilus. The clash between Abaddon's chaos forces and the Imperial defenders was rather brutal. The Orc Speedwa had already set the planet ablaze, launching a vicious assault on Vigilus, and its arid oceans alongside its hive sprawls were filled with gene stealer cultists. Meanwhile, the infiltration of the planet's populace had led to widespread revolts. For a time, the forces of the Imperium were scattered, disorganized, and fragmented, with competing factions vying for control. The leadership of Marnius Calgar and the Ultramarines, however, united these disparate forces and gave them the direction they so desperately needed. Against all odds, the Imperium held firm. Despite the overwhelming forces and incredible power of the Black Legion, the Ultramarines, alongside their allies, managed to stave off Chaos's forces, though the world suffered immense losses and the destruction of vast swaths of its life. The vital world of Vigilus remained within Imperial hands. The forces of the arch-enemy, though they held sway over several of the planet's hive sprawls, were unable to secure the world or push back the Imperial defenders in any significant way, leading the locus of conflict to shift away from Vigilus to other corners of the galaxy. In the aftermath of the War of the Beasts, Vigilus, though scarred and devastated, began its long journey towards recovery. However, new reports of the occurrences within the Nakmund Gauntlet within the Nakmund Gauntlet seemed to put its status at a very tenuous place. Up next would be the Plague Wars. The Plague Wars stand as one of the more grim chapters in the history of the Ultramarines, an unprecedented conflict that saw the Ultramar sector face their greatest challenge in centuries. These wars, born of a confluence of cosmic chaos and horrors unimaginable, the opening of the Noctis Anaturna, and the birth of the Great Rift, led to the unrelenting advance of Nurgle and his followers, the Chaos God of decay and pestilence. At the heart of the Plague Wars was a battle not only for the survival of Ultramar, but for the seat of the Imperium itself. Ultramar, the realm of Primarch Roboute Guilliman, had long stood as a beacon of order and hope amongst the storm of war that was the galaxy. Its worlds were prosperous, its defenses formidable, and it was perpetually loyal. Yet even before the Noctis Anaturna shattered the fabric of the galaxy and birthed the Great Rift in 999 and 41, Ultramar faced threats on multiple fronts. The Tyranid hive fleets, just to mention one, threatened to consume Guilliman's empire, while notorious Orc warlord and the arch-arsonist of Caradon led massive Orc wogs in order to overrun the eastern defenses of Ultramar. However, none of these threats matched the scale or malice of the coming plague. The Plague Wars began in the wake of the Rift's appearance, when the forces of Nurgle, led by the demon Primarch Mortarion and his Death Guard Legion, descended upon the once thriving world of Ultramar. These vile forces brought with them supernatural plagues and virulent demons, infecting the very soil and tainting it with their putrid corruption. Some historians argue that the Plague Wars began even before the Great Rift, with the minions of Nurgle's earlier incursions within the realm of Ultramar. But it was only after the Great Rift tore open the galaxy that the full scale of the conflict became evident. The infestation spread like wildfire across Ultramar and beyond into the neighboring sector of the Scourge Stars. Here, the forces of chaos unleashed plague-based horrors such as crawling pestilence, eye rot, oozing pox, and a myriad of other diseases that ravaged planets and sent populations spiraling into madness and decay. As the forces of Nurgle overwhelmed world after world, seemingly without stop, the Imperial defenders found themselves constantly on the back foot, struggling to stem the plague's advance. Nurgle's influence was not only spread through physical illness, but also through chaos cultists who sowed dissent, turning Imperial defenders against their own ranks. In some systems, entire battalions fell to the corrupting whispers of their heretical leaders, sealing the fates of once proud worlds who would now fall under the grip of Grandfather Nurgle. It was in the midst of this suffering that Mortarion, demon Primarch of Nurgle's Death Guard, launched his most devastating assault, the invasion of Ultramar. From the newly won Scourge Stars, Mortarion staged a series of raids, striking out in waves. These early incursions were intended to weaken the resolve and test the defenses of the Ultramarines, all the while preparing the grounds for a more extensive invasion. However, the Ultramarines' response was swift, unlike those of the Death Guard, who were slow and crawling. They fought back with everything at their disposal, from the battered forces of Ultramar's defense auxilia to the elite Ultramarines Legion itself. Yet the corrupting forces of chaos pushed forth, relentless in their assault. At the forefront of these battles were the Plague Marines, the twisted soldiers of Nurgle who had launched devastating attacks on Talsar, Ix, Circle, Circe, and Lifis. Some of these engagements were just small skirmishes meant to sow discord or spread virulent contaminants, while others were full-scale offensives that stretched the Ultramarines' defenses to their limits. The Bubonicus legions, led by the Great Unclean One, Kugroth, the Plague Father, engaged in a brutal campaign that saw the fall of the Talarar system and the garden world of Ix. Ix, once rich with life and agriculture, was reduced to a wasteland by Nurgle's malignant forces. While Mortarion's Death Guard Legion rampaged across the Ultramarines' realm, a naval conflict would rage on in the Espandor system, where the Plague Fleet, commanded by Typhus, Lord of Death, waged a brutal war against the Imperium's remaining naval defenses. Despite the Ultramarines' heroic defense, these numerous battles saw the death toll amongst the Imperial forces reach staggering levels. Nevertheless, the Ultramarines held their ground, refusing to succumb to the tide of death and disease that flooded their worlds. In a desperate gamble to save Ultramar, Roboute Guilliman broke away from his duties on the Indomitus Crusade to return to his home. Guilliman, ever the tactician, saw that the only way to reclaim Ultramar was to seize the initiative. He orchestrated a brilliant counteroffensive known as the Spear of Espandor to push back Mortarion's forces. Guilliman and his counterattack were rather swift and deadly by comparison, with a series of rapid strikes aimed at reclaiming ground. His forces targeted Mortarion supply lines, cutting off key reinforcements and launching daring boarding actions across the Chaos Fleet's entirety. The Death Guard, now fighting a series of disjointed campaigns, struggled struggled to adapt to Guilliman's calculated countermeasures. Ultimately, the Chaos forces were made to retreat. However, victory would come at a great price. The retreating Death Guard launched a devastating last-ditch effort, a massive virus bomb on Ajax, creating irreparable damage. And despite Guilliman's forces being able to reclaim several worlds, pushing Nurgle's followers to retreat into the Scourge Stars, the battles would still be ongoing. Prior to leaving, Guilliman had a confrontation with his brother within the very Garden of Nurgle, and there he would claim the Emperor's sword, after almost being annihilated. However, right before his moment of death, the Emperor used Guilliman as a vessel, restoring him to his once and former glory, and allowing him to use the full force of the Emperor's sword to not only stop Mortarion, but in order to permanently burn a significant amount of Nurgle's garden, never to be recovered. Afterwards, Guilliman would return to the wider battle, and with the Battle of Ultramar still ongoing, Guilliman once again left for the greater warfront, all the while organizing the rebuilding of the shattered defenses of Ultramar, eventually reaching Dante and aiding the Blood Angels to push back High Fleet Leviathan. With this, the Ultramarines now set the stage for a renaissance in the Imperium, both militarily and culturally, as the integration of Primarch Space Marines and the shift in how the Imperium functions as a war machine is now able to meet greater threats like the incurring Fourth Tyrannic War, for the first time since the Horus Heresy, bringing about combined arms tactics. This does include forces such as the Adeptus Custodes working alongside the Ultramarines, Guilliman, and Lord Solar in order to push back this new oncoming threat, who is currently invading Segmentum Solar.